Chapter 801 Preparation Before Escape. It seems that the hidden methods of these civilizations are much higher than I imagined. But this is normal. After all, if they didn't have such sophisticated hiding methods, it would be absolutely impossible for them to survive until now. Any civilization that can reach this point already shows that they are extraordinary. Recalling every bit of his past, he felt that he was basically in the same situation as this group of people. He had also relied on various advantages to reach this point. Although these civilizations secretly contribute to the flames, it is undeniable that it is absolutely impossible for these civilizations to take action before they show corresponding value. This also means that these civilizations have been observing themselves, and the difficulties they encountered at the beginning were all overcome step by themselves. After all, even if someone plots his own luck, any plot is nonsense until his luck shows enough potential. Everything you do in this universe needs to be valuable. Your own destiny is valuable, but you must show value that can convince them to be truly valuable. If he did not show corresponding value, even if he died on the Black Insect planet, Jiang Yao estimated that these civilizations would not care about him. This is the reality. It is because they have shown corresponding value, and let them see their potential that they are willing to take action in secret, adding fuel to the flames for themselves at some critical moments. Of course, this fueling the flames is not only helpful, but also has other aspects. Perhaps they have also tempted certain civilizations to take action against them, and see how they deal with it. All in all, there is a reason for all this. After putting aside these thoughts, he continued to start his unfinished business through soul transfer. This is his only way at present. But if he wants to ensure safety, there are too many things he needs to consider. Fortunately, the Zerg has its own spiritual connection. And after many trials, he found that the spiritual connection cannot be discovered by the system. So it can be inferred that this system also has limitations. Maybe he can guess his thoughts through some actions. But what's the use? Even if he guesses that he is causing trouble, this is a very normal thing. Anyone who knows the truth will definitely have the same reaction as him. So he is not worried about this. As long as the other party does not know his specific plan, then he still has room for maneuver. Whether it is soul technology or other technologies, they are all researching it. So for them, they may have chosen multiple routes. He is also touching soul technology now. Because if he doesn't touch this thing, if he touches other things, it will definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. Maybe they will think of the batch of bugs they gave up, and know that that batch of bugs may be their own life-saving straw. So he must not expose this. In fact, he had been wondering whether his batch of bugs were being monitored. Although he felt that the possibility was very low, he did not rule out the possibility. All in all, everything must be done with caution. But now, he has no extra choice. All he can do now is hope that the patch of insects is safe. Because only if they are safe can they have more room to operate. Otherwise, it would be a big deal if someone would find that universe soon after he was transferred there, and then control him again, or directly eliminate himself. Although the two civilizations are currently fighting, Jiang Yao knows very well that once he escapes, the two civilizations will immediately stop and point all fingers directly at him. After all, for them, this uncontrollable factor must be eradicated. They are still useful now, but once they escape, they will no longer be useful. Then, they will definitely eliminate themselves, who know this as soon as possible. It's really troublesome. But it's okay. Everything is still unknown. And I can not only study technology in this area, but also study technology for traveling through the universe. If these two technologies mature, then I still have a chance to escape. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of a perfect solution. My focus can be completely on the two technologies of soul technology and cosmic gate. My focus here is on the cosmic gate technology, while the focus of the bug over there is on soul technology. In this way, the chances of winning may be greater. Yes, he had prepared a method in his mind with a higher success rate. Thinking of this, he immediately started to arrange it. With the arrangement on his side, everything began to change. The research on the law stopped, and the research on soul technology stopped. All the energy of the entire civilization is focused on the research of the technology of the gate of the universe, wanting to open the gate of the universe. At his level, he also understands the principles. In the final analysis, the gate of the universe excludes the naturally occurring. It is very difficult to develop this technology for the remaining universe gates other than the special universe gate. The existence of space creatures itself will prevent the emergence of this kind of thing. Which means that if you want to research this kind of thing, you must reach the current level. In other words, he has a special ability. In short, If he wants to develop this technology normally, he must at least reach the level of his current civilization. Only after understanding space can he use space. Thinking of this, he immediately found some information about the Universe Gate research technology that he had previously obtained in the ruins, and began to think about it. As for this technology, there is still a certain amount of pressure for him now, especially in this area where the barrier of the universe is so hard. It is much more difficult to study the method of breaking through the cosmic barrier in an area like this than in the normal universe. But if you can study it in an area like this, it means that it will be very difficult for you to open the door to the universe in other areas. It's easy. All in all, there are gains and losses. And with a change in his strategic direction, it naturally caused the other two civilizations to be a little puzzled by his behavior. After all, his behavior was a bit unnatural. What is the significance of studying the technology of the gate to the universe? Do they expect to escape our tracking in this way? I'm thinking that he may have guessed that we are observing him through the system, which means that if he cannot escape from the system, we will find him no matter how he travels through the gate of the universe. Perhaps he has his own ideas, but I'm thinking that his purpose of bringing our two civilizations together for a war may be for his own plan. According to his current research route, I feel that he may want to open the door to the universe and escape through the battle between the two of us at the most chaotic time, because he may have noticed it now on the other side of the system. He feels that this is an opportunity and wants to use this opportunity to escape. The possibility is very high because the system has changed, letting him know that the system is not static and will be affected in some ways. As the war between our two civilizations intensifies, the impact on the system will only increase, giving him hope of escape. But doesn't he know? The system and his life are connected, and there is no way for him to escape. Looking at his performance, he probably doesn't know about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do such useless work. But that's fine. In this way, everyone was discussing Jiang Yao's behavior, although they felt that it was a bit outrageous. It didn't seem to be a big deal. After all, what they needed to pay attention to now was the situation of that civilization. But it's not the little bug in front of me. The little bug in front of them is just a transit point for them. A transit point that allows them to fight with that civilization. Now they know that they cannot find the specific location of that civilization even if they fight against it. But as long as they fight against each other, there will be a certain connection, and they will be found sooner or later through these clues. It's just a pity that the chess pieces we have trained for so many years will end up like this. Nothing can be set in stone, although our plan is perfect and helpful in the case. No one knows whether there will be changes in the middle. However, another civilization should not be underestimated. They are also very clear about the unparalleled degree of the law of time that has mastered the law of time. Of course, there are ways to target this law, but they cannot be completely targeted. Therefore, in the later war with them, ours it's not a lot of effort. After hearing what this person said, it is true that the law of time is one of the more difficult laws in the universe. If this law is studied to a certain extent, it cannot be said to be invincible, but it has no ability to protect itself. Now they are fighting this civilization, while also looking for ways to deal with the law of time. In short, for them, the law of time is too threatening, and they must solve this problem as soon as possible. At this time, when they were still racking their brains about the war, they were on Jiang Yao's side. Chief, the current research on the gate of the universe has basically been confirmed. First of all, what we can confirm here is that the method to open the barrier has been found. However, if the barrier is opened in a universe of this level, it will inevitably be attacked by the universe. Attack of the space creatures. So in this universe, we only have one chance to open the barrier of the universe. And after opening it, we must leave here as quickly as possible. Otherwise we may be left behind forever. At this time, a brainworm reported. Hearing what brainworm said, Jiang Yao also nodded. In fact, he had already thought of this. On the first point, he is basically certain that these space creatures are stronger than the space creatures in other universes. It would be very difficult for him to deal with such powerful space creatures. Secondly, after opening the barrier of the universe, the barrier between themselves and space creatures will also be opened. At this time, they can attack themselves directly. This is why it is said that there is only one chance. But for him, one chance is completely enough. He only needs to activate it at the critical moment. The research on the gate to the universe is indeed as I thought. Everything is going relatively smoothly. Now that the problem of the gate to the universe is solved, the next step is the most critical issue at the moment. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted the Zerg from another universe. Through them, He also roughly understood the current progress of soul technology research. After understanding the approximate progress, he also began to think about it. The research on soul technology has not yet broken through to the next stage. Although I can take action at this stage, the risk is still too high at this stage. It is better to wait until the next stage can fully utilize soul technology before considering it. After all, this transmission is not as simple as I thought. I have to complete everything in the shortest possible time. In this way, everything was slowly being implemented in his plan. Technology was being researched one after another, and preparations were being made for all aspects of things. As time goes by, everything seems to have returned to calm. But everyone at this time knows that it has reached the most critical time. First of all, the system is becoming increasingly unstable. Not long ago, Jiang Yao received a prompt from the system. The prompt said that the system needed to be upgraded, so it had to be shut down for a period of time. Of course, he knew it very well. This so-called shutdown is not really closed, but the system is temporarily unable to provide help to itself. This means that the civilized battle between the two sides has entered a fierce stage. Otherwise, the other party would not be able to mobilize so many permissions of the system. In fact, there is also a big problem with the law of time. He can no longer use the law of time. This is a very serious issue, which means that his previous guess is completely correct. At the same time, he also fully understands the consequences of having the handle in the opponent's hands. The opponent can make adjustments to you at any time. Something which made him extremely frustrated. He even said that after learning about this incident, he made changes to many details of the law of time. He also tried to make up for some skipped technical gaps, but still couldn't touch this law. It wasn't until this moment that he understood how difficult it was to obtain it. But it doesn't matter. Now that the two civilizations have basically entered this stage, Jiang Yao feels that it's almost time. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the entire civilization to move. First of all, the research on soul technology by the group of bugs in the distant universe is still the same as before. After soul technology reaches this node, it seems to have stopped. But this time Jiang Yao had no intention of waiting for further breakthroughs in soul technology. Since you can't break through, then take the risk and try. After all, there are not many opportunities like this. Chapter 802 Start Escaping. Everything is ready, Chief. Now that he was ready to escape, Jiang Yao immediately took action. Now that everything that needs to be prepared is almost ready, let's wait for the last opportunity. At this time, the battle between these two civilizations should have been very serious. And now, as a transit agent, I also feel that they are fighting each other through the vague connection between me and them. As time goes by, this feeling will become stronger and stronger, which means that their battle will become more and more intense. As he spoke, all the bugs were waiting for the last chance. As time goes by, the battle between the two civilizations becomes more and more intense. And at this time Jiang Yao feels that it is almost time. Basically, it's almost done. In that case, everyone should start taking action now. As his words fell, the comrades who were still busy with their work immediately stopped. Then they ran to their posts at extremely fast speeds. Keep working and researching just to confuse these two civilizations. And now is what the bugs really want to do. Jiang Yao knew very well that the opportunity to escape was very rare. And he had to make sure of one thing. That is, the operation should be carried out very quickly. And it cannot be said that there was no progress in half a day. After all, you can't leave them too much time to react. They are always observing or on guard against themselves. Which means that if something goes wrong with their actions, they will know it immediately. It is most likely communicated through the system or other things. Although the so-called system has now entered a dormant state, or an upgraded state, even in this state, it is too easy to observe oneself. So he does not have much time to create. As his order was issued, the bug hidden in the blue star appeared in the second. And at this time, the entire blue star seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Then I saw a special instrument appearing here at the 5th second. These were all transmitted through space wormholes. So they came very quickly. When the time came to the 7th second, the comrades had already completed the transfer of the newcomers to the instrument. The same thing has happened in many other civilizations. This time Jiang Yao's idea is very simple. That is, he can take as many people as he can. Of course, the priority must be to take the young people who will conquer the world with him. So there will be some deviations in the time of their transfer. But based on his overall plan, it should be solved within a minute. At the same time, he has also entered the instrument and is ready to transmit at any time. Of course, it's not too late. Apart from here, Just a few days before his order was issued, the Zerg in another universe had already begun preparations. The bug over there directly opened the door to the universe. As the door to the universe opened, an inconspicuous bug passed through the door to the universe. The door to the universe itself was also opened in miniature, opening directly inside the insect nest. The door to the universe appeared for less than 0.1 seconds. After the door to the universe closed, the inconspicuous bug had disappeared here. At the same time, in another universe, the figure of this bug has been revealed. And then I saw this bug immediately began to hatch. And the bugs needed in the next moment of the nest were hatched. After this insect was hatched, the door to the universe opened again, and another insect disappeared here. With the disappearance of this insect, the insect nest began to die quickly. The same operation followed immediately. After traveling to hundreds of universes, a brand new insect nest finally appeared again on a planet with relatively abundant resources. With the emergence of this insect nest, the reproduction of the insect race began again here. A large number of sacrifices were hatched and began to breed crazily here and collect the resources here to build more facilities. In just a few days, the place has grown to a huge scale. Although this scale is extremely small compared to other civilizations that have established a foothold in this universe. These bugs have evolved to a very high level. It is not difficult to eliminate these civilizations, but they are not yet fully capable. Communicating with a super civilization requires a certain amount of time to reproduce. The current focus of the belt is to attract Jiangyao. So the bugs here have been hiding their bodies, and have not been discovered by civilizations in other areas. At this time, when they received Jiangyao's order, everything began to prepare. These days have allowed them to prepare all the required infrastructure. The next thing to do is to wait for Jiangyao's arrival, and then take over the place, and start to develop the Zerg again. At this time, basically all the preparations on Jiangyao's side had been completed. The next moment, the door to the universe was opened, and a large number of fleets shuttled towards the door of the universe. As the door to the universe opened, the space creatures immediately noticed the situation here, and then saw strong willpower rushing towards this side. At the same time, the swarm of insects that had been preparing to attack here, also a counterattack was launched immediately. And the next moment, the space was distorted and powerful forces began to gather here. The entire cosmic area changed color, as if a special space appeared from the void and wanted to come here. But when it reached a certain level, it collided with the wall here and could no longer advance. This is a new technology developed by Jiangyao during this period. Subspace Shadow. This is a talent of the Zerg itself. It was a skill used by the Zerg in ancient times. However, due to the passage of time, he has long forgotten these things. Fortunately, the inheritance before awakening allowed him to know the Zerg. There is such a thing among the group. This thing can fight against the consciousness of the universe. And it is also his only means to fight against the consciousness of the universe. Although there is no possibility of winning, it can delay enough time for himself. At this time, as the two powerful forces were still in a stalemate, the battleship had already shuttled to another universe. After arriving here, the next moment countless majestic soul powers came. After being released from the battleship, the soul power dissipated into nothingness. Compared to others, Jiangyao, who was the focus of attention, was not so relaxed. He found that the things that connected him were also connected to his soul. This was the question that worried him the most. In fact, he had already anticipated this problem. He had thought that the other party would definitely do a very comprehensive job in order to control him. So he also had corresponding measures to deal with this. However, at the beginning, he hoped that this kind of thing would never happen. But now it seems that he is thinking too much. Too much. At this time, facing these connected things, he began to slowly clear them away. Although his soul technology has not yet entered the next stage, these years have basically put him on par with that civilization's soul technology. Of course, to be precise, the other party was still a little higher than him, but not by much. He found that both he and the civilization behind him were still at this stage in terms of technology. Although I am a little weaker in this aspect, I still have no problem dealing with the current situation. As the first chain that bound her was removed, Jiangyao felt a heartbreaking pain deep in her soul. All kinds of pain cannot be described in words. His body has been modified in many ways and combined with various technologies, so that he has not experienced pain for many years. And this sudden pain made him a little miserable. The most important thing is that in his soul body state, he couldn't scream and endure the pain. He began to remove the second chain. And as early as when the first chain was removed, The civilization behind it naturally noticed him. After all, this was the final means to restrict him. And this means was being shaken at this time. Without giving much thought to the next system restart, a mechanical sound came. It is detected that the host is performing illegal operations. Please stop the host immediately. The system begins to be reinforced. And the defense chain system begins to reconnect the defense chains. The defense chain reinforcement failed, and the connection failed. At this time, listening to a series of beeps from the system, Jiang Yao knew that the other party was in a hurry. Zhai Zhong, connect with your uncle. As his words fell, a chain extending from the system was suddenly broken. You give me a chance to win, and you continue to play a trick for me. With endless pain, the second chain was severed. Then came the next chain. And at the same time, the system stretched out countless chains and flew towards him. But these chains were shattered before they could fly. This is the ability of soul technology. If his soul technology is not as good as the opponent's, he cannot be resisted. But now the gap between the two sides is not big. So it is difficult for the system to rely on this to limit him. At this moment, looking at the system that had used him as a puppet for so many years, he was filled with anger. As a soul, he, coupled with the blessing of soul technology, allowed him to see the body of the system. Do you really think that I am still the puppet you manipulated? Today I will show you what cruelty is. Thinking of this, he immediately controlled his powerful soul power and attacked the system directly. The system has detected that an external force is invading the system and is strengthening the firewall. The system has detected dangerous behavior in the array. Please stop the host immediately. The system gives a final warning, asking the host to stop dangerous behavior immediately. Otherwise the system will fight back. At this time, Jiang Yaoyan couldn't help but feel happy when he heard the system's notification sound. This could be regarded as a small revenge for them having used him as a puppet for so many years. The next moment, another force was seen pouring out of the system, colliding with Jiang Yao's force. Neither of the two forces is weaker than the other. However, as time goes by, the power of the system gradually begins to decrease. He naturally knows the reason for this. In the past, if he had resources, he would give them to the system and let the system provide things for him. At the same time, the system would also reserve things for him. However, as time went by, he did not rely on the system at all. Therefore, the resources obtained by the system were getting less and less. And he still had a lot of points in the hands of the system. At that time, he used a lot of points to use in later wars, including the bugs that evolved during the war with plants. The total amount of points he currently has in the system is very small. And as far as the system is concerned, the energy he can currently use is basically the rebates he received from the previous contributions. However, these rebates were consumed in the subsequent war, when fighting the civilization that mastered the law of time. The civilization behind the system used the power of the system, although the system still had a lot of reserves at that time. Facing a war with this level of civilization and using this power would naturally consume a lot of energy. Jiang Yao was sure that the system did not have much energy left. The amount of energy in his hands now is very exaggerated, and he will not be able to use these things after he escapes. So now he is ready to squander all the reserves without saying a word. After all, if you don't use these things yourself, they can't just become someone else's wedding dress. Similarly, this is also the reason why he dares to attack the system. He also feels that if this system is to be built, it will definitely consume a lot of resources. As long as this thing is destroyed, it will definitely be a blow to the civilization behind it. So he made this decision. And with the convergence of forces between the two sides, the system had little energy to manage Jiang Yao's removal of the chains. Without the interference of the system, Jiang Yao's demolition speed was faster. As one chain after another was removed, he could clearly feel that the connection between himself and the system was getting weaker and weaker. At the same time, under the attack of his soul technology, the system was retreating steadily. Seeing that the situation was not good, the system was ready to evacuate directly. But it was obvious that Jiang Yao would not give him this opportunity. The next moment, the power of the soul came from all directions, forming countless chains to bind the system. This was exactly the same as the way the system controlled Jiang Yao. My grandson must have suffered the consequences. You never thought that. You grandsons. I still have such means. Hack you, uncle. The system has controlled me for so many years. If I don't kill you today, I will write your name backwards. At this time, Jiang Yao was removing the chains and yelling at the system. The system kept telling him to stop. But it was obvious that Jiang Yao would never stop. Seeing that the system was restrained and began to tremble violently under the soul attack, Jiang Yao felt a sense of secret joy in his heart. As time went by, he found that the system had become weaker and weaker. What was originally a huge ball of light was now only a small one. Grandson, I want to see how long you can hold on. Just wait for death. But just when Jiang Yao thought everything was fine, the next moment he found that the space began to distort. And then a huge force appeared. At the same time, the consciousness of the universe gave up the fight with him and rushed directly towards that force. Seeing this force appearing out of thin air, he also instinctively felt that something was wrong. Chapter 803 successfully escaped and came to a new universe. He naturally knew what he was doing. The other civilization has always regarded itself as a puppet, which is not a problem in itself. However, this was discovered and he reacted. Did you kill me personally because you found out that I was out of control? At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but think about the situation in front of him. In fact, he didn't feel any surprise about this. After all, only you know your situation. And the other party didn't pay much attention to you at first. Because in their eyes, no matter how much they jump around, it's useless. They can easily control themselves. But it's different now. Now some of their own small actions make them feel like things are out of control. Especially since the final weapon system they arranged for themselves was actually targeted by them. They knew what this meant. Of course I know it very well. That's why they ended up playing good guy. It seems I'm naive. While thinking about it, Jiang Yao knew very well that it was now a matter of life and death. We have to find a way to escape from here. Otherwise if I get caught then I'm really screwed. Thinking of this, he didn't care that he couldn't handle the system now. Soul transfer activated. As his order was issued, his soul began to be torn apart in the next moment. At the same time, the chains on his body were being broken bit by bit. At the same time, the system saw that the situation was not good and released more chains again. You can still struggle in this state. Jiang Yao was a little surprised to see this scene at this time. No. It should be the crack that appears that replenishes energy to the system. Soon Jiang Yao thought of the reason. I really thought I could be defeated. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately started operating without thinking too much. The next moment, all the instruments in the original universe were overloaded. And then countless majestic energies began to gather. Soul attack weapon overload begins. The overload rate is 150%. 100%. The system has completely entered an overloaded state. The system is overloaded and the system is damaged faster. The energy output enters an overload state. Repair system enters overload state. Following a series of beeps. The next moment I saw more majestic soul power flying towards the universe. Not long after, this force appeared in the universe. And the system that was releasing the chain stopped as if it had received a huge blow. Immediately afterwards, cracks began to appear on the system, which was originally a relatively complete sphere. Unexpectedly, this is the feast I prepared for you. At this time, Jiang Yao was talking and felt very happy when he saw the collapsing system in the distance. However, at this moment, he saw a pair of big hands suddenly appeared in the crack in the space and grabbed him and the system directly. Seeing this scene, the power of soul technology in Jiang Yao's hands continued to increase, trying to stop all this, but the majestic soul energy on his side seemed to have no effect on these big transparent hands. It's useless. Seeing this scene at this time, Jiang Yao also knew that the situation was not good. It seems that the soul technologies I have studied do not have much effect on them. But think about it. This kind of technology may attack them suddenly. But it will definitely not have a big impact on them. Seeing this, he knew that he couldn't continue to wander here for too long. Otherwise something he couldn't predict might happen next. There was no time to think about it. And he immediately activated his last resort. In an instant, all the soul technology machinery in the universe emitted sparks. And then with a huge explosion, all the soul energy poured out. This is his last resort, which he calls a soul explosion, converging all the soul energy into one point and then triggering a huge soul explosion. The next moment, an even more terrifying soul power came towards this side. And this soul power directly hindered the progress of the giant palm. At the same time, Jiang Yao's soul body also disappeared from this universe. As Jiang Yao's soul disappeared, the big hand stopped moving. At the same time, a more majestic force appeared. It was a force unique to space. It was obvious that the power of this space was more irritated than before. The force is now much more ferocious, and continues to grow as time goes by. At this time, the big hand seemed to know what was happening. He grabbed the system, and was about to leave the area. Then, the crack he had established before suddenly closed, and at the same time, countless majestic forces attacked him. Come! A transparent film suddenly appeared around the big hand, protecting it from the damage. At the same time, the body of the big hand began to appear. The next moment, a huge figure as tall as half a galaxy appeared in this area. Universe. With the appearance of this giant figure, the next entire universe began to policy. The surrounding planets began to collapse countless spaces, and also began to slowly shatter with the appearance of this giant. Of course, it was not too late. The giant waved his hand. The next moment, the surrounding space vibrated even more violently as he waved his hand. Soon, a crack that was incompatible with the surrounding universe appeared in this crack, releasing a wave of energy, a special smell. Then more terrifying power was released from the cracks. At the same time, the universe also began to try to repair this crack. But the progress was not very fast. Through the gate of the universe, Jiang Yao came to a new universe. This was a small universe, so the influence of the power of the universe was not as strong as the previous universe. This is also the reason why this universe cannot cope with the attack of this giant. And while this small universe was still repairing this crack, the next giant emitted a strange and majestic force. With the emergence of this force, the space around the giant also began to expand. Collapse. The same breath appeared from these collapsed spaces. And after doing all this, the giant's figure disappeared from this universe. As the giant disappeared, these space cracks still remained in the distance and began to gradually expand. At the same time, some special low roars came from these spaces. With the appearance of these sounds, it is obvious that the universe is repairing this crack faster. If he had feelings, he would have found that he was very anxious at this time. It was obvious to him that the source of these sounds should be an extremely terrifying existence. After a while, streams of black gas began to pour in from these cracks. With the influx of black gas, the consciousness of the universe began to resist frantically. But the effect was not great. But even so, it cannot stop a large amount of black energy from pouring into the universe. And as more and more black energy pours into this place, the changes here are getting bigger and bigger. This black energy began to gather, and soon a huge creature appeared in this space. This majestic black energy possesses very terrifying energy, which cannot be invaded even by cosmic consciousness. As the dynamics of space became more and more serious, the entire universe began to enter a state of collapse. And at this moment, this huge creature, his figure was finally revealed. If Jiang Yao were present, he would definitely recognize this creature. It has a sheep body and a human face. Its eyes are under the armpits, tiger teeth and human claws, and its voice is like that of a baby. This is the general shape of this creature. If there is a name, then according to the Blue Star people, this creature should be called Tao Tai. As the giant beast appeared, its big mouth opened the next moment. And then the universe seemed to be distorted, and the entire space began to pour into its big mouth. This scene was even better, making the consciousness of the universe go crazy. At this time, it just wanted to resist this huge suction force. But all his actions seemed so ignorant in front of Tao Tai. The universe was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the space outside the universe is compared to a table, the universe is actually like the tablecloth on the table. Now as Tao Tai inhales the tablecloth, the table is gradually reduced, and the table begins to appear in front of everyone. This is a pure white space. A special space without all concepts. And this space is the hyperspace where special creatures live. However, a crack has appeared in this pure white space. And behind this crack is a bloody red. With the appearance of this blood red, Taotia's speed obviously accelerated. As time goes by, the cracks in the white space are getting bigger and bigger, and the blood space is also expanding. Then with a scream, Tao Tai turned into countless black mist, and was sucked into the blood red space. As the blood red space sucked Tao Tai into the blood red space, the space closed. Everything seemed to have returned to peace. But only half of the universe was left at this time. At the same time, the entire universe began to vibrate more violently than before, and cracks began to appear in the universe during the vibrations. The next moment, the entire universe collapsed and countless fragments of the universe were scattered in this pure white space. This pure white space adds a touch of color, and the fragments of these black universes also began to gradually collapse and transform into smaller fragments. As the fragments continued to become smaller, these small fragments were absorbed by the purest white space. With all this over, the place has returned to calm. Except that the cosmic bubbles floating here have disappeared compared to before. Of course Jiang Yao couldn't see this scene. At this time, He has appeared in a brand new universe. And in this universe, the Zerg is not the most powerful race. After all his wealth was destroyed when he fought with that civilization before. And nothing was left behind when his soul came over. So everything here now was developed step by the bugs arranged before. At this time, a huge insect sac shattered in the insect nest, and Jiang walked out of it. After moving his body a little, he felt relaxed, as if something in his body had been taken away. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. He knew that this was the system's control over him, and he had completely eliminated it. Looking at everything around him at this time, he knew that this ethnic group was now in a very weak position. If it was discovered by a super civilization at this time, he might not be able to resist it. But even so, at this time, he was very happy because he was finally out of control, and became a free man in the true sense. I never thought that the end result would be that I was controlled like a puppet for so many years by some bullshit system and the welfare of time travelers. If I hadn't discovered it earlier, I might have been sold without even knowing why. While thinking about this, he felt extremely unhappy. Fortunately, all this has changed. He exhausted all means to finally achieve his goal, freeing himself from the control of the system and the control of that civilization. At present, only one blue star of the entire civilization in my hand has survived. As for other civilizations, only a part of the elite has been preserved. As for most of the people, they have completely died in that disaster. He naturally deplored such a result, although many civilizations were deceived or incorporated by him. After so many years of getting along, these civilizations have long been integrated into the Zerg. I am also heartbroken over the loss of these civilizations. After all, these are our own people. But it would be fake if there was no sacrifice at all against an enemy of that level. What he can do now is to re-establish these civilizations, and then develop slowly, not letting one day pass. I have the strength to fight against those civilizations, and then I will seek revenge from them. At this moment, while he was still thinking about this, a figure appeared in front of him. Chief, the statistics have been calculated. Currently, there are a total of 7,300 advanced civilizations, and 752 super civilizations in this universe. At the same time, there are 5 existences that have transcended super civilization. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel his scalp numb after listening to the report from his Zerg clan. What's going on? Didn't you just find a random universe before? How could there be so many super civilizations? He was also a little confused after hearing the report from his brainworm. The leader is like this. We did find this universe randomly, but there is something special about this universe. Based on the data you provided previously, we found that the characteristics of this universe are a completely new universe, completely different from the universe we have been in before. Somewhere in this universe, there is a universe connection. This universe connection is open for a long time, and connects 5 different universes at the same time. At the same time, the universe connection is also a battlefield where these 5 different universes are at war. Area. When we first came to this universe, we thought it was an ordinary universe, and didn't pay much attention. But later on, as we began to explore this universe, we discovered the specialness here. Fortunately, because of the specialness of this universe, the energy fluctuations of our universe gate have not been discovered by other civilizations. So as long as we don't take the initiative to expose ourselves, they won't know we're coming for the time being. Chapter 80 for the current situation of the new universe. At this time, after hearing Brainworm's explanation, Jiang Yao roughly understood the situation. Although the primitive bugs that enter here will conduct a simple exploration here, everything is done under the premise of safety. The primitive bugs said by Jiang Yao are naturally not fools. They use very careful methods when they come to the new universe to explore, because you never know what kind of civilization there will be in the universe. So what he needs to do is to be as unexposed as possible. Although this method is concealed, it also has some flaws. That is, the scope of exploration is limited, and it cannot directly explore the entire universe in a short time, like overclocking technology. I am also very anxious when exploring on this trap. After all, if this universe is not suitable, I will immediately go to the next universe. So the whole process is not very rigorous. But there is nothing that can be done about it. What he is doing now is to escape for his life, and nothing else. Where is the time to study it bit by bit? Therefore, the information he could detect was just a rough idea. So the current situation is that the resources here and other aspects are in line with the requirements. At that time, because the exploration was relatively simple, no other civilizations in this universe were found. The brainworm also nodded after hearing what Jiang Yao said. That's probably it. Then we started to settle here. And then we started to explore the surrounding area in detail. So we discovered so many things. Jiang Yao also felt helpless after hearing what Brainworm said. But he knew very well that there was nothing he could do about it. After all, when we were conducting detailed exploration here, we were already at war with those civilizations. If that's the case, then so be it. We have been very cautious. So this area will not be exposed for the time being. And this area will give us enough time to develop. It's just that high-level civilizations in this universe must be closely monitored. And of course they must be careful. Otherwise, if they are discovered, the consequences will be very serious. In addition, there are ultra-micro mosquitoes in these universes. If we hadn't reached this point before, it would not be easy to hide them. However, although we have hidden it from them for the time being, it will only be a matter of time before we are discovered. So we must deal with it in advance. At this time, he calmly analyzed the current situation. Coming to a new universe. And the civilization in this universe is no weaker than the one in the previous universe. Which means that if you are not careful, you may overturn. Although he defeated a civilization of this level not long ago, he knew very well that the civilization he defeated was because the civilization behind him took action secretly. Otherwise, based on his own level of understanding of the laws, he would not be their opponent at all. It seems that it is not easy to survive in this world. If it doesn't work, you should consider going directly to other universes. But after thinking about it, he finally gave up this plan. Now he is no different than before. He has reached the pinnacle of civilization technology in the known universe. At this time, he knows very well what a civilization needs to develop and progress. Maybe in the past, he would have thought that it wouldn't be a big deal to change to another universe. But it's different now. Each universe has different types of resources. And the types of civilizations it can cultivate are also different. It's just like some universes are just a small pool in it, which can only support a few small fish at most. But some universes are just a sea in it, and whales and other things can be raised casually. From a certain perspective, different universes determine the upper limit of civilization in this universe. Take the universe where the Zerg was originally located as an example. The strength of the Zerg at that time, if it were in their universe, had reached its peak. No one could defeat him. But in other universes, he would only be in the middle of the pack. It's just the level. It's just like the high-dimensional universe I entered before is over there. I can easily advance to that stage because of the resources of the universe. It's just like you need to use iron to make some weapons. But there is no iron in this universe. And there is no way to make something out of nothing. You don't even have the concept of iron. Under such circumstances, you simply cannot develop such a weapon. This is exactly the same thing as upgrading civilization. It needs this thing. But many universes don't have it. Under such circumstances, you can't reach that height even if you are extremely desperate. But at this time, he felt that things were a little strange. Logically speaking, this universe should be considered a medium-sized universe at best. Although multiple universes are connected, the nature of the universe has not been improved. So what happened to those civilizations? What did they rely on to reach such a height? Knowing that those civilizations have mastered the power of laws is what surprised him the most. To be honest, he didn't care at all whether the other party mastered this thing. What he cared about was that if he could master it under such circumstances, then there would be civilization behind them. Just like myself. Wasn't it because the civilization behind me that I was able to master these things in the first place was fueling the fire? It would be impossible to rely on oneself alone. Even special technologies, like soul technology, are not available in every universe. He obtained the corresponding technology in the original universe, where there was no way to develop relevant technology at all. This is a relatively obvious manifestation of the civilization behind it. In fact, after such a long time and studying so much information, he also knows that the most critical thing about soul technology is to look at the characteristics of some universes. Some universes will be filled with a special energy. And this energy is the key to developing soul technology and discovering this technology. Without these things, even if you have this idea, you will not be able to continue to study it. At this time, Jiang Yan naturally chose to focus on soul technology for his future development route. Although the current research progress on this technology is still very slow, it is undeniable that this technology is very helpful to me. At least judging from my current situation. If I want to make a breakthrough, I can only start with this technology. It is basically impossible to catch up with those two civilizations based on laws. The other civilizations' research on some technologies, especially laws, is definitely better than mine. There is currently a known civilization that is studying the laws of time. As for what laws the civilization that gave me the system is studying, I don't know. In this case, the chosen law must be stronger than the law of time. Or even much stronger. But even in this case, there is an uncertain factor. After all, what kind of laws are studied by the civilization that gives me the system? If I don't understand it, everything will be in vain. As he said this, Jiang Yao knew that his current breakthrough might be in soul technology. At present, the level of scientific and technological research in this area of the two civilizations is not very high, which means that no one knows what the follow-up will look like. Under such circumstances, if I break through the research to the later stage, then for me, it will definitely be a great help. If soul technology is divided into 3 stages, then the first stage is the stage where I get along with several other civilizations. This is a basic stage. If you cross this stage, you will enter the next stage. A completely new stage that no one knows about. Currently, neither I nor they are stuck in the first stage. If I can successfully enter the second stage, or even the third stage, I might be able to compete with the law. At this time, he was thinking about it and began to plan for the future. He wanted to enter the next stage. It was simple to say, but it was basically impossible to do it. After all, the other party's high technology had been developed for so many years more than him. No research has found a reason. It's strange that a civilization like this that I just started studying can be studied. However, he believed that as long as he kept following this road, he might actually have a chance. With this mentality, he also began to think about it. Since the law of time was taken back by that civilization, now my research on the rule of law must start from scratch. Originally, he might have entered the level of superdimensional civilization, but as his laws were taken back, he has now returned to the previous stage. But for him, this doesn't matter. After all, his level is entirely dependent on those civilizations secretly fueling the fire, not him. So now I need to choose a law to study as soon as possible, because there has been a certain amount of research progress before. So for me, it is equivalent to walking the previous path all over again. For me, it's not a lot of pressure. But which law should be chosen? At this time, he also began to think about it. Currently, there are 2 legal routes that he can take that were arranged by others, and one of them must not be touched. He can no longer contaminate the law of time. Removing the law of time is the law of devouring. This law is much weaker than the law of time, although the other party arranged it for him. Now he is not immune to worry that this law may be secretly fueled by others, although the mysterious civilization was wiped out by themselves. Who can guarantee that this mysterious civilization really developed by themselves as they thought, rather than being fueled by a more powerful civilization behind it? There is no human guarantee for this, and the risks involved make him dare not touch this law. Apart from these 2, the only thing left is the devouring law, and this law is understood by his race's nature. It is also the law of least risk. Of course, this is also the weakest law among several laws. But for me, studying the laws is just to ensure my strength and survive in this world. What I really need to study is soul technology. Thinking of this, he quickly made a decision in his mind. This rule that he looked down upon before has become his reliance now. At this time, when he was still planning how he should operate in the future, the civilization that gave him the system was here. The experimental subject is completely out of our control. In order to control him, we made up the corresponding text based on what happened before he traveled through time. Made up something corresponding to make it easiest for him to accept, and guided him along the way. Our entire plan seemed to us to be foolproof, and there would be no accidents. But who could have imagined that there would be an accident in the end? In so many universes, countless civilizations have been born. There is no connection between these civilizations, and there are countless potential civilizations. Under such circumstances, this civilization will be selected by 2 transcendent civilizations. This in itself shows the extraordinary luck. It seems that the theory about luck is correct. It is even said that the reason why it was selected by 2 civilizations at the same time is also a self-help method of luck. At this time, everyone was discussing some characteristics of luck based on everything that happened. They would not think that they were unlucky enough to choose the same civilization as another civilization. They would only think that it was luck that was getting in the way. Chi Luck knew he was plotting it, so he chose to protect himself in this way. This gave them a deeper understanding of this ethereal thing. Sure enough, this kind of thing is not something we can master now. It is even said that no civilization can fully master this kind of thing. Perhaps our route at the beginning was wrong. We should have taken another route at the beginning. getting along with them as friends or in some other capacity, supporting their development, and then using them. Everyone present shook their heads at this statement. They knew very well that such a possibility would never happen. What level of people are they here? And the other party was just a weak and unworthy existence at the beginning. Just one of many experimental subjects. The situation between the two parties is extremely unequal. And it is simply impossible for me to spend so much energy and time on them. The most important thing is that at their level, they don't believe in so-called friendship. They only believe in control. They will only take advantage of it if it poses no threat to themselves. This is why, although this theory is feasible, it is absolutely impossible to happen. Things. Okay. Now these meaningless words are of little use. What we have to do now is to find the other party. Can you deduce which universe they will hide in? Not at the moment. They cut off all ties with the past, including the bugs they released into the previous universe. They also destroyed them all. But in that universe, we found traces left by the gate to the universe. It's obvious that they changed things under our noses in this way. At this time, everyone was also having a headache with the operation of the bugs. The other party's every move has always been under his surveillance, including the universe where Jiangyao put insects into self-development at the connection point of the universe. They are also being monitored. But as Jiangyao entered the superdimensional civilization, their monitoring of Jiangyao was not as complete as before. Chapter 805 New Arrangements. Because after reaching that stage, Jiangyao immediately transferred the relevant technology to the bugs over there through the spiritual connection. After finishing all this, Jiangyao immediately ordered the other side to start the implementation. As the implementation of these technologies was completed, the bugs using the power of law also discovered the equipment that monitored them. These devices that monitor themselves are researched based on laws. Because the existence of this device cannot be detected by existing means. This is also the reason why the other party can always pay attention to you, but you can't do anything about it. In fact, he was stunned when he was able to observe these detectors. These things were staring straight at him. But there was no reaction from his side. In this way, after knowing which side is monitored, the subsequent operations will be simple. They immediately used various means to avoid surveillance. In fact, they also had the ability to block it at this stage. But once shielded, it is exposed. Of course, the exposure here refers to the exposure of their actions, and not anything else. After all, it is well known that their monitoring will be discovered at this stage. If they block it immediately at this stage, it will inevitably make the enemy think too much. In the eyes of the enemy, this area is just an abandoned area. There will definitely be big problems if there is action here. So we immediately started researching, and soon found a way to block a certain range. Opening the door to the micro-universe does not require much space, and takes a relatively short time. So there is still a chance to shield this small area from being discovered. So the bugs here immediately took action. And in the end their plan was naturally successful. With the opening of the door to the micro-universe, the first step of the plan to break away from the other party's control was successfully completed. So we made mistakes from the beginning. Bugs have left bugs in many universes. Although we have parked detectors there, these detectors can only play a surveillance role and cannot do other things. So we don't know anything about their little moves. All in all, this time it was our mistake. And it also allowed us to see the power of luck, which can actually make a comeback in such a fatal move. Now we're in trouble. At this time, everyone knew that the bugs had successfully escaped, although it was unclear what their future would be. Combined with the technology they had studied before, their technology would soon reach the previous state, and could continue to extend further. One day bugs will reach the same technology as them. After these years of observing bugs, they have a very clear understanding of their behavior. Maybe other civilizations have reached this point, and will ignore past grudges due to various reasons. But bugs will never do that. For the bugs, what they want to do is definitely to take revenge at all costs. And when they appear in front of you, they must have the corresponding strength before they dare to come out. Even if we die together with you in the end, the comrades don't care, because as long as the leader doesn't die, the bugs will have a chance to come back. The most worrying thing now is another thing. That is, with the lesson learned this time, it is absolutely impossible for the leader of the bugs to put himself in danger again. It is even said that from this moment on, they will never find the location of the leader of the bugs. This means that even if they wipe out the bugs in the later stage, it will not take long for the bugs to continue to make a comeback to fight them. Unless the bugs are crushed forever, everything will be in vain. But as time goes by, as the bugs rise again and again, they will definitely be able to find out many of their own problems in the battle with themselves, and then fight against these shortcomings. So for them, what they have to do now is to find the leader of the bugs. But this is not easy when they know that the leader of the bugs is the owner of luck. The mysterious and unknown power of luck can always protect the owner of luck time and time again to avoid danger and respond to crisis. Therefore, under such premise, the one who adds the bug will deliberately hide himself. Trying to find it is tantamount to wishful thinking. This is indeed a terrible thing. Anyway, search as much as possible in the entire universe. Maybe we can really find him. If we do this, there may be many problems in the future, especially if we set foot in the universe. Then I think the consciousness of the universe will not let us go. Although we are not afraid of some common cosmic consciousnesses, you must also know what we are afraid of. So things are in trouble now. But fortunately, apart from us, there is another super civilization that has also taken action against them. When the time comes, the bugs will inevitably cause trouble for them. It is even said that they will give priority to finding that super civilization than us, because the other party is much weaker than us. Then maybe we will have the opportunity to follow the clues and find what we want. At this time, everyone was discussing the current situation, and it was not difficult to see from their tone that they were more elegant and calm than before. Now there is more urgency in their hearts. There is no way. After all, when the bugs escape from here, it means crazy and terrifying revenge will appear. This is the consequence of losing control of the experimental subjects, especially those experimental subjects with very strong follow-up potential. Of course, this is not the first time something like this has happened to them. Compared to the past, they were able to be suppressed smoothly. But this time, there was such a big problem. After all, although their work is very airtight, as the technological level of the experimental subjects becomes higher and higher, and they learn more and more things, they will gradually find that something is wrong. Although there are only a few here, they are very unusual. Coincidentally, this time bugs also appeared among the few. I never thought it would end like this. Since we can't conduct regular searches through the universe, I think we can change our thinking and support more races. Of course, the race chosen this time is the race with limited potential. For us, their role is to help us find bugs, and they have no other role than that. By using them as our eyes in the universe, it should be possible to rely on them to find those bugs. As long as the base is enlarged, there will always be some universes that can find useful things. Everyone nodded to this proposal. Indeed, judging from the current situation, this proposal is the only feasible way, compared with them venturing into the universe and being suppressed by consciousness, or being attacked by consciousness madly. It would be better to let the native civilizations of the universe solve this matter. For them, such an operation is not complicated, and they have been doing similar things. So the whole process is very skilled. Thinking of this, they immediately started to take action. There was no other way. For them, the only way to avoid future troubles was to find the bugs and eliminate them all. With this idea in mind, we also started to take action. With their actions, many civilizations in different universes encountered their opportunities. This was an opportunity for their civilizations to rise. The situation is similar to that of the original players. The discovery of these things has greatly promoted the development of these civilizations' technologies. But unlike before, there is a special thing among these technologies. And this thing is to tell the civilization that has obtained these things that these things are being targeted by a powerful race in the universe. This race destroyed the civilization of the holders of this thing. At the same time, this race is also searching for this thing all over the universe. So after obtaining this thing, it will naturally bear corresponding risks. But this is nothing to many civilizations. After all, when they get the benefits, naturally one has to bear risks. And they would feel strange if there were no risks at all. At this time, after they laid out such a plan for the players, Jiang Yao began to restore Blue Star again. Not only that, he has also started targeted recovery for other surviving races. There is no other way. What he has to do now is to make up for all the losses he has suffered as soon as possible. Especially the population. Even at his current stage, population is still a very important thing. Only with a sufficient population can we have the opportunity to give birth to some geniuses who can promote the progress of civilization. And with these geniuses, we can consider revenge in the future. But at this time, he also began to sort out his situation. In order to better control me, those civilizations connected me to the insect nest. As long as the insect nest dies, I will die. So I must always stay in that insect nest. Because that thing is gone. And so am I. It's useless wherever I hide. But it's different now. Without this constraint, I can go wherever I want from now on. This will make it easier for me to hide. For me, this is naturally a good thing. But I also have to consider another thing. Although I can avoid being blamed if I leave alone, my personal safety must also be taken into consideration. A lot of technologies must be used, especially the ultra-brain technology used before. This technology is the most powerful technology to improve the ability of individual soldiers. Connected through a supercomputer, you can use various things at any time. With this thing, you don't need to worry about safety when you go out alone. It is enough to repeatedly operate with a brainworm here. He can also do some simple things very well. For some major decisions, he can contact me and let me make decisions. In this case, I don't need to worry about my own safety. And then the development of civilization can continue. Thinking of this, he immediately started making arrangements. This universe certainly cannot afford to stay longer. There are too many advanced civilizations here. And the most critical thing is that the biggest problem here is that they also launched a war when they came here. And this is without knowing that there are so many super civilizations here. Although it is very hidden, it does not rule out the possibility of being discovered. So now he needs to leave this universe immediately. Jiang Yao's current thinking is very simple. That is, he and the insect swarm must be separated. Only in this way can we ensure our own safety. After there are no restrictions, it is much easier for him to do some operations now than before. As a single individual, it is difficult to be found no matter where he goes. And he will carry enough DNA samples and various information on his body. In this way, even if there is a problem with the Zerg on his side, he can recover in an instant, create a new swarm. But at this time, he also had to think about another problem. He is completely different now than he was before. The Blue Star people have been of great help to me, but many times I have to pay too much to take care of them. It is definitely not possible to continue to get along with the Blue Star people in the past way. We must change a way that allows them to help us and ensures their safety. At this time, Jiang Yao was filled with emotions as he looked at these sleeping Blue Star people. He definitely wouldn't have been able to do this. After all, without them, he wouldn't have been able to develop to where he is today. But according to the current predicament he is facing, if his side remains the same as before, it is very likely that the Blue Star people will be kidnapped one day. So after thinking about it, he decided to take another plan. That is to create a virtual world for Blue Star people to survive in. In this way, not only can the Blue Star people in reality be transferred easily, but the most important thing is that they can also be sent to an area far away from the insect swarm. In this way, even if the insects here are eliminated, there will be no problems over there. Compared to other civilizations, Blue Star does not know the truth, so it is much easier for them to operate on their own. The most important thing is that Blue Star is used more for combat, and does not require technological research and development. The technological research and development in the virtual world is definitely not as good as in the real world. But Blue Star doesn't need it. Thinking of this, he immediately began to make arrangements to build a real virtual universe. A virtual universe controlled by the Blue Star people. This was also where they had originated. So there would be no suspicion. I just want to simulate a virtual universe. And every detail must be in place. After all, if a bug occurs, it will be embarrassing. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to appear in the real world. So every detail must be perfected. The entire project volume is relatively large for him now. It still takes some effort to get these things out. However, for this kind of thing to be done once and for all, it doesn't matter if it's hard work in the early stage. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered Brainworm to start making arrangements. Chapter 806 Some People's Little Thoughts. As the order was issued, arrangements gradually began to be made in all aspects. The first is the simulation of the entire universe. They had almost explored the universe before, so the situation there was easily simulated. Secondly, all aspects of the planets are also easily figured out, although there is no guarantee that every planet will be the same as before. Combined with all the data currently collected by humans, the bugs have also made simulations to ensure that these areas are the same as the data obtained by humans. In the past, the most exploration was in the solar system and its surroundings, because the fake universe created here at that time was just like this. It is even said that many things outside the Chiwu galaxy were displayed using simulations. After all, the truth of the game has not been exposed for so many years, which is enough to show how careful he was at that time. In fact, many people at that stage were also wondering why they could not set foot in further areas. The situation given at that time was due to the limitations of technology. But it is different now. If it is in a virtual world, Even if they want to go to the end of the universe, they cannot think. As for research, this simulated universe can completely simulate the normal research process. Basically, as long as it does not reach the stage of superdimensionality, all the following research can support it. The entire construction process took a very long time. And during these long years, Jiang Yao also began to make arrangements for his future. After all, judging from my current situation, if I don't make clear arrangements for the future, there will definitely be problems by then. At this time, when everyone was trying their best to return to the past, Blue Star also officially entered the virtual universe. From a certain point of view, they should be regarded as conscious life forms. Of course, their bodies are still there. Their bodies were sent away from the universe by a group of special troops arranged by Jiang Yao. In this case, even if something unexpected happens to the Zerg base in the later stage, they will still have ways to deal with it. As for Jiang Yao, of course he left this universe. Unlike being escorted by insects, he left alone. No one knows where he went. Of course, this is also a protective measure for himself. After all, if everyone knows his whereabouts, there will be nothing to do in the future. In this way, everything was arranged in an orderly manner according to his plan. As time went by, some problems gradually emerged. This does not refer to the Zerg internal side, but to the Blue Star side, because he has lifted the restrictions on Nanqing. To put it simply, they can now develop at will and study many difficult problems that could not be solved before, and they have all been easily overcome. The group of people who once knew the truth have long since left due to the changes of time. So now the entire Southern Star does not know the truth of this matter. They only know that there is a metaverse on the Blue Star side. And this metaverse has been controlling the economic lifeline of the entire planet for hundreds of years. No one knows who is behind it, although it is claimed that there are high-level people behind it. But as the older group of people left, this metaverse continued to operate. Although now the entire Blue Star relied on this metaverse. The first is that all aspects of the economy can be traded through the metaverse. And in reality, there are robots to deliver these things to them. At the same time, there are various corresponding industries in the metaverse. Although they are all virtual industries, they can be benchmarked against reality. This ensures that the things inside will not depreciate. And this time in a high-level meeting, I do not deny the huge contribution that the metaverse has made to the development of our civilization. But we cannot continue to allow this thing to continue. At this time, a man who looked a bit like a descendant of an eagle spoke. The main reason why he raised this question was because their country once controlled the entire civilization. However, due to the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, it slowly declined. When the era of great unification came, they were reduced to just one continent, place. At that time, they were unable to resist this trend. But now they have new ideas. In the past, our footsteps stayed in the solar system. But recently, with the advancement of science and technology, navigation technology has been developed in farther space. We already have a look at the same more advanced spacecraft. And in the future, we will set our sights on the Sea of Stars. It is unrealistic to say that after entering the Sea of Stars, we still use the previous metaverse system. We need to work out a new system. And our state team just happened to have such results. When he heard what he said, the person next to him, who looked a bit like a descendant of Sakura, also nodded repeatedly. It is naturally impossible for the new era to use things from the old era. With the advent of the new era, the old era should also step back. And another cosmic war simulation section in the metaverse is also a big problem. What's the use of a bunch of people who only know how to play games? Although this simulation allows us to see the diversity of space wars, what's the use of it? Now we don't have access to these things. Even if we do in the future, we will use well-trained people, not just a group of people who only know how to play games. So I really don't understand. Every year, there is such a large sum of money in the Yuan universe. What's the use if it's all allocated to them? In my eyes, they are just a group of blood-sucking insects sucking up the planet's resources. Listening to the words of the Sakura representative, the Dragon Kingdom representative frowned slightly. The metaverse system has been in use and is relatively stable so far. If it is suddenly withdrawn, many people will face unemployment. I think the same simulation of cosmic war is very meaningful. Because with the development of civilization, sooner or later we will come across these things. Understanding these things now will help us in future wars. Hearing this, Representative Sakura scoffed. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Do you think that so-called simulation is a real cosmic war? Or shouldn't two civilizations get along well when they meet? Why does your so-called war happen? It's true that you, the Dragon Kingdom, are all born militants. If the alliance continues to be managed by you, you can imagine what the entire civilization will become in the future. At this time, the high-level meeting was noisy. At this time, Jiang Yao was naturally watching everything in front of him coldly. As expected, they are a group of restless guys. Not long after the previous generation left, the next generation started to have other ideas. If you still want to abolish the metaverse, whether you have such an idea in the virtual world or the real world, then the only thing waiting for you is death. At this time, he had a completely new understanding of these people. In fact, he had always thought that the lower limit of some human beings was very low. But he never thought that the lower limit would be so low, especially for some things. In the past, the older generation was still there, and those who knew the truth were still there, so they were able to suppress them. However, as time goes by, the older generation left and took their own so-called technology with them, making great progress. So they had other ideas. The current situation within Blue Star has returned to the time when there was no unity. Many countries have also extended their own private goods. Obviously, they also have their own ideas. Although they were unified at the beginning, these countries did not buy this idea. Although they have been governed by states, many countries still manage themselves. However, because of their own reasons, the top management has been working hard to mediate the conflicts. However, as these senior executives left one after another, new people came up. And the first thing they did was to change the entire Blue Star system, which was already relatively stable. This is not allowed even if it happens in the virtual world. After all, if you do this, it will have a huge impact later on. If the Yuan universe is really banned, even if he doesn't take action, judging from the real situation, there will be very large casualties in the real world. In short, this thing cannot be moved. But these people are doing it for their own selfish desires. I chose to take action. You know, once this metaverse collapses, many people will be displaced. They want to bring people into the metaverse they study. But the metaverse they study is simply not enough to support such a huge volume. After all, the current total population of Blue Star World has reached 100 billion. With such a huge population base, and the operation of various facilities and other things, it is absolutely impossible to create a metaverse that can satisfy these with current human technology. Everyone present knew about this matter. But even if they knew it, they would still go ahead and do it. It is as expected. If all the restless ones had been eliminated at the beginning, there would not have been so many subsequent problems. But as for how to do it, this is an internal problem within Blue Star. I will not intervene. And there should be no point in intervening. This is why these places survived at that time. And now that such a situation has occurred, Blue Star has suffered the consequences. As for what will happen in the end, if this trend continues, Jiang Yao actually doesn't know about this. And he also doesn't care. For him, no matter what happens at Blue Star, it will not have much impact on him. After all, so many people want to find some gamers, which is too simple. So he will not care about these issues. At the same time, there is no need for him to care about these problems. The internal matters of the planet will be solved by the planet. Anyway, in the virtual world, no matter how it is solved, it will not cause too much trouble. But at this time, some things have been done. You must bear the corresponding consequences, even in the virtual world. In fact, he always thought that he was pretty good for Blue Star, compared to other civilizations. If a similar situation occurred, they would definitely be wiped out. However, he did not take action on Blue Star's side, which is enough to show that he for favoritism here. But just because he doesn't take action doesn't mean that he can tolerate such things happening. For some things, there are one thing, two things, and three things. Since they feel that simulating space wars in the universe does not have much effect, then let them see what space war is. Thinking of this, he immediately started making arrangements. In this way, with the end of the Blue Star Conference, their destiny will also change greatly. What are these people thinking? If the Yuan universe continues to be controlled by the Dragon Kingdom, then we will never have a chance. It's such a simple truth. They know that we know it. So why are they not willing to stand on our side at this time? At this time, the meeting ended without achieving its purpose, and many people couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with it. That's right. They failed at this meeting, and all their proposals were rejected. Since they don't pass, then we will find a way to force them to pass. At this time, one of them suggested, we directly destroy the obstruction of the Yuan universe. This way there is no Yuan universe. Then if they want to move in later, they will have to enter our Yuan universe. It's something you can do, but it's very risky. Don't worry. We can disguise our soldiers as rebels. In this way, even if something goes wrong, we won't be blamed. In this way, everyone present began to conspire. Jiang Yan naturally knew about their conspiracy, but he didn't intend to care about it. He also wanted to see what the humans of this era were like. After all, he didn't have much contact with people of this era. Basically, all he came into contact with would be a player of the game. For him, this is a small thing. But for Blue Star, this is a big thing. But it is not that there is no way to stop it. It depends on whether the people of this generation have the courage and ability. As time went by, under his observation, another group of people began to take action. First, they began to win over some important people. After winning these people under their banner, they then started their own plan. Each person contributed a few troops. And finally, the army was over 100,000 strong. Although these people were dressed like ruffians, they could not hide their aura. At this time, with an order, this group of troops set off in the direction of the treatment of the Yuan universe. As their actions begin, the hundreds of years of peace that have existed throughout Blue Star will be broken. However, the new senior management did not know about this matter. By the time they found out about this, the army was already approaching. At that stage, they immediately sent troops to stop it. However, they were obviously prepared, and the destruction was far faster than the speed of their supporting troops. It didn't take long for the metaverse to be breached. As the mastermind of the metaverse was destroyed, the entire metaverse also stopped functioning. Not only that, they not only destroyed the obstruction of the metaverse, but the moment the obstruction of the metaverse was destroyed, they immediately began to support their own metaverse. The whole process was done in one go. Chapter 807 The Alien Fleet is Coming. That's right. They were very well prepared in all aspects. When they finally reacted, the metaverse had stopped functioning and could not be restored in a short period of time. At the same time, they were naturally well prepared when doing these things. They know that if there is a problem with this metaverse, no matter how much the price is, it will be repaired in a short time. But whether this short time is 1 month or 2 months, it is hard to say. And these times are how they plan themselves metaverse approach. In this world, the metaverse has completely controlled the economic lifeline of the entire world. As long as they get this thing, then the world will belong to them in the future, and they can restore their former glory. At least that's what they thought. But soon they stopped laughing. In their original understanding, the biggest role of this metaverse is to provide a communication platform through which everyone can communicate with each other, trade with each other, and even work and so on. In fact, their entire plan went relatively smoothly at the beginning, because everyone cannot do without the metaverse. Once they leave the metaverse, even the most basic work and production cannot be carried out. Ever since, when they started to crazily promote their metaverse, a very large number of people joined. As the number of people increased, problems were soon discovered here. The first is computing power. They found that what they are currently using is the most advanced obstruction in the world, but it cannot maintain the computing data required by a huge crowd. People who entered the metaverse were confused, because they found that they seemed to have thought of this matter too simply. This was not a switch from one metaverse to another, but a battle between technology and technology, because the server simply cannot sustain such a huge load. Therefore, it was said that the Yuan universe was forced to close shortly after it was functioning. Although it was reopened shortly after, everyone found that the world had changed after it was opened. The areas that originally seemed out of place and had problems with the painting style have now become more exaggerated and have turned into a mosaic. Although reducing the load on all aspects of the metaverse in this way can indeed achieve this effect, allowing many people to maintain operations in it. But this world is no longer the original world, but a world of mud. Everyone can't help but frown when they see the scene here. Obviously, the scene here is not the metaverse they have in mind. Of course, this is just the beginning. There are things that make them even more worried. The first thing is to connect to the network of each company. In fact, it was very simple for the original metaverse. But for the current metaverse, this is simply impossible because even they cannot maintain such a huge network. Network offload? It is really too huge. Although they have many means. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. When the quantity of these things has reached a very terrifying level, any small thing will lead to very big changes. This is a change that they currently simply do not have the ability to cope with. Immediately afterwards, the network that maintained the metaverse was paralyzed. That's right. It was paralyzed immediately. Then, they started working overtime to repair it. But before this problem was solved, another more serious problem appeared. And the emergence of this problem directly led to the collapse of the metaverse plan. Yes, this metaverse plan failed because they found that the new metaverse was unable to command those working robots at all. You must know that the entire system here currently issues orders from the metaverse, and then lets the work robots complete a series of things. This is roughly the rhythm. However, the core of this rhythm is the metaverse, and the working robots are bound to the metaverse. Once the metaverse cannot operate, the working robots will also stop. Although they tried to change the programs of these working robots, as they went about it, they found that their skills were not enough to change these things. In their eyes, these were antiques made decades ago. But they never imagined that even at their current stage, they would be unable to do anything with these antiques. Only then did they understand how difficult it was to accomplish something that seemed simple to them. And the most important thing was that as time went by, because of the problems that had arisen on their side, many places had already there has been a shutdown of work and production. The civilized system is experiencing huge problems at this moment. The losses caused by the entire civilization being suspended for one day are immeasurable. And this loss is indirectly transferred to them. Although they did it very covertly at the beginning, it does not mean that the people under them also can hide this matter. Especially at that time. This operation was relatively large scale. And there were many people in it who even said that everyone knew each other. But now with the revelation of the incident, these people have naturally been pulled out and used as outcasts. But how could these people be willing to be abandoned? So they chose to expose the whole incident to everyone and let everyone know the truth of the matter. A series of subsequent reactions directly shocked the entire civilization. They never expected that this matter would be like this. That someone would actually do such a thing for their own selfish desires. Now everyone was excited. They were angry. At this time, although they were angry, it had no effect. Because it has happened. At this time, they had nothing to do about it. The original instigator was pushed out, and a thorough investigation began. In the end, it would have been better not to investigate. But if we did, we would be shocked to find that these people were secretly connected with the rebels. There are rebels in this world. Because the unification of the world is not in everyone's interest. Some people want to force themselves to maintain the original situation for their own interests. Many battles broke out for this reason. But these rebels are like stubborn rocks that will never be wiped out. Once they are wiped out, a new one pops up. And they didn't know the truth until this moment. It turns out that these states are in contact with the rebels, and are secretly funding them, helping them, and even providing them with some intelligence for their extermination. This is the reason why they have been able to persist until now. It is even said that most of their weapons are provided by them. And everyone has various headaches for these restless states. As the old managers fell, new managers came up. But they still couldn't stop this thing. After all, the previous unification was not particularly perfect. Not everyone is of the same mind. However, while the entire civilization is still struggling with these things, something even more terrifying has happened. Defenses at the edge of the galaxy are suddenly attacked. An unknown extraterrestrial civilization has discovered this place. As a result, the attention of the entire civilization was shifted to this mysterious extraterrestrial civilization. At first, humans also tried to have friendly exchanges, but to no avail. The other party ignored him at all. Basically, all the information sent fell into the sea. Until one day, they observed a space fleet flying towards them in a mighty manner. Naturally, after discovering this incident, they reacted immediately. After all, after so many years of development, there are still many weapons targeting space. Although the current sailing distance of warships is still very short, it is still possible to support a new series of operations. So the war with extraterrestrial civilizations began. Because as we get to the later stages, the players in the metaverse pay less and less attention. So players in this level of war have no chance to participate at all. And they don't even have a chance to understand it. Of course, this is also due to the previous generation of managers who did it deliberately. Although he knew the truth, and although he did not dare to openly suppress the Yuan universe, he also put in a lot of effort secretly. It was also because of their fueling that the current situation resulted. At this time, with the beginning of the war, the entire civilization focused its attention on it. This is the first time we have fought with extraterrestrial civilization. This same war will also let extraterrestrial civilizations know how powerful we are. At this time, a reporter was narrating impassionedly. And while telling him, he was also broadcasting the situation of the civilized fleet. This is our first civilization fleet in space. Our fleet is a space formation composed of 500 frigates and 200 cruisers. These warships are equipped with the latest laser weapons and the most advanced power systems in the world. We have also tried to capture alien warships before, and we found that our laser weapons can cause fatal damage to them. Currently, the total number of fleets sent by the aliens is 10. But we have so many warships, so there is no suspense in this battle at all. All mankind is very confident about this battle. However, among these people, there are a group of people who are not very optimistic about the current situation. These people are naturally players. If nothing else happens, we will lose this battle. Yes, the enemy's technological level is not clear yet. In such a situation, by sending so many warships, aren't you just sending meat to others? At this time, in a live broadcast channel, several players were discussing the evidence at hand, and the barrage was filled with abuse. There is no way. The words of these players are too sharp, and they say that their side will fail. Is such a thing possible? 10 ships fought against 700 ships and lost first. Looking at these barrages at this time, these players were not angry. You may feel that what we are saying is a bit fanciful, but the fact is that the battle between civilizations has never been won by your large numbers. The suppression of technology can completely make up for the lack of numbers. And there is a problem with your combat thinking. Since the other side dares to send 10 warships, then it is certain that the other side is sure of victory. Because when they attacked the edge of the heart, they lost a lot of money. A battleship. At that time, they only had 3 warships in total. The superiors never told us how much we lost, but I estimate that the number will definitely not be less. This also means that we have some understanding of their strength, because the technological gap means that the information we know is not comprehensive, but they know us well, because that battle has allowed them to collect enough data. I see that many friends in the barrage are saying that our weapons can cause damage to the opponent's warships, but I haven't seen anyone mention whether our weapons can break through the opponent's energy shield. Of course, it is undeniable that we can indeed break through it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have captured one of the opponent's warships. But what price do we have to pay? The warships coming this time are obviously different models from the previous warships. This means that the technology level of the warships this time may be higher than the previous low-tech warships. We have to pay a lot of effort. The shield must be broken at a high price. So what about these battleships? At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room was hearing all kinds of ridicule when listening to what this player said. Aren't you guys good at playing games? Games are different from reality. Let's analyze it as if you know everything. But you are just a bunch of clowns. This is simply sensationalizing. You are like 10 strongmen dealing with 700 ordinary people, and each one of them can drown them with just a spit of spittle without even having to take action. At this time, everyone was talking about what you said and what I said. The players still didn't respond much to these taunts. After all, after playing the game for so many years, they have also commanded many wars. For them, they have long regarded themselves as excellent commanders. So they don't care much about the ridicule of these people. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. In response to everyone's ridicule, he just responded to this classic sentence lightly. At this time, while everyone was still cursing at them, the battle report from the front line was also transmitted. At this time, the civilization fleet had arrived at the edge of the galaxy. At the same time, they also locked onto the incoming alien fleets. 10 huge warships, each one as big as a state. Facing such a behemoth, their warships seemed insignificant. Seeing this scene at this time, everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a big warship. However, the signal radius of these 10 warships displayed on their radars is almost exactly the same as that of ordinary frigates, which is enough to illustrate the gap between the two. With the arrival of these 10 motherships, fierce artillery fire began at the next moment, and drones flew out from the motherships and launched an attack on these warships. At this time, everyone was staring blankly at the scene in front of them, not knowing how to react. The famous 700 warships were being reduced in number at an extremely fast rate. Of course, there was an immediate counterattack here, but when they fought back, they knew what despair meant. Chapter 808 Renewed Attention. The technological gap between the two sides is too obvious. Only then did Blue Star realize that despite all their efforts, they might not be as good as others. The warships they were so proud of could not even defeat the opponent's massive drones. These are small drones that look like they are only 10 or 20 meters tall. They thought their attack was fierce, but the bombardment on the drone had no effect. On the contrary, the drone's attack easily penetrated their armor and shields. Although Blue Star was also studying shield technology at the beginning, for some reasons this technology did not achieve high success. How is this possible? How can the gap between the two sides be so big? Their mothership hasn't even taken action yet. And they can wipe out all of us with just these drones. At this time, no one could accept the scene in front of them, because it was too outrageous. And the gap between the two sides was too huge. So huge that they all felt powerless. They had also imagined what would happen if they were attacked by some extraterrestrial civilization. Similarly, they have also done a lot of simulation drills. They think that as long as they arrange the tactics well, even if the strength gap between the two sides is huge, they still have a chance of winning. However, the current results have made them understand that what they imagined may be just imagination. That's all. Everything they simulate is just a joke to these civilizations. The strength gap between the two sides is simply too huge. They have thought that if one battleship is no match for the opponent, then 10 battleships can always defeat the enemy. But what is now shown on the battlefield tells them that they have thought too much. Not to mention 10. Even 20 warships attacking at the same time are no match. It wasn't until this moment that they understood that everything they simulated was simulated according to their own ideas. The proportion of personal subjective factors is really too large. But in this universe, some things must be judged in an objective way. But they subconsciously chose subjectivity, which means that they have many plans, and many of the simulations are basically useless. And this mistake led to the current situation. And they had no way to solve it, because it had already happened. At this time, it would be useless for them to regret it. And they had no chance to change it. At the same time, almost everyone started to think about a problem. Why is your side being attacked? And is there any connection between the attack on your side and what has been shown before in the Yuan universe? From the moment they planned to destroy the metaverse, and after learning about some of the special technologies of the metaverse, they understood a truth. That is, this metaverse is definitely more complicated than they imagined. And their understanding of this metaverse is too superficial. At the same time, they went to investigate the origin of this metaverse, but could not get any accurate answers. They could only get some relatively vague answers. But these vague answers all told them that the metaverse was related to the technology of alien civilizations. To put it simply, the main reason why the metaverse is so perfect is because its essence is the technology left by alien civilization on Blue Star. Of course, this false information is also some false information specially arranged by the previous generation in order to protect the next generation. After all, the previous generation knows very well that if the truth is revealed, it means that their civilization will come to the final end. So they have been hiding the truth of the matter. And they want to use various methods to hide it, so that they don't need to worry about any subsequent problems. I have to say that they did make the right choice, because they had thought that something like this would happen one day. As human beings, they naturally know the most about human beings. They are very aware of human arrogance. They also understand that human beings may really be destroyed by their own arrogance one day. So they thought about it from the beginning. Such things and be prepared in advance. At this time, the information the new generation gets is naturally the information the previous generation wanted them to see. However, it is completely enough to have this information, because this information has a complete logical self-consistency, allowing them to know the so-called truth, and allowing them to understand why they cannot crack the metaverse and recreate it. The complete metaverse. So 80% of the theories and information in the metaverse come from those external technologies that are similar to alien technologies that have truly set foot in the universe. They have been sailing in the universe for so many years. And for some reason, they finally crashed on the Blue Star. Superior. Using the technology left over from their wreckage. People of the previous generation created this metaverse and began to promote it globally, because many of the theories in it take humans a very long time to accept. If these theories are suddenly no one is willing to accept it if it is released. Their plan was successful, and they used these technologies to create a prosperous civilization. At the same time, most people know about the laws of the Dark Forest, because it is through games. Everyone can accept it. However, those people who play games, who are looked down upon by us, may be the key to truly breaking the situation. Because all the information in the war module is some things left over from the battles of the previous civilization. And then by optimizing these things, a real battlefield is simulated. That is to say, the wars experienced by those players are all those experienced by that civilization. And similarly, any situation expressed by them is true. At this time, after learning the truth, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how naive and ignorant they really were. This is how we were introduced to cosmic warfare a generation ago. They also realized that if we make this information public and tell everyone the truth, what consequences will it bring? Human beings are inherently arrogant. When everyone knows the true situation of space war and develops warships, there will definitely be some dishonest people who will try their best to start a war. The first point of leaking this information in this way is to let us know the real situation. And the second point is to let us understand the general pattern of the universe, so that we can prepare in advance. Not only to deal with extraterrestrial, the preparation for civilization is also to prepare against one's own people. At this time, everyone present felt that they understood everything. But it's too late. At present, their fleet has been destroyed by the enemy, which means that even if they let the players join at this time, it will not have much effect. After all, no matter whether the tactics are easy or otherwise, they all need the support of battleships. Especially in the tactics of weak and strong. They have seen that players basically win by quantity, but they have no way to provide quantitative support. No matter how we do it, we have to give it a try. Try to contact the players and let them give it a try. After all, we have tried it, and the results are not satisfactory. So let's see if they can give us some surprises. Soon everyone made this decision. Such a large number of players were invited to the war room. And the same behavior naturally attracted the attention of the entire civilization. After all, this time almost all the more famous players were invited. Many players were live streaming before, judging the mistakes in this war, and how they should fight in this war to have the possibility of winning. At that time, almost everyone regarded them as clowns. However, now when they saw this group of clowns in their eyes being respectfully invited to the Joint Operations Conference Center, they were all dumbfounded. Until this moment, they discovered that the clown was actually myself. Immediately afterwards, they became even more confused and puzzled. You must know that these people are just playing games. Isn't it a little rash to invite them to the United Nations conference room? This is what everyone is thinking. They have won everything in the game. They are masters of command and combat in the game. But what does this have to do with reality? Games and reality are inherently different. But soon a report caused an uproar throughout civilization, because that game, which many people look down upon, was actually created using the technology left behind by an alien civilization. All the wars in it were experienced by the alien civilization, which means that these are all real data, and the victories achieved by players will be the same if placed in the real world. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the group of players who currently know the most about interstellar warfare. A lot of people don't look down on players that they don't play well. Compared to the past, the status of players has changed a lot. This is the result of someone's deliberate actions. But it doesn't matter to the players. After all, their thoughts are in the game, and their social status doesn't seem to have much impact. But as their status becomes lower and lower, the impact on others becomes greater. From India in the past, to looking down on them later, to disgust later. All in all, the changes inside are really huge. However, now that players can play such an important role, many people can't accept it for a while. However, the human joint fleet has failed, and a large number of fighters have basically been left in space. Now the only thing humans can count on is this group of players with combat experience. As for the Space Force, they were naturally wiped out on the battlefield. At this time, after learning the news, the players were also a little surprised. But after the surprise, what was left was ecstasy. After all, for them, being able to defeat extraterrestrial civilization is an achievement in itself. Similarly, when they were invited to the combat conference room, the sense of pride arose in their hearts. I guess I don't need to say more about what I'm asking you to do. We have also sent you the corresponding information on the current situation of the entire planet. The main thing we gathered together today is to discuss how to deal with the current situation. At this time, listening to the speech of the old man on the podium, all the players nodded. I'll go. This is a bit troublesome. The Space Fleet and the Space Force were annihilated. Are these Space Forces pigs? To deal with an unknown civilization, they actually adopt such an array. Isn't this just to deliver food to the other party? He actually didn't even prepare a backup plan. Don't you even know the most basic multi-fleet joint combat model? The multi-fleet joint operation mode simply means splitting a fleet into many small fleets, which facilitates subsequent command. And most importantly, the effects of these small fleets are different in different areas where they are distributed. And if necessary, you can escape from as many battleships as possible, because the positions of the battleships are different. Once you escape, the battleships in front can be delayed, while the battleships behind can evacuate with peace of mind. However, this time the Space Force simply put all its eggs in one basket, which led to its own team being wiped out in the end. But if a few warships escape, the result will not be the same. Yeah, This is too bad. I'm not here to complain. This situation can never be what it is now. First of all, the other party discovered us, but did not kill us all. This shows a problem. That is, our planet is useful to them. Maybe their planet is no longer suitable for survival. So they urgently need to find a suitable place for survival. Planet. The strength gap between the two sides is huge, and there is no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. So if you want to win, the only way is to use special methods. Using the laws of the Dark Forest. As long as we have a battleship escaping, the other party will not dare to do anything unless the other party directly abandons the planet. Because the escaping warships can broadcast our position to the universe at any time. So even if they capture our planet, it will be meaningless. It's even said that we can still get some initiative. At this time, everyone was discussing with each other. When he heard the discussion among the players, the old man couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that they had never thought about the things the players said. Although I am very unhappy with these complaints. The fact is that they failed. So now they can only endure these complaints. After complaining about the mess, the players now have a better understanding of the current situation. Okay, brothers, I have understood the basic situation. It is estimated that it will be quite difficult to confront the enemy at the moment. According to the classification of civilization, the enemy should be at the peak of primary civilization. And we may not have even set foot in primary civilization. The technological gap between the two sides is really too big. It's definitely unrealistic to confront him head-on. Our weapons can't even break through his defenses. So the more reliable way is to escape from the planet. At present, it seems that only escape is reliable, and everything else is in vain. Chapter 809 The Only Way. At this time, everyone present was stunned when they heard what the players said. Because the response from the invited players this time was huge. The entire process was conducted in the form of a live broadcast. After all, if the live broadcast situation is not used, problems will most likely occur in the future. After all, no one knows the situation of the players. So you naturally have to come up with something that can convince them. So when everyone in the live broadcast room heard the players' suggestions, they were all dumbfounded. Escape? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Not to mention where we should go if we abandon this planet. Let's just talk about how we should run. Should we use civilian spaceships? Use civilian spacecraft? That thing is fine near Blue Star. But what happens once it is sailing and maintained over a long distance? What to do with fuel supplies, and how to survive inside? Sure enough, these guys only know how to play games. And the plan they came up with makes no sense. At this time, the players who were watching the barrages in the live broadcast room were also very unhappy. What do you think we are doing now? Are we playing house now? Are alien civilizations coming all the way to play house with us? At this time, a player couldn't help but speak. Although this is a live broadcast, and although the impact of saying this is very bad, they know very well that some people are still like this, and still don't understand the situation. Let me tell you about the current situation. Now, extraterrestrial civilization has attacked, and we have no power to resist. What do you think we should do under such circumstances? Resistance? Are you kidding me? Do you think aliens will reason with us? During the war, do you think they will only attack military fortresses and not ordinary people? You are thinking about a hammer. I guess some of you still have naive ideas. When aliens invade, they will fight the rebels on Blue Star, engage in street fighting, and use various tactics. The player said with disdain on his face. We usually have only one way to deal with this kind of civilization, and that is to directly clear the land. And this is done by orbital bombing. Wherever there are people and cities, we can directly bombard them with laser weapons. It's too easy to melt a city with tens of millions of degrees of heat. You think of fighting in street fights to consume people? Do you think they are fools who would play with you like this? Wake up. All encounters among civilizations in the universe are aimed at exterminating them all. As he spoke, the player continued to add, laser weapons are relatively clean weapons. They have strong location strike capabilities, and are easy to recover from after the war at the most critical time. They will definitely use this weapon when the time comes. Then I would like to ask how we should respond then? After the laser weapons clean up most of the people, they will most likely send out those fighter planes to clean up the remaining people. No matter where you hide, you will never be able to escape the scanning of those fighter planes. How will you respond when the fighter planes come down? If you know that our warships can't even break through the defense of the fighter planes, how can you stop them? At this time, many people who complained after hearing what this player said were also silent. Indeed, many of them think so. They thought that they could still resist the alien invasion and that they could use their excellent individual combat capabilities and various skills to deal with the aliens. But the fact is that they won't play with you at all. If you want to play games, they will just flip the table. So what should we do now? At this time, the leading old man spoke again after being silent for a long time. What else can we do? Just gather all the spaceships that can go into space and run together, running in different directions. There will always be a few ships that can escape, as long as these spaceships are in space. The other side cannot occupy this planet, because these spacecraft can broadcast the location here to the universe at any time. These spacecraft are a thorn in their side. At this time, the old man frowned slightly when he heard what the player said. To put it bluntly, this method will directly ruin the entire civilization. Although sporadic fire can be retained, the problem is that this does not mean much. Is there no other way? After a long time, the old man sighed. Yes, but we can't come up with this method. At this time, a player suddenly spoke after hearing the old man sigh. What the hell? If you have a way, just tell me. You can't bring it up yet. What do you mean? Pretending to be 13? How long has it been since you still pretend to be a hammer? At this time, everyone was discussing with each other. These people are somewhat disgusted with the behavior of the players. How long have you been doing this? It's true that we can't bring it up because we know the nature of human urine. At this time, another player spoke. This method is very dangerous. Once used, the entire civilization may be destroyed. And if there is a problem, no matter what the reason, the finger will be pointed directly at us. Yeah, there are some things we've seen too much of. When the game was first released and later when the game was merged, many people knew what our role was. But as time went by, many people began to deny us. They treat us as blood-sucking insects. But they don't know that what we do is so that we can have solutions when humans face crises in the future. But what? Many people agreed with this plan at first. But then many people changed their minds. We have seen so many changes in human kindness along the way. We used to contribute to civilization, but later became a lousy gamer. As he said this, all the players couldn't help but shake their heads. Our actions have not caused any big losses to civilization. But the results are like this. You can imagine what kind of ending we will have if our actions cause problems here. At this time, after hearing what these players said, the entire live broadcast channel suddenly exploded. All kinds of curses continued for a while. Players naturally know the current situation. But they didn't care much because what he said touched their pain points, and they understood what he meant. To put it bluntly, I don't believe in humans. Of course, this mentality is mainly because they have been playing games all year round. Although it is a game to them. In fact, these are realities. This also means that many things will have a certain impact on players. Therefore, current players can understand that they are warriors who have experienced countless battles. And many things have no impact on their mentality, because their situation has been improved unconsciously. The old man naturally knew what the players meant. But when he saw the players' indifferent attitude towards human beings, he immediately understood something. After all, it's not stupid to reach this position. It should be that the long-term experience of this kind of fake battle has changed their mentality. In fact, they also have a certain understanding of this game. After all, the impact of this game is relatively large. So they will more or less understand the general situation. At that time, they only knew that this game was very real. Especially when simulating battles. It was just like a real battlefield. At that time, they just regarded it as a strategy of the previous generation and did not pay too much attention to it. After all, Blue Star will enter the universe sooner or later. So this means that some experiments will definitely be conducted later. And this game may be an observation experiment. But now it seems that what I originally thought was too simple. Maybe they did this because they wanted to cultivate real personnel capable of conducting space wars in this way. Compared with their current method of training space warriors. Training through games will cause less loss. The most important thing is that more suitable space warriors can be trained. After all, these wars are real. Although they are simulated in this way, they are completely different from those based on imagination. I can't believe that those people used to have deep meaning in every move they made. At this time, he also regretted it very much. If this group of players had been allowed to fight that battle, there might have been a different effect. But now it is too late. Everyone must be aware of the current situation. You can tell me individually what your strategy is. And then I will decide whether to implement it. At this time, his attitude towards this group of players has been completely different. He also knows very well that whether his civilization can survive this level may really only rely on this group of players. After all, compared to them, who have been participating in this kind of simulated combat for many years. They have a very good understanding of some basic conditions of space warfare, or the entire universe. Hearing what the old man said, the players all nodded. After all, they have already given you a step down, so they can't stand on it. As a result, this global live broadcast was announced to be suspended. Not long after, a group of people gathered together in the huge conference hall and began to discuss the next strategy. We won't tell you about your specific situation. The reason why we don't want to tell you during the live broadcast is because it has a huge impact on us. As humans, we are very aware of the human situation. And we also know that once this plan is announced, people may feel that it is very helpful in the short term. And then, they are willing to join in this matter. But once problems arise later, if so, the finger may be pointed directly at us. After hearing what the player said, everyone present, including the old man, nodded. Apart from the players, the rest are some important figures on the blue line. They have been in high positions all year round, and they also have a very clear understanding of people's hearts. The same players have experienced so much and naturally know the situation of intelligent creatures. So this is a tacit thing. You can just say it. Whether or not to implement it is our decision. Even if there are problems in the future, we will be responsible for them. After a long time, the old man spoke. As his words fell, everyone nodded. Seeing everyone's expressions, the players also expressed their thoughts. In fact, in the universe, every battle has its meaning. Except for some very powerful civilizations that will clean up some weak civilizations. The remaining civilizations with barely passable technology will also do this. But they need to have a purpose more than cleaning them up. To do something, the resources of the universe are limited, especially some precious resources that our galaxy does not have. This is why we cannot go too far. If you want to build a battleship that can span tens of thousands of light years in the universe, the materials required are very difficult to assemble. And a galaxy like ours is a very barren galaxy with not much mining value. What is really valuable here is our planet. Before we have mastered long-distance navigation technology and space maintenance technology, it is very important to have a planet as a foothold, as a transfer station or as a base. Because space battleships also need maintenance. Invading our civilization. The main reason why they chose to invade may be that they have taken a fancy to our planet. Maybe their home planet is no longer habitable, or it was destroyed for other reasons. So they are in urgent need of a place to stay. But when he heard what this player said, one of them couldn't help but speak. How did you determine that? It's very simple. First of all, they are fighting across galaxies, and sending so many motherships is unscientific. If their purpose is to clean up, after knowing our strength, they can easily defeat us with just one mothership. And the fact that they sent so many motherships to us feels more like dragging us away. They moved here, so it's not difficult to guess their purpose. What they can get here is a living planet as their new home, and nothing else. Since they didn't come here with the intention of cleaning up, then they only have this purpose. Although we can't judge the condition of their warships now. Looking at their operations, I guess their warships have not been maintained for a long time and are in urgent need of a foothold. So based on the current situation, we have no chance of winning on the frontal battlefield or the future battlefield. In addition, our fleet has been destroyed by the other party, so we are no longer qualified to negotiate with them. If our warships had reservations at that time and fled to space, then for them our warships would be a part of their hearts. Root Thorn. Under such circumstances, their warships are in urgent need of maintenance, and our warships are in outer space. This will form a very balanced situation. If they want to do anything to us, we can broadcast the coordinates here to the entire universe. In this case, their expedition plan will be declared a failure. At that stage, if they want to maintain warships or something, then they have to negotiate with us, and we will have the possibility of peaceful coexistence. Although this is a short-term peace, it is at least an opportunity. Now that this opportunity is gone, if you still want to save this planet and civilization, there is only one way to directly broadcast our coordinates to the entire universe. After hearing what this player said, everyone present fell into silence. Naturally, they knew the consequences of doing so. Chapter 810 Blue Star Migration. The players present are very aware of how risky this is. If we do that, we don't have much time left. That's true. If we do this, there are many factors that need to be considered, and these factors will determine how much time we have left. Broadcasting to the entire universe is possible with Blue Star's current technology, and the frequency we broadcast emits is at the speed of light. so it's hard to say exactly how much time we have left. But no matter what we do, we must ensure that we get things done within this time. At present, we have mastered the navigation technology, but we do not have an immigration ship. For us, this is the biggest problem. If this problem can be solved, then there will be nothing to worry about in the future. It is too difficult for us to build this thing in a short time. There are still many technological problems that need to be overcome. And the most important thing is whether the other party will leave us such a long time. Listening to the players' discussion at this time, everyone present naturally knew what they wanted to express. To put it simply, this is a race against time. First of all, it is simply impossible with their technology. Therefore, it is basically unrealistic to protect this place. The only thing that can be done now is to make them give up attacking here. In this case, the Blue Star side can at least be saved. To be precise, the Blue Star people can at least save it. Any space war is meaningful, especially if a civilization like this is traveling long distances throughout the universe, which means that their resources are very small. It makes no sense for them to start a meaningless war under such circumstances. So once the coordinates here are exposed, they will definitely leave here as soon as possible, because to them, this place has no value. It is very unwise to spend a lot of resources on a worthless area, and it is also impossible for them to do it. But once Nanjing makes this decision, it means that they will also be targeted by other civilizations. This civilization does not have the ability to clean up Blue Star simply and efficiently. But it does not mean that other civilizations do not. So when this place is discovered by other civilizations, it means when Blue Star will be destroyed. And the time of discovery determines whether Blue Star can escape. Once it is broadcast to the entire universe, there are only two ways to discover it. The first is that there is a civilization with very advanced technology near the Blue Star, and then they take action to destroy the Blue Star. There are no galaxies that can produce intelligent planets near the Blue Star. And according to the information they currently have, the nearest planet that can produce life is at least 4 light years away from the male star. If the broadcast is sent out now, and then waits until the civilization captures this information, and then the civilization strikes, the overall time will be about 8 years. If Blue Star responds with all its strength, it is still possible to create a machine that can escape of the immigration ship, because Blue Star now has a relatively mature battleship production line. After all, they have entered the space age. Although the technology is not yet mature, there is no need to worry about so many problems. First, you can produce some rough templates, then produce the templates, and at the same time start researching the corresponding technologies, and then add these things directly. Just okay. Which can greatly shorten the manufacturing time. After all, it is all modular production now. Of course, this is the best situation. It cannot be ruled out that there is a very powerful civilization 1 or 2 light years away from Blue Star. They have been hiding themselves. At the same time, they did not discover this place while exploring the surrounding areas. And then, they sent broadcasts from their own side. You can immediately find that the time of attack here will be much earlier. Although the possibility of this is very small, it does not mean that this possibility will not happen. So this is a very uncertain factor. Apart from this relatively normal way of discovery, the rest is the most worrying way for everyone to vent. In this way, there are not so many twists and turns. Maybe not long after the signal from Blue Star was sent out, it happened to encounter an advanced civilization spacecraft wandering nearby. And this spacecraft received the signal, and then wiped out Blue Star. This is the most embarrassing thing. And it is also the most uncontrollable. No one knows whether such a thing will happen. There are too many uncertain factors in this plan. Now this is the only way we can do it. There is no other way. Yes, we currently do not have functional warships. If there are more functional warships, we can adopt other methods. While talking, all the players couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, if their main fleet had not been completed, there would not be so many follow-up things at all. Of course, the current situation is all due to the arrogance of the Blue Star people themselves. In fact, in this battle, they have many ways to avoid the current situation, because they have discovered the opponent's warship before the war begins. In such a situation, if they want to escape, they can escape in advance. So if so, there's nothing the other party can do against them. However, they don't do this here. Is it possible to go head-to-head with others? People have come across galaxies to hack you. Why do you have a civilization that is still wandering around in your own galaxy? How big is the gap between the two sides? Do you have any idea how big it is? Do you really think that what your battleships are showing right now is a very powerful force in the universe? Understand that the reason why you think this is just because your vision is limited to this. If your vision is higher, then what you see will be another scene of Yalong's arrogance. Because the arrogance of human beings has caused them to ruin their only way of survival. And now they are in a dead end, and if they want to save themselves, they must hurry up. That's all we can say. As for how to do it, I still hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. Because we don't know how advanced the technology of alien civilization is. To what extent they understand our language abilities. We also don't know. Hearing what the player said at this time, all the old men couldn't help but feel a little confused. Can you please explain the situation in more detail? After a long time, an old man suddenly spoke. And after hearing his words, the players naturally didn't care. After the technology of alien civilizations reaches a certain level, the things they possess are beyond our imagination. It's like monitoring the whole planet of our planet without our knowledge. If this is the case, after they understand our language to a certain extent, they will know the content of all our conversations. We will have no secrets from them. And when they knew our plan, I was thinking that their first reaction must be to block the wave frequency of the entire galaxy. In this case, even if we wanted to broadcast to the entire universe, it would be impossible. This also means that our last retreat will also be cut off. Hearing what others said at this time, the expressions of everyone present could not help but change. At this time, they naturally knew that if this thing really happened, then they would really have no way out. Thinking of all the old people here, they began to communicate quietly. Although this behavior is directly related to the future of the entire civilization, logically speaking, they should not make such a hasty decision. But they do not dare to delay too much at the moment. Because the current situation seems that if the players say if something really happens, then they really have no way out. We have to make a decision as soon as possible. I'm thinking the other side doesn't have much time left for us. Although it has only been a few hours since the Space Force was completely defeated. But according to the current speed of the alien warships, it won't take long for them to arrive here. If we haven't made a decision before they arrive here, I guess it's really possible for them to do what players have mentioned before. At this time, everyone couldn't help but feel the pressure increase dramatically. And the most important thing was that they had to do something that was directly related to the survival of the entire civilization in a short period of time. This gave everyone present a headache. After a long time, the old man at the top seemed to have made some important decision. He looked at everyone and said firmly, "Send it. While there is still a chance. Broadcast our position directly to the entire universe." After hearing what he said, the expressions of the people in the audience also changed in various ways. In the end, they nodded. There was no other way. The current situation no longer allowed them to think too much. If the other party could do it to block the heart, then they really have no way out. Just like this, a meeting related to the fate of the entire civilization ended. After the meeting, everyone present immediately began to get busy. After all, leaving here is not an easy matter. Just say leave, and that's it. If you want to leave here, there are still too many things to consider. The first thing is to know how many people will be moved. Judging from the current situation, it is basically unrealistic to take everyone away. After all, there is not much time left for them. However, this will involve very complex issues. And it is self-evident what the mentality of those who are not selected is. How to balance this matter is a question worth thinking about. If it doesn't go well, no one may be able to leave. After all, this involves the most basic survival problem of mankind. If this problem is not solved, rebellions around the world will happen sooner or later. And it is inevitable. In addition, there are many things that need to be considered, such as the arrangement of some supplies. How many supplies should I take with me when I leave here? Which materials can be taken away, and which materials cannot be taken away? At the same time, there are a series of issues such as where technology needs to be supplemented to enable long-distance navigation, and where resources can be supplied from. All in all, there are too many aspects that need to be involved. And the most critical thing in building such a large immigration ship is resources. Although they have mined a lot of resources over the years, these resources are completely insufficient to support the production of so many warships. With the launch of this plan, a series of subsequent problems emerged. But there was no way. They still had to get all these things done. And everyone started to get busy. At this time, another civilization far away in space was exactly what the players thought. When this global civilization after the channel broadcast is sent out, the civilization becomes honest instantly. Of course, they also took action against Blue Star. After destroying several cities, they collected some resources and left. The first purpose of destroying these cities was to obtain resources. And the second one was to vent their anger. After doing all this, there was no point for them to stay, because it had been exposed that this place had become the most dangerous area in the universe. What's the point of staying here? So they started a long journey to find the next area. However, Blue Star did not get excited as they left. At this time, everyone fell into depression, because as the preparations got bigger and bigger, paper could not cover the fire, and some things were exposed. When the newcomers knew about this, they were shocked. At this time, they also understood why the alien civilization did not occupy the planet but left in despair. It was not because their conscience discovered it, but because it was no longer safe here. Because the coordinates here had been exposed, and the laws of the Dark Forest had been exposed. Established. In the near future, this place will be hit by the Dark Forest. The only way to survive is to leave here. Although immigration construction has begun above, many problems were soon exposed. According to our current technology, even if we build an immigration ship, it will not be enough to support the migration of all mankind. First of all, in order to maintain the normal ecological cycle, a large part of the space between immigrants must be placed on this system, which means that each immigration ship can provide very little living environment. This is also true because right now, they are not mastering microecosystems. A large part of the space of the immigration ship must be used for the ecosystem, which means that the number of people that can live in each immigration ship will be greatly reduced. Even if the space is not reduced, it is absolutely impossible to take everyone away with their current resource reserves, let alone the reduction of space. This incident caused panic for a while. Everyone was discussing this matter, and many people started marches to stop this plan. Obviously, most of these people think that they cannot be selected. If they cannot be selected, it means that they may die. So if they die, they do not want others to have a hard time. Chapter 811 Reactions from all parties. Because some people joined in, the already chaotic Blue Star became even more chaotic. Many areas are becoming increasingly uncontrollable. And if the people above had not suppressed them forcefully, bigger problems might have occurred. But even so, everyone knows that the current situation will not last long. Everyone knows the current situation. If we continue according to the current situation, our plan may be aborted before it even starts. So let's talk about whether there is any good way to solve this problem. At this time, everyone gathered together in the conference room to discuss how to deal with the current situation. After hearing the old man's speech, the players couldn't help but look at each other. To be honest, they knew that this situation would happen. After all, this is not a game. This is reality. Likewise, this is humans and not bugs. If this happened to bugs, all they needed to do was give an order from the leader, and these bugs would be willing to give up everything. But if it were a human being, this would be absolutely impossible to happen. This matter has not been hidden anyway, which means that more similar things will happen in the future. So we must find a way to completely resolve the subsequent hidden dangers of this matter. Players, regarding these things, I'm thinking that you must have seen a lot of these things before in game simulations, and you must have some ideas of your own. You might as well talk about them for our reference. After hearing what the old man said, all the players nodded. We have indeed encountered such a thing, but it did not happen to us, because our identity is the Zerg race. As for this race, we can give up ourselves for the bugs under the leader without hesitation. But when it comes to humans, this is absolutely impossible. So we've only seen similar things in other civilizations. Their handling method is also very simple. They use strong methods to suppress a group of people first. In this way, some thoughtful people will also consider whether they can bear the consequences of their actions. After suppressing it, the rest is naturally a piece of candy. We can announce to the public that our plan this time can ensure that all humans can leave. But the way and time of departure are different from what everyone thinks. We can choose to let a group of people leave first. This group of people will choose between some high-level talents and ordinary people, with people from both sides accounting for half. In this way, everyone will have a chance, and at the same time, it will show an attitude. That means we have no intention of giving up on anyone. After all, if we really intend to give up, it is absolutely impossible for us to let ordinary people leave with us. At the same time, we announce that this immigration plan will be divided into many batches. Although the first batch of people leaving have the highest safety factor, their spacecraft technology is also the lowest. After the first batch leaves, we will step up the production of the second and third batches of spaceships. As we manufacture more and more spaceships and conduct more thorough research, the performance of future spaceships must be improved, much better than the first batch. In short, Whether you leave first or later, each has its own advantages. If you leave first, safety is guaranteed. If you leave later, the safety factor will naturally be much higher than that of the first batch of people who left. In short, no matter which batch they are in, they will bear corresponding risks. And then all votes will be public votes to decide whether to stay or go. But before that, there is another thing to do. After hearing what the player said, the old men couldn't help but have some doubts. Anything else? Set the rules. While talking, the players continued to add. And then these people also understood what the players wanted to express. This plan can barely be regarded as the only reliable one at present. It is also a relatively fair plan for everyone. But for some people who were not selected in the first batch, they still have other ideas. After all, everyone knows that the risk is higher the further they go. Although the above has given you a dose of reassurance, who knows when the blow will come? It means that you are living in fear every day, and naturally the pressure is very high. So even if all mankind agrees with this plan, when the lottery results come out, some people will still have other ideas. They will not agree with the result of the lottery, because they are not included in the result of the lottery. And they will find ways to mess up this matter, and finally drag everyone to death. Sometimes crazy people are scary, especially those who are rational. At this time, tough measures must be taken. At this time, there must be no trace of mercy. Once you have such an idea, the destruction of civilization is not far away. Because these people will make your entire civilization without a single person. People can walk away. It's a trade-off. Sometimes a choice must be made. Otherwise everything will be in vain. Especially at this time, when a moment of kindness will push the entire civilization into the abyss. At this time, after understanding the players' thoughts, everyone present was silent. If it hadn't happened suddenly, if it hadn't happened now, they would never have been able to make this decision. But now it seems that they must do this, did it? In that case, let's announce it to the public. And from now on, the entire civilization will be on a state of war readiness. If you have this idea and want to cause trouble, then kill them directly without showing any mercy. What we can ensure is the interests of the majority of people, not just a few. In order to continue the fire of civilization when necessary, we can give up more. In short, the plan must go smoothly, no matter how high the cost. This matter must be completed. After a quick discussion among the elders, this matter was finally decided. And as this matter was decided, the entire civilization was once again in an uproar as expected. For a while, everyone was talking about this matter, compared with the policy that only allowed some people to leave. This time the policy is undoubtedly an acceptable result for everyone, at least for now. But everyone present knew that as the first batch of people were selected, things would become increasingly uncontrollable, because that's when the real conflict breaks out. But once this point is overcome, there won't be much of a problem in the follow-up. Compared with these decision-makers, the players couldn't help but feel a little emotional when looking at the current situation. To be honest, this kind of immigration is too simple for them in the game. They only need to give an order, and it can be completed in a short time. There is no need to think about it so much. And there is no need to be so troublesome. Although there are other civilizations joining the Zerg civilization, any civilization is dominated by insects. Anyone who hesitates or resists the leader's orders will be eliminated by the bugs immediately. No matter what time you are, these bugs will find a way to survive even if the civilization is in crisis. Eliminate these uncertain factors at once. Once a rebellion occurs, they will face a crazy attack by pests. Therefore, in the game, players will not have any obstacles when doing these things, and everything will go smoothly. But when this matter was put into reality, players saw various problems. First of all, there are various remarks by some politicians, and some people who know some things are spreading various rumors on the internet. In short, the resistance from all aspects is very strong. So big that even if the authorities are trying their best to do this, the progress will be slow. Still slow. But for the players, this is none of their business, because they have no intention of getting involved in this matter from beginning to end. Although they can also help, they can also use their own experience to make these people less likely to leave. It's a deter. But the players didn't intend to come forward from the beginning to the end, because they knew the human situation very well. They couldn't touch the people above, but they could still do it if they wanted to touch the players. So there was no need for them to put themselves in danger. Anyway, one thing that is certain for them is that no matter how they play, they will definitely be taken away. After all, those people know how important they are. especially after setting foot in the universe. Everyone knows what the information they possess means, so their group will definitely be taken away. As for other people, the players are too lazy to care so much. After all, it has little to do with them. In the final analysis, this is a common cognitive problem of low-level civilizations. If these people had figured out a little bit of things, then the current situation would not have occurred. They not only hinder the progress of civilization, but also make the progress of civilization slower and slower, so that many people behind may not have the opportunity to leave, and their own lives will also be lost. Why bother? Yes, when you subconsciously think that you may die in this disaster, you will destroy it with this mentality. However, if you are willing to join in the action of responding to the disaster, maybe this a disaster will always befall you. After losing your mind, you will always do something incredible. Similarly, if you don't have enough cognition and rationality, you won't be able to do many things. For many simple reasons. Everyone maintains an attitude of not caring about themselves. If from now on, all mankind will work hard on this matter. Similarly, once it is discovered that someone has some other ideas that will be resisted by all mankind, the speed of the entire immigration project will increase a lot. Similarly, if the person who is shaken down from behind will think about a question, will he not be able to escape because of the obstruction of these people when he originally had a chance to escape? And everyone is likely to be knocked down from behind. So these people have never thought about this problem. They only consider the situation in front of them. At this time, everyone couldn't help but shook their heads. This is nothing more than human herd mentality. However, these people have thought about this, or they can think of it themselves. But when they see other people's behavior, they don't know it. I felt led astray. At this time, the players are discussing with each other. Judging from the current situation, players can already predict one thing. What a terrible thing will happen after the first round is announced. To be precise, the plan they provided is not the best. But what is certain is that this plan is the most effective at the moment. If this kind of action is repeated a few times, some people will naturally realize that they cannot resist at all. At this time, only by complying and joining can we gain a chance of survival. Such behavior will calm down some rational people, and will slowly change this matter from uncontrollable to controllable. Is this cruel? This is not cruel to the players. Because this time it is an escape, not a lost vacation. And the world will enter a new stage. This does not mean that everyone has the opportunity to enter this stage. If their thoughts do not change, then they will always be buried in the dust of history. The gears of civilization and progress are rolling forward, and no one can hinder this gear of progress. Once someone does such a thing, his fate is destined to be a tragedy. This matter has also been confirmed in history. So players are very happy to hear about the current situation. After all, if you want to enter the universe and gain a new life, sometimes this step must be taken. As time went by, the results of the first batch of draws were announced. This time, a total of 10 million people were drawn. And with the announcement of the results this time, everything was as the players thought. Soon the troublemakers appeared, and the above responded immediately. This time it was no longer a small fight. All the resistors were suppressed. And what was different from the past was that in order to suppress these people, fighter planes were even dispatched to clear the ground. Such a tough attitude from above made everyone feel scared. At first, some people tried to stir up public opinion and tried to resist. But these people were all suppressed, and with extremely cruel methods. As a result, many people who want to cause trouble have to weigh whether they can afford such consequences. All in all, this plan was very successful. This incident resulted in numerous casualties. Similarly, this also made many people realize a problem. The current situation can only be accepted, and there is no other way. Not long after the first batch of elections ended, more elections for the second, third, and subsequent batches were already underway. The purpose of doing this is naturally to get more people to stand with them. After all, my previous behavior has caused very bad effects. If we don't fix it, and don't win more people to our side, no one knows what will happen in the future. Chapter 812 The Immigration Plan begins. As the incident subsided, everyone knew which batch they were in. The people selected in the front are naturally very cooperative with the move above, because only by cooperating with them can they leave safely. Even for them, everyone who hinders the progress of this plan is their enemy. For a time, the contradiction between the people selected in front and the people selected in the back gradually aroused. And with the joining of these people, the people above are finally relieved. At least the pressure is not so great. As the subsequent batches of people leave, the people at the back will gradually join them. Side After all, after many people have left, the people behind them will push themselves into the fire pit if they try to cause trouble. As long as they are not stupid, they will not be able to do such a thing. Sometimes people's thoughts are like this. When he sees that someone has left, and he wants to weigh them here, he will feel that it is unfair, and he will try his best to make himself leave. From the beginning, he wants to everyone will die together if they don't leave. And those who come later hope that they can leave too. In short, this matter ended like this. Ended with force. After this crisis was over, the pace of immigration could no longer be stopped. Almost all resources were mobilized together and began to work overtime to produce warships. At the same time, many civilian ships were also transformed into collection ships and began to collect resources within the information, the houses and other things that those who were selected to leave in the first batch had their homes demolished. And all these resources were used for the manufacture of subsequent warships. In this way, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner, and people from all civilizations are using their own strength to ensure that this plan can proceed smoothly. At this time, these old men also had to lament one thing. That is, sometimes they really have to take some thunderous measures. If you have been too gentle, some people will not be able to recognize their current situation and will have other ideas. Most of these people want to hinder the development of civilization. Once these people are gone, the rest will be those who are willing to go with civilization. To put it simply, one rat dropping spoiled the pot of soup. But now that the rat droppings have been eliminated, the root cause of all problems is gone. And with the passage of time, the development of science and technology gradually started to go on the right track. The first batch of immigration ships consisted of a total of 5 warships, each of which could carry 2 million people. In fact, these warships are not that big after all, except for a large part of the space. In order to maintain the ecology, the remaining space is basically used for living. The primary purpose now is to leave and survive, not to live a stable life. So the entire battleship layout is also very simple. There is basically no entertainment. According to normal circumstances, a building, there are 20 households on each floor. Each household is about 40 square meters and can accommodate a family of 3. The first floor can accommodate almost 60 people. If a building is about 100 meters tall based on 30 floors, 1,800 people can live in one building. Such houses are actually at the level of normal buildings seen today. Of course, this kind of living environment is considered a relatively good living environment among immigration ships. But even such a good living environment does not occupy a large area. The entire immigration ship is divided into 3 types of houses. The first type is this type of building. Naturally, this kind of house is not something you can live in permanently. If you want to live in this kind of house, you must make a contribution. And only by giving will you be rewarded. Although some people were assigned here at the beginning, if they don't make enough contributions later, they will be kicked out. Except for the ones with the best living environment. The rest are rooms similar to containers. And the entire room is only 5 or 6 square meters in area. Usually there are 2 to 3 people living there. But the overall environment is naturally much worse than that of the building. But fortunately, it can barely allow the family to move around. This kind of house is very dense and arranged relatively neatly. Usually, it is similar to a building and can accommodate tens of thousands of people in its area. In fact, when calculated carefully, this is just the floor space of a building. It still covers an area of an ordinary residential building, so it will be relatively crowded inside. But compared to the third type of capsule room, it is not a problem at all. The size of the capsule room goes without saying. It is very small. There is only enough room for one person to sleep inside. Although there are some basic facilities here, it is very inconvenient. But for these people, at least they can barely survive. All in all, these houses are reasonably designed so that their footprint is not particularly large. After all, in some cities, a community can accommodate 20 to 30 million people with only such a small amount of land. Naturally, the space utilization rate in the spaceship is many times higher than that of the community. And it can accommodate 2 million people. Not too difficult. If we didn't take into account that apart from the ecological area and the residential area, there are many other areas where a spaceship needs to be deployed. And tens of millions of people can still be crammed into it. But obviously this is unrealistic. After all, to put it bluntly, these spaceships need to allow these people to live here stably for a long time. Not for a short period of time. So many things need to be taken into consideration. Take capsule houses as an example. Not everyone can get used to living in them. At least some people need to spend some time to build some relatively comfortable houses. So there is an area dedicated to doing this. You need to pay a fee for the houses here every day. Similarly, the biggest role of the houses here is to allow those who live in capsule houses to enjoy it for a few days occasionally. All in all, for a spaceship like this that needs to be lived in for a long time, many things need to be taken into consideration. In this way, under everyone's gaze, the spacecraft carrying the first batch of escapees was successfully completed. The chosen people took their various tools and luggage and boarded the spacecraft to distant space. On the day the spacecraft leaves, everyone will focus on these spacecrafts. At the same time, the living conditions of the people inside the spaceships will be transmitted back to Blue Star. With the completion of the construction of the first batch of spacecraft, the second batch of spacecraft is naturally being accelerated. At the same time, in order to ensure that more people can leave smoothly, Blue Star has launched a new plan. Existing spacecraft modification plan. This plan is mainly to modify some of the current private spaceships to give them the ability to sail short distances. These spacecrafts will also be equipped with a special mothership. This mothership is mainly to provide these spacecrafts with certain supplies and maintenance. After all, it was modified from a civilian spaceship for long-distance deep space navigation. Even if it is perfect in all aspects, there will still be problems. But even so, there are still many spaceship owners who are willing to take this risk. After all, they all know that the longer they stay here, the greater the risk. Especially those who own spaceships and are ranked at the back. Naturally, they agree with this matter very much. Some people who were ranked first were also willing to join this plan. After all, everyone has seen the situation inside the immigration spacecraft. And the situation inside is not very good, compared to being in one's own spaceship. There is no way to compare the two. So rather than being crowded with those people, it would be better to be in one's own spaceship. Of course, the people who benefit the most from this are naturally the rich. Their spaceships are already equipped with the best. After some modifications, the comfort level is naturally much better than that of other people's spaceships. Of course, other people don't have any opinions on this matter. After all, they have worked hard to buy these spaceships before. The good spaceship is theirs. Because of the addition of this plan, the total number of warships set off in the second batch is 10. 7 of them are responsible for immigration, carrying a total of 14 million people. And the remaining 3 are naturally used to serve these warships and civilian warships. Because maintenance requires a lot of things. Each of these 3 spaceships can only carry about 1 million people. However, the population of the ordinary civilians who followed them reached nearly 30 million. As the second batch of immigrants left in great force, the third batch of warships also began to work overtime. The first 2 batches of warships took away a total of more than 50 million people and took 5 years. In the 5th year, Blue Star's immigration ship production lines have expanded to 10. Taking into account the time difference, an average of 5 immigrant ships can be produced every 2 years. In fact, with Blue Star's technology, it is simply impossible to achieve such efficiency. But the fact is that Blue Star has achieved this. Its root cause, mainly because the entire civilization is now working together, and basically everyone is joined in this mighty action. If the entire civilization hadn't given everything, it would have been absolutely impossible to have such efficiency. At this time, people in the civilization also knew very well that their contributions were not only for civilization, but also for themselves. However, as time goes by, tension begins to gradually spread in everyone's hearts. Because the Dark Forest strike has been carrying out for 5 years now. No one knows when it will come. But the probability is higher in the future. Will be bigger. Although 50 million people seems to be a lot. Even though Blue Star has experienced alien attacks before, and some civil wars on its side, the remaining population is still calculated in tens of billions. In 5 years, they have not even transported 1% of the population. At this pace, it will take too long to complete collective immigration. Some people who were pushed to the back couldn't help but start to get restless. Because according to the current progress, even if the resources are sufficient, it will take at least 500 years to complete all immigration. It is still unclear whether the Dark Strike will come in 5 to 10 years. But in 500 years everyone believes that the Dark Forest strike will definitely come. For a time, everyone was in panic because of this incident. However, the higher-ups seemed to have noticed such a thing for a long time. Just when everyone was feeling a little unstable, a piece of news appeared that gradually calmed down the restless hearts of these people. This is the second stage of immigration. Everyone must have realized a problem at this time. That is, according to the current situation. If we continue like this, it will take 500 years for us to complete all immigration. We promised that we would take everyone away safely. We never forgot that. For some reasons, there are some things that we didn't explain clearly to everyone at the beginning. Our entire immigration plan is divided into 3 phases. And now we are in the second phase. Our 3 immigration stages will shorten the immigration time to the greatest extent. And our second immigration stage is to choose resource galaxies to live temporarily. Now the batches of immigrant ships we sent have arrived at the landing place we chose before. Although there is no living planet there, it is rich in resources. They're going to build homes over there. Yes, they're going to build homes over there. Of course, the home being built is a temporary home and not a permanent home. All the people who successfully immigrate will settle there and start producing there. And those vacated immigrant ships will come back to pick everyone up in that area. And then start building a new shipyard in that area to continue the manufacturing of immigrant ships. We expect to settle in that resource-rich galaxy for 100 years. When we have enough immigrant ships, we will embark on the journey again. But when they heard what the old man said, everyone's hanging hearts were finally relieved. The new location is about 2 years away. As early as 3 years ago, the first batch of warships had arrived at their destination, and then began the construction of the planet base. Now that the construction of a large-scale residential base has been completed, the first batch of immigrants has begun to return to Blue Star. The same second batch of immigration ships also arrived at their destination a year ago. Now they have also begun to return, which means that these 2 batches of immigrant ships can take away a full 20 million people when they return. The new batch of immigrant ships have also been built while waiting for them to arrive. Then this wave can take away a total of 30 million people. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the shipyard at the new base has also started manufacturing, which means that after a few more years, the new base will be able to build immigrant ships. In the later stages, the number of immigrant ships coming and going will increase more. In the first 2 years, there were 30 million people. In the second 2 years, Blue Star produced 5 immigrant ships, which could take away 10 million people, plus the 2 immigrant ships produced by the new base, as well as the immigrants already being transported. The ship took away a total of more than 50 million people this time. In this way, as time goes by, more and more people leave safely. Chapter 8:13 Various problems arise. Because the number of people leaving each time was much more than the last time, and the number grew exponentially. This also led to everyone being very hopeful for the future. After all, compared to the invisible future, being able to see hope, like now, is naturally something that everyone likes to see and is willing to pay for it. However, although everything is going according to everyone's plan and is relatively smooth, nothing can be smooth sailing. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At present, more than half of the entire civilization has left. But the number of remaining people is still very large. It is the same day as usual, and everyone is watching the spaceship heading into the distance. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of the next spacecraft to pick up more people. Now the new galaxy is relatively mature in all aspects. Although it is a temporary foothold, it has the necessary facilities. There are a lot of resources there. The only drawback is that some survival resources are relatively few. But you don't need to worry about this in the short term. In recent years, the spacecraft has not only taken away a large number of people every time, but also taken away some of the same resources. So as of now, the resource reserves here are very large, and there is no need to worry about running out of resources in the near future. And now Blue Star is still working overtime on production. For the sake of the continuation of civilization, Blue Star has not considered sustainable recycling in terms of resource extraction or resource production. After all, the planet will be gone in the future, and these things will be useless. Development regardless of cost has also made Blue Star's output of various resources extremely exaggerated. With the addition of these resources, everyone in the Nova series no longer needs to worry about these basic survival resources. Everyone focuses all their energy on the construction of immigration ships. Of course, scientific and technological research will naturally not fall behind, because the resources here are extremely rich, especially the relatively rare ore resources. After some research on these resources, humans have finally developed new materials, and the strength of these materials is many times the strength of their previous materials. With these materials, naturally the research on a new generation of warships has also been put on the agenda. I have to say that the progress made over the years is impressive. The first one to bear the brunt is naturally the document technology. The warship technology currently mastered by mankind has advanced much more than before. And the miniaturization technology of the ecological circulation system has also made great progress, which also allows more space in the warship to be used for living. According to current technology, a warship of the same size could accommodate 2 million people in the past, but now it can accommodate 6 million people. With this improvement, if they want to take away the same number of people, their demand for warships is now reduced by 3 times. What this means is naturally self-evident. Of course, in order to make these people live a little more comfortably, the number of residents on each battleship is currently controlled at around 4 million. In this way, the residents can have a relatively comfortable environment as much as possible. After all, you will have to survive in a battleship for a long time in the future. So some things must be ensured to be relatively comfortable and comfortable, especially since there are relatively few transfer stations like this one now. So they need to arrange as many follow-up matters as possible here. And just when everyone was looking forward to the future, the bad news happened. The monitor at the edge of the Blue Star Galaxy suddenly discovered a huge energy light flying towards this direction. This is a huge ball of energy and light. And the moment this ball of light appeared, everyone realized that something was wrong. As the light ball entered the galaxy, a vast energy began to appear from inside the light ball. With the emergence of this energy, the entire galaxy has undergone tremendous changes. Countless planets began to rotate faster. As time went by, the speed of the planets became faster and faster, and soon exceeded the critical value that the planet itself could withstand. As the breakthrough reached this stage, terrible things happened, and the planet began to collapse. All the planets in the entire galaxy collapsed without exception. However, what was different from the other planets was that the only star in the galaxy exploded violently. The powerful shock wave carried the power of destruction and spread directly to the surroundings. The entire galaxy first experienced the destruction of planets, and then experienced the destruction of stars. In this way, the galaxy was destroyed and humankind's homeland was gone. At this time, everyone was staring at everything in front of them without saying a word. The impact of everything in front of them was too huge, although they had been well prepared. When the disaster actually struck, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Their home is gone. The home they once lived in is gone. And there are billions of their compatriots on it. Revenge. This is what everyone is thinking at this time, although they don't know which civilization is responsible for this attack. This is the first time they have seen this special attack. They have not seen it even in the simulation, which means that the target civilization is within the scope of the attack. Be reduced. What they have to do now is to develop desperately. Develop themselves until one day they can take revenge. And then go and liquidate the civilization that destroyed them. Similarly, another civilization that forced them to send broadcasts to the entire universe cannot be let go. Almost everyone has this idea in their hearts at this time. Until this moment, this civilization that originated from an inconspicuous planet finally arrived on the big stage of the universe. At the same time, they who had just arrived here also accepted the first lesson the universe taught them. This moment made a very deep impression on them, and also made them put aside some unrealistic fantasies. The civilizations in this universe are full of malice. Everyone. Today we have to mourn with a heavy heart. Similarly, now we have also announced that we have officially set foot in the universe, changing from a planetary civilization to a cosmic civilization. In this universe, we are like newborn babies. But this universe will not give us time to grow. So we must grow as quickly as possible to be able to protect ourselves. Likewise, we must also remember that today is the most shameful day for our civilization. Our compatriots were wiped out by an unknown civilization. We must remember them. Without their contributions, so many people would not have been evacuated safely. Undoubtedly, today is an unforgettable day for this weak civilization. Everyone feels unfair about what has been done to their civilization. And the same people are working hard for revenge in the future. At this point, Blue Star officially set foot in the universe and became a cosmic civilization. And while everyone was mourning deeply, the players were gathering with a group of senior executives to discuss the future development direction. Everyone. We have successfully taken the first step. Although the final result is not satisfactory, it is much better than we expected. Yes, we estimated that we only had 8 years at the beginning. But now we are given so much time. For us, that's enough. Although we have passed the first stage now, the subsequent stages are still very difficult. The blow has arrived. And from the arrival and time of this blow we can deduce that there is an intelligent civilization at least within 50 light years. Although it is not clear whether it is a civilization or a passing spacecraft. We must prepare for the worst in everything. Let's calculate it according to civilization. This means that this mysterious civilization captured our signal and carried out the attack. After the attack is over, this civilization has two choices. The first choice is to ignore it, and the second choice is to send out spaceships. This will lead to the cleanup of the civilization's relics. If it is the second choice, it means that our coordinate points here may be exposed. Because we have been communicating with each other over the years, it is not difficult to find us along the papaya. If we estimate based on time, we have at least 20 years to go. Currently, many of our places have almost completed their construction after years of hard work. You don't need to add much about the immigration spacecraft. The current amount is sufficient. However, considering safety, our immigration spaceship still needs to be upgraded. So we have been replacing the immigration spacecraft in these years. The previous generation spaceship is replaced by the latest second generation. The previous generation can be transformed and used as a resource transport spaceship after transformation. At this time, after hearing the suggestions from the players, some people also had their own doubts. We have been busy with immigration over the years, and all kinds of resources have been invested in the immigration spacecraft. It was understandable to do this in the past. But now I feel that we still need to consider the issue of our own defense strength. Hearing someone say this, players naturally know their concerns. We can naturally understand your thoughts. But now is not the time. Although we have passed the first crisis, we are actually still in a very dangerous situation now. So what we have to do now is to prioritize get out of this situation and think about everything else. This position may be attacked by the enemy at any time. So we must rush to solve the problem beforehand. Everyone should remember that there are very few transit areas in the universe, and our conventional survival supplies are not particularly large. And the next supply area is about 5 light years away from us. At our rate, it will take at least 10 years to get there. And in these 10 years, we will need to consume our own conventional substances. And there are no conventional supplies in that area. Our self-circulating system cannot provide us with these supplies indefinitely. The amount it provides is not as large as our consumption. This also means that we need to continue to consume our families in the future. When we get to the next area, we will build some battleships. Then perform a major repair on the battleship. After completing these things, we must continue our journey. And the next destination will be an area 20 light years away from us. This is our destination, because there is a living planet in this area. This way we can replenish some survival resources. If the conditions are right, maybe we can settle here. This means that the resource reserves we have now will need to last for a full 30 years. But when they heard this number, everyone couldn't help but become silent. To be honest, the number given by this player is relatively conservative, because he only told everyone the time of the market, and did not explain the time of stay here. The longer you stay here, the more time you need to add later. The more, according to their estimation, they want to stay here and leave for about 20 years. In this case, everything can be prepared. But if this is the case, their food reserves will need to last for 50 years. This is not enough. You can consider building some biological ships specifically for planting. The feasibility of this plan is not high, and anything will affect the whole body. This kind of warship can indeed solve our food problem, but it will also increase our manufacturing burden and delay our departure. At the same time, the resources these battleships need to consume will also add a lot of burden to us. In addition, the materials transported by transport ships are limited. If we want to add a few more warships, we need to build some more transport ships. Indeed, this is a big problem. If these factors are taken into account, it means that their work pressure will increase a lot in the future, and time will continue to extend back. And the further it goes back, the more problems will arise. Let's do this. We can let a group of warships leave first, and the remaining warships can be manufactured before leaving. If we do this, then we must consider who will stay. The risk of those who stay is very high. Big. Such a series of problems made everyone feel all kinds of headaches. Only then did they realize how many problems were involved in the seemingly simple immigration. And this is still without civilization chasing you. If you are chased around by others like in the game, the players may not even have a chance to escape. So for the players, they feel that their luck is relatively good. At least so far everything is going relatively smoothly, although there have been some minor problems along the way. But not everything can be solved perfectly. At least humans have truly set foot in the universe. At least now we are safe. At least we have time to develop. And that is enough for us. At this time, the players could not help but gather together to discuss these things. For what happened in these years, they feel like they are dreaming. And sometimes they are quite emotional. The players have experienced ups and downs. From being on the altar at the beginning, to being kicked down, and now to being helped up again. Chapter 814 arriving at the destination. And at this time, somewhere in the universe, Jiangyao is also watching the development of Blue Star. Although all of this is virtual, his simulation is relatively real. So under normal circumstances, the development of things will not change much from the simulation. What he wants to do at this time is also very simple. Through these things, the people of Blue Star have grown up, and the people of this planet have always been under his protection. From a certain perspective, this is not a good thing, because once he leaves one day, this planet will have no power to protect itself. This is something he doesn't want to see. After all, he has been with him for so many years. Just like here now. Now that he has left, his civilization can develop normally and maintain the status quo. But if Blue Star is left to operate it, there may be other endings. After all, they have experienced too little. What he has to do now is to let the civilizations under him have the ability to deal with certain things independently. Because these civilizations will also play an extraordinary role in future battles with those civilizations. So what I have to do is to ensure that they can come in handy at that time. Now that he has grown to a civilization that is at the pinnacle of the entire universe system, he is about to reveal all the secrets. His path will become more difficult as he goes to the back. So he needs a layout. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, what he needs to do is to let his civilization have the ability to independently defeat those civilizations that exceed the limit. Although these things cannot be achieved overnight, now he can only leave everything to time. At this moment, when he was still thinking like this, he was on Blue Star's side. The pace of civilization is still moving forward steadily, and basic supplies have been completed at the first transfer station. First of all, the number of their immigration ships has reached 1,000, in addition to 100 maintenance ships. At the same time, the number of working robots has exceeded hundreds of millions. The overall strength here is now stronger than that of the original men. Although there are relatively few weapons, there are no big problems in all aspects of production. Their strategy is very simple. That is, first ensure that there are no problems in all aspects of production, and then consider other things. After all, if even the most basic survival cannot be guaranteed, considering other things will only increase the burden. Their departure was so hasty that many things were not prepared in advance. But for them now, these are actually not important. After all, at least he is alive now. And that's enough. After everything was almost ready, Blue Star's fleet set off in a mighty manner. Compared with the previous big migration, the preparations this time were obviously much better. But the test they needed to go through this time was also several times greater than before. This time is a 10-year journey. Although this time does not seem to be long, it is a very big challenge for their current technology. In this way, after everything was ready, the fleet set off in a mighty manner. This journey is destined to be difficult. As planned, as the fleet set off, a large number of people who volunteered to contribute to civilization were left here, and they began to build transport ships and other functional ships here. Watching the fleet leave, these people retracted their thoughts and started their work. As time went by, these warships were built, and as soon as they were built, they were filled with various materials, and then left in the direction of the large army. In this long journey of 10 years, any accident will cause problems to the entire plan, so they must be careful. Compared with the previous migration, this time the two parties have no contact. They need to cut off their route information as much as possible. So for people on both sides, the situation on the other side is unknown. They don't know the situation on the other side of the large army. And the same large army doesn't know whether it has been hit here. All this will take 30 years to come to fruition. If the two groups of people meet at their destination 30 years later, it means that their plan is successful. And this time the plan is successful. It means that they do not need to worry about their later supplies. And the most important thing is that they have also cut themselves off. Route forward. In this way, amidst everyone's anxiety, 10 years passed, and the large forces arrived at their target area. This galaxy is currently richer than the previous one. First of all, there are a lot of rare or resources found here. And what surprised everyone the most was that they actually found the most important energy or resource here. Players are naturally familiar with this resource. It is the mainstream energy source in the universe at present. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as they master the use of this kind of thing, energy will no longer be a problem they need to worry about from now on. Because based on their current energy usage, a small piece of energy ore can sustain their warships for a long time. And with the support of these energy ores, the later development of various high-energy weapons, it can also be put on the agenda. This is undoubtedly good news for everyone. Therefore, while carrying out sound maintenance and resource replenishment, the research and development of these energy ores has been put on the agenda. But when they started researching here, they discovered how difficult it was to research these ores compared to how they could be researched or used at will in the game. Only when players began to study how to use this thing in the real world did they realize how difficult it was. Research progress has been very slow. According to the current research progress, relevant people have made a series of estimates and estimated that it will take at least 100 to 200 years to achieve some results. This is only a preliminary result. If you want to fully utilize it, the time required will be astronomical. And the most important thing is that it is very difficult to achieve this estimated result in their current situation, because they have not yet settled down, and their equipment in all aspects is not perfect. If they want to study this thing, they still need perfect equipment. But for them now, even if they are not perfect in all aspects, they still have to research, because researching something in advance will be helpful to the research progress of future generations. Now they are racing against time, because after the supplies are completed here, they are about to embark on a voyage that will take a full 100 years. This time span is very long. And the most important thing is that their next destination is a planet that is suspected to have life, which also means that civilization may be born there. If civilization is not born, everyone will naturally be happy. But once civilization is born, then war will have to be considered later. Therefore, in the course of the market, it is necessary to spend time and energy to create some weapons of war. If they had sufficient resources, they could actually get everything done here and start again. But unfortunately, the resources they had did not support such a thing. Now they can only race against time. Many things were prepared in a hurry. Due to limited conditions, the weapons they can produce now are basically fighter planes. If you insist on speaking, these small fighters are still very useful against civilizations that have not yet set foot in the universe. But if the civilization has already stepped into the universe, it is a bit unsatisfactory. Of course, civilization refers to those that have just stepped into the universe. As for the old civilization, there is basically no need to think about it. In fact, the current situation feels quite shaky. But now they have no other choice but to keep moving forward by any means necessary. Even if a civilization is really born there, as long as they can defeat it, they will take action without hesitation. Because if they don't take action, they will be the ones who suffer. So they have no choice. Although this is something they don't want to do. After setting foot in the universe, they are no longer the innocent and kind civilization they used to be. From now on, any actions they take must be based on their own civilization. As long as they can ensure the continuation of their civilization, they are willing to do whatever they do. None of this has anything to do with justice. It's just a different stance. I don't know if there is any civilization over there. What I hope is that there are no people over there, or that no intelligent civilization has been born there yet. There are only some existences similar to prehistoric creatures. In this case, we don't need to worry about not being able to defeat them. Beat them. Yes, I can only hope that our luck will be better. But who can say for sure about luck? I didn't prepare anything, so I just set foot in the universe in a daze. It's like this sometimes. The enemy won't give you much time to prepare. Hopefully everything goes well, and our civilization can continue. Yes, we have gone through too much, and we must not fall in the end. So no matter what we pay, we must win that planet. At this time, the entire civilization is discussing this matter. It is true that dragon slayers eventually become evil dragons. Now they are gradually changing. They once hated the person who invaded them, and now they want to do the same thing again. And the most important thing is that they also learned the reasons why the previous civilization failed to attack them. They have also developed a relatively reliable set of tactics, the purpose of which is to ensure that they can 100% capture another planet. This time, the market is destined to be long. As time goes by, many people enter a state of hibernation. They know very well that the next time they wake up it will be 100 years. Similarly, after they wake up, the war will begin. In this way, as a large number of people fell into sleep, the gears of civilization development seem to have stopped at this moment. However, the busy robots are telling everyone that this has not stopped. Time flies by like this, and 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. When the new fleet appeared in this area, everyone who was awake could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, because this indicated that the previous group of people had completed their mission. The previous transfer station has not been hit, which is good news for them. Very good news. Their plan was half successful. At least the resource problem can be alleviated to a certain extent. After these warships arrived in this area, they carried out simple supplies. When the supplies were almost complete, they set off with the large troops. At this point, the longest part of the migration plan, and also the most important part, begins. 3 years after the large army was launched. Basically everyone has entered the sleep cabin. Everything else is naturally handled by AI. As time goes by, 95 years quickly pass by. As the various indicator lights in the battleship lit up, all the sleeping cabins slowly opened. The spacecraft has already sailed. Only the last 2.5 light years are left to the expected target point in 1995 to start the awakening plan. Just like that, the sleeping man slowly opened his eyes as the mechanical prompt sounded. Waking up 5 years in advance is naturally to prepare for the very likely war. They need to prepare everything in advance. In this way, as more and more people woke up, various aspects of work began to be carried out, starting with the maintenance of battleships. This is a major project. The warship has been operating for so many years, and there have been many problems. In addition to this, they also need to integrate all current combat equipment and then formulate corresponding tactics. All in all, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. In this way, time passed quickly in the busyness of everyone. Attention all units. We are about to enter the opponent's star system. Detection drones have been dispatched and began to detect the edge of the galaxy. The edge of the galaxy can basically be determined, and no traces of intelligent creatures or instruments have been found. Lock the BA3 planet and start sending probes close to the planet. Remember to be careful when approaching. Receive. Just like this, as a series of orders were issued, the attention of the entire civilization was also focused here, and everyone was paying close attention to the final result. In fact, for them, it is not the worst outcome now, because no traces of intelligent civilization have been found on the edge of the galaxy, which means that even if a civilization is born there, the technological level of this civilization should not be too high. Just like this, new information came back quickly while everyone was anxiously waiting. Discover moons around the planet. It's basically confirmed that the other party has given birth to civilization and has begun to explore the universe. Attention all units. All ships stopped moving forward and began to hide. At the same time, micro-detectors were sent out to detect this civilization. We have to make sure that we find all the facilities that this civilization has to transmit signals into the universe, and that all jamming satellites are ready at any time. As a series of orders were issued, the entire civilization entered a wartime stage. Chapter 815 Blue Star's Attack. The overall length of the microdetector developed by Blue Star is about 10 meters. Although this length is already relatively large, with their technology being able to research a detector of this size and being able to navigate in space, it can be considered that they have tried their best. After all, the level of technology is here, and it is basically impossible to make such a miniature detector if the energy or technology is not unlocked. Then, there is no need to consider miniaturizing these devices for the time being. However, for them, the technology they currently have is pretty good, at least when dealing with civilizations of the same level. It's relatively easy to operate here. After the detector was launched in this way, almost all eyes were focused here. As the probe slowly approached, the situation of the planet was soon revealed to the players. The first is the satellites on the periphery of the planet. These satellites are basically similar to the satellites launched by Blue Star at the beginning, and their functions are relatively simple in all aspects. Of course, for a civilization of this level, this is already very good. Depending on the situation, their technological level is not as high as ours. We are lucky this time. At least this civilization should be very easy for us to defeat them. At this time, after understanding the general situation of the other party, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least the star navigation technology of this civilization is not too high, which is naturally a good thing for Blue Star. As long as this technology is not high, they can launch ground strikes against them from space. In this way, my battle losses should not be too high. After all, our current situation cannot withstand too high battle losses. After carefully avoiding the monitoring of these satellites, the probe continued to penetrate deeper. Soon the probe came to the surface. The overall environment of this planet was very different from that of Blue Star. First of all, there are all kinds of strange plants growing on the planet. It is the first time for players to see many of these plants, but they don't care much about this. After all, there are all kinds of strange plants in the universe, so it's not a big deal. In this way, the detector moved forward, and soon they discovered the city in the distance. And as the city appeared, everyone focused their attention on it. These cities are different from the cities they imagined because the buildings in these cities are almost all composed of huge plants. This plant is covered with flower-like flowers. Although it looks like a flower on the outside, there is a huge space inside. The people here naturally live in this place. And what surprises the players most is that although there are various furniture and other things placed in these flower bones, the flower bones have not been affected in any way. This thing is quite novel. With this thing, I'm afraid I'll save all the money on buying a house. At this time, everyone couldn't help but start a silent discussion with you. It must be said that such a position made them feel a little novel. However, when the analysis results of these plants came out, everyone was surprised, because the analysis results showed that these plants were not naturally formed and had traces of genetic modification in them. Let me go! There is something special about this civilization. In other words, these plants should be the result of genetic modification, not natural formation. It is indeed a good idea to transform plants into houses. Firstly, it can reduce the damage to the natural environment as much as possible. Secondly, it will definitely save a lot of costs. I'll go. This is pretty good. Don't be fooled by appearances. Being able to transform these things shows that their genetic technology should be very good. But it's not clear which aspect their genetic technology is biased towards. Following this player's reminder, everyone also reacted. If the genetic technology is good, it means that they may have developed genetic weapons. It is possible that their technological development route is mainly based on genes, which leads to the fact that space technology is not very developed. If this is the case, then this civilization may not be as simple as they imagined. To be honest, when it comes to genetic technology, players really don't have a particularly good solution. After all, viruses or genetic weapons are all pervasive, and someone might be caught accidentally. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but become wary of this civilization. No civilization should be underestimated. This is something they have learned after experiencing these events. So after understanding the general situation here, everyone became more cautious in collecting information. After all, what this civilization has shown already makes them feel a certain threat. So they must make sure that nothing goes wrong. Now, they only have one chance to succeed. After all, they don't have many resources left in their hands. While exploring the operation, a meeting was held urgently. What you can be sure of now is that the other party's technological level is not low. Currently, we have discovered too many products of their genetic engineering, which means that the development route of this civilization should be biased towards genes. For this reason, their star navigation technology is not particularly developed. To deal with this kind of enemy, we must have a foolproof plan at present, because a civilization that accidentally messes with ours may be destroyed by their genetic weapons. Everyone naturally agrees with this point. After all, this kind of all-pervasive genetic weapon is also very scary. At the same time, they also need to think about a question. That is, if the other party is finally annoyed and directly releases the genetic weapon on the planet, what should they do at that time? Whether they will still be able to live on this planet by then. No one knows about this. So for this battle, we must take this issue into consideration. Everyone, I feel that we cannot be too anxious about this issue. Judging from the current situation, they don't have much technology to surpass ours. As long as we are careful, it will definitely not be exposed in a short period of time. We can completely figure out the other party's situation bit by bit. Then we can formulate corresponding tactics. Take genetic weapons as an example. We can find ways to obtain information about these genetic weapons, so that even if they jump to the wall in a hurry later, we will have a plan to deal with them. Of course, we definitely can't obtain some of the more important information quietly, but we can get some samples of genetic weapons. At that time, we will build a special spacecraft to conduct relevant research. It is definitely better to wait until we have figured out what to deal with before we attack them than to attack them rashly now. Just like this, everyone was discussing each other word by word. Soon, they had a complete battle plan. This time they decided to stay here and wait for the last 20 or 30 years to use this time to find out the opponent's situation clearly. Let's talk about other things. It has been too long since they left the planet, so they don't care about the past 2 decades. After making the decision in this way, all actions began to be carried out in secret. Regarding the investigation of this planet, they also carefully and continuously collected information about this civilization. Similarly, in order to facilitate the collection of this information, they created many mimicking robots. The appearance of these robots is very similar to some common creatures on their planet. Their purpose is naturally to let these robots pretend to be these creatures to facilitate the collection of information. However, I have to say that this plan is indeed very feasible. With the investment of these robots, a large amount of important information has been collected by them. Of course, they were very careful during the whole process, because they knew that once the robot was discovered, it would mean that they would be exposed. In this way, as time went by, all kinds of important information were quickly collected. Sure enough, just as we thought at the beginning, the technological bias of this civilization is more biological. In addition to the genetic engineering we already know, their results in virus research are also very high. So far, we have collected a total of more than 47,000 virus samples, including more than 12,000 virus samples. So far we have not found a way to crack it. As this piece of data appeared, everyone fell silent. Nearly 1/4 of the viruses cannot be cracked. And these are the ones that have been found so far, let alone those that have not yet been found. This planet feels like a huge poisonous cave to them. If one accidentally breaks it, it will become difficult to live on this planet. For a time, everyone was stumped by the current problem. After analysis, they found that most of these viruses can cause harm to the human body. The completion plan had to be suspended for a while. After all, if these problems are not solved now, the planet they attacked will not be inhabitable. This also made everyone feel various embarrassments. In fact, we want to ensure that the opponent is wiped out by us without using these weapons. This is basically impossible to happen, because they are playing this game themselves. You can't avoid these things at all. Instead of worrying about them using this weapon, it is better to think about how we should solve the problem after using this weapon. Actually, I have an idea. Viruses are essentially afraid of high temperatures. So we can find all their virus research institutes first, then directly use laser weapons to carry out targeted attacks. Wait until most of their viruses have been eliminated, and then launch a full-scale attack. In this case, even if they are defeated, it will not have a great impact on us. This is indeed a good idea. But we simply cannot mobilize so many warships. We don't need battleships. We can build robots specifically for this operation. This kind of robot does not need to have strong capabilities. It only needs to be able to ensure an attack. In this case, each robot consumes our resources. It can be reduced to a minimum. The robots will be deployed in advance before the war starts. But the whole process must be fast, and not give them too much reaction time. After these places are targeted, it is best for the first batch of robots to be sent out. Host. These robots are mainly used to clean up their remaining virus weapons. As for some conventional weapons, there is no need to worry about them. We can use our mecha warriors to deal with the conventional weapons. In this way, a relatively complete combat plan was quickly formulated. Immediately after the details were agreed upon, everyone began to get busy. At this time, in space, a dense number of small planes were seen flying out from the back of a certain planet, and then flying towards the distant planet at high speed. Soon these planes arrived at a location about 300,000 kilometers away from the planet. After arriving here, these planes began to spread in all directions. Soon they surrounded the entire planet. All fighter planes have arrived at the designated location. The fighter jets began to lock on to the target. All targets have been locked. Attack! As a series of orders were issued, the next moment, these aircraft were seen firing lasers directly towards the locked satellites in the distance. At the next moment, all the locked satellites were destroyed. And these were all the satellites currently orbiting the entire planet, as dazzling fire lights flashed out in many places in the universe. At this moment, all the eyes of this civilization were declared useless. They will only have a few minutes at most to react to the collective loss of contact with all satellites. All fleets start taking action immediately. Almost at the same time, all the hidden warships immediately flew in the direction of the planet. But just after the warship took action, the aircraft that had previously carried out targeted strikes suddenly changed. They began to open rapidly, and there were a large number of small aircraft inside them. As soon as these small aircraft appeared, they flew towards the predetermined location. And as they reached their destination, the laser turret began to charge the next moment. Turn all power to maximum. Then countless lasers flew towards different targets. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions occurred in many areas inside the planet. At this time, all the buildings in the target area that were hit at the same time were instantly turned into ashes. The surrounding high temperature directly melted the ground surface, and the buildings here, and even the biological weapons stored inside were destroyed due to the high temperature. Of course, except for these biological laboratories. All high-power signal transmissions have also been hit. These huge instruments were also wiped out in an instant. This series of strikes came so fast. The entire process from the satellite being shot down to the destruction of all the signal transmission towers behind it took less than 3 minutes. At the same time, this is the limit of what Blue Star can do. But this is enough for this civilization. Chapter 816 Blue Star successfully captured the opponent. It's bad. We suffered an unknown attack. And all our satellites were destroyed almost at the same time. Our base facilities were also hit. And our communications facilities were also hit almost at the same time. Can you analyze the source of the attack? According to the final images sent back by the satellite, these attacks came from space. If nothing else, we may have been attacked by other civilizations. Everyone present couldn't help but exclaim when they heard this. Other civilizations. This news was too shocking for them. Their civilization has discussed the topic of whether there are aliens in this world for a long time. It really doesn't make sense to say that there are no aliens in this world. After all, intelligent creatures can be born here, but they can also be born in other places. But if you want to say that their civilization has developed for so many years, they have not found any evidence of the existence of aliens at all. And now they got the accurate answer. But the answer they got was not particularly beautiful, because these aliens come with malicious intentions. But this was not the time for them to discuss these things. After learning this information, everyone immediately took action. Various temporary small signal towers were set up, and communications gradually began to be restored. All countries also immediately entered a state of emergency combat readiness. A large number of soldiers were recruited back, because this time, they were facing other civilizations, the kind that could reach their homeland across long distances. Obviously, the opponent is much stronger than himself. So we must be careful in this battle to defend our homeland. Just like this, time passed minute by minute, and the entire civilization became busy. People who should hide in the underground shelter were going at an extremely fast speed. As for the war personnel, they were also heading to their posts at an extremely fast speed. Various vehicles had been moved out, and various weapons were ready for launch. The same related reports also broadcast the situation outside in real time, allowing people hiding in shelters to know the general situation outside. But sometimes God seems to be joking with these people, and they prepare everything at an extremely fast speed. But it turned out that the aliens they imagined did not attack. Apart from their nervousness, everything seemed to be the same as before, and not much had changed. This made everyone present confused. They really didn't expect that things would be like this. What exactly is going on? Are there any aliens? Is this a joke played by the authorities on us? How can this be such a big thing? Who dares to joke with you? There were various discussions for a while. It was obvious that the aliens who had not arrived for a long time made many people think that this was just a joke played on them by the above. But this was also impossible. After all, who dared to joke like this? Just when many people were clamoring to leave the shelter, an accident happened. A large number of lasers in the sky come down from above. The targets of these lasers are obviously some military bases and various weapons that have not yet been cleared. Blue Star arranged a total of 3 rounds for this attack. The first is the first round of attack. The target of this round of attack is naturally the satellite. And the second round of attack follows the first round of attack and clears out a large number of bases and some communication facilities. As for the third round of attack, it is naturally now. This round of attack is based on the opponent's reaction. A sudden attack after a few days can uncover some of the remaining hidden military bases and minimize the damage that the enemy may cause to the planet. This is Blue Star's plan. While capturing this civilization, they need to minimize the damage caused to the planet by the war and destroy as many genetic weapons as possible to ensure the safety of the place where they live. The whole plan went very smoothly. Everything is going very well, everyone. The war begins from now on. As the words fell, the warships near the planet immediately flew towards the interior of the planet. At the same time, many ground attack weapons also began to bomb the ground indiscriminately from space. At this time, the civilization of this planet also responded immediately after seeing the enemy's attack. Because of the huge technological gap between the two sides, their weapons had very little effect. At first, they tried to use conventional missiles, but they found that the speed of their missiles could not keep up with the speed of the opponent's fighter planes. The reported missile has lost its target. The opponent's speed is too fast, and the signal jamming capability is also very strong. Our missiles simply cannot lock on to the opponent for a long time. The warships reported to the other side should be made of special materials. Our attacks are ineffective against them. and they can also guarantee to withstand our attacks at high speed. At this time, as a series of reports appeared, the managers of this civilization couldn't help but have a headache. Although they had expected that the other party would be stronger than themselves from the beginning, they did not expect that the gap between the two sides would be so huge. It is extremely difficult for oneself to destroy a warship of the other party, but it is very easy for the other party to destroy its various defense measures. This is an unequal battle. The strength gap between the two sides is simply too huge. At this time, watching the sky full of warships flying from space, and they couldn't stop them with all their methods. A sense of despair enveloped everyone's hearts. Needless to say, everyone knows what the final outcome of this war will be. And what frightens them the most is that this civilization has no hold on them. A large number of laser weapons bombard every corner of the city. There is no morality at all and no restraints. The other party's purpose was clear from the beginning, which was to destroy. Why is this happening? Why are they so cruel? This is the thought in the minds of everyone in this civilization. They really cannot understand that a civilization they have never met suddenly appeared near their own planet and launched an attack on them. You must know that from beginning to end, they have no intersection and no conflict with this civilization. But even so, this civilization still took thunderous measures against them. They want to resist, but the facts tell them that resistance is meaningless. Their poison gas weapons cannot cause any damage to these warships. After all, these warships can sail in space, and your poison gas weapons have no chance to penetrate inside. And whether the opponent is a space combat weapon or a ground combat weapon, they all choose mechanical weapons, which means that their weapons are useless. And their conventional weapons can even break the opponent's defense. No. And the most important thing is that they also discovered that the opponent actually had shield technology. Although these shields were very fragile and could not block several of their attacks, it was enough to shock them. The gap between the two sides is too huge. Just like this, as the number of fighter planes and various combat robots sent out increases, the population of this civilization is decreasing at an extremely fast rate. As for the scene in front of them, all the combatants would not feel anything. After all, the moment they set foot in the universe, they had already changed. For them now, as long as their own civilization can continue, it has nothing to do with other civilizations. For their own civilization, they are willing to do anything, because their actions are just for their own civilization. They are heroes in the hearts of their own civilized people. As for how others judge them, it has nothing to do with them. After all, how other civilizations evaluate it has nothing to do with our own civilization. In this way, the war between the two sides lasted for almost more than a year. A year later, the planet that originally looked beautiful has become riddled with holes. Traces of war can be seen everywhere, with fallen residential trees everywhere. Many cities are in shambles. There are no living creatures on this planet. Originally, Blue Star's actions had already caused a lot of damage. In the end, they were at the end of their rope and used all the genetic weapons they had left. As for why they do this, it's very simple. Because after the war lasted for a period of time, the people here finally realized what the other party's purpose was. It was obvious that the other party wanted to occupy this planet. And with hatred for the other party's civilization, they decided to destroy the planet with their own hands. So they fired all the remaining weapons they had. But because the Blue Stars had destroyed a large number of virus weapons in advance, the weapons they fired only wiped out them and some animals. As for some plants with strong vitality, it was not affected at all. Although we won this battle, the worst thing we expected happened. The other party noticed our intentions and used the remaining virus weapons they had. Although we also intentionally cleaned these weapons during combat, it is absolutely impossible to completely clean them. Although these viruses will gradually be diluted as time goes by, and we will take certain measures to clean up these viruses, the whole cycle will be very long. So now we still have to occupy space. But in order to allow everyone to live in their new home faster, we decided to set up a relevant team to carry out planetary development. The main purpose of the planetary development team is to search for areas on the planet where the infection is not very serious and build settlements there. Then we will start cleaning up the surrounding areas based on those areas. At the same time, relevant scientific researchers will also enter the planet to study the remaining viruses on the planet. Just like this, as orders were issued one after another, the entire Blue Star people became busy. I saw a large number of space fighters carrying various building materials into the planet. Many work robots were also dispatched to start the construction of the first base. The construction of the entire base is also very simple. There is a special film on the outer layer that wraps the base. and there are some normal buildings inside. Although this area can allow humans to survive. But to make sure nothing goes wrong, Nanjing still made such an arrangement. After all, the first batch of people who came down were basically scientists. These people are all Blue Star's treasures. And there is absolutely no way anything will happen to them. As the first base was built, other work began to revolve around this base. The first is the study of surrounding viruses. They need to identify the types of these viruses and develop corresponding antibodies. At the same time, there are also a large number of exploration ships departing from the base to various places on the planet. Their purpose is naturally very simple. That is, to explore the planet's resources to facilitate subsequent development and exploitation. In addition, plans to restore the planet are also in full swing. They estimate that it will take 100 years to evolve this poisonous planet into a place where Blue Star people can survive safely. The whole process is very slow. And it is also a very great project. And this planet, they named it the Origin Star. It means that this will be their new beginning. And this will also be the starting point for them to set foot in the universe. All Blue Star people believe that when they leave this planet, it will be their time to take revenge. In this way, time passed day by day, and as the research here became more and more in-depth, scientists soon found a special substance from the virus. And this substance can greatly extend human lifespan. This discovery made everyone ecstatic. This discovery will break the limit on the lifespan of Blue Star people, allowing ordinary men to have thousands of years. Although the current Blue Star people have a lifespan of 200 to 300 years, compared to 1,000 years, this is far from enough. And when a person can live for such a long time, it means that they will achieve higher achievements. If a top scientist still has such a long life, you can imagine how much he can do, and how much more he can research. Sometimes things are so wonderful. No one thought that there would be such unexpected surprises in the process of studying viruses. But for them, this is a good thing, and a huge good thing. However, as the exploration of this planet deepened, the second great discovery soon appeared. They discovered that there were actually a large amount of special or resources in the planet's ground. Although they had encountered these resources at their previous stop, they were in a hurry to leave at that time. And due to technical reasons, the amount they mined was very small. After these years of research, these ores have basically been consumed. But at this moment, they were given such a big surprise. In addition to these major things, there are many discoveries that have made Blue Star's technology take a big step forward. And the genetic technology of this civilization has also become the subject of research on Blue Star. After all, these weapons are still very useful to them. Especially when targeting some civilizations. They may have miraculous effects. So while they were studying the virus, they were also working hard to collect relevant information. After all, compared to their civilization, the research on these technologies had reached a relatively high level. Chapter 817 Start developing the planet. The benefits that can be obtained by attacking a civilization are amazing. Not only can it obtain a habitable planet, but it can also obtain a large number of research results. These research results can save Blue Star from taking hundreds or even thousands of years of detours. With the blessing of these technologies, Blue Star's strength will reach a higher level. In this way, as time goes by, this planet has been built more and more decently, with countless high-rise buildings replacing the previous residential trees. At the same time, a large number of facilities were built, and the resources of this planet began to be exploited. Of course, apart from exploring planets, their exploration of the universe has not stopped. A Cosmic Resource Exploration Association established by Blue Star. The main purpose of this association is to send fleets to explore the universe and collect various rare resources to bring back. Of course, these fleets are not official organizations, but belong to everyone. As long as you have a spaceship, you can join and go to the universe. Explore. Although the current small aircraft technology here is not enough to support the spacecraft for long-distance navigation, there are also many galaxies in the surrounding area that can be explored. The benefits of exploring these places are huge, which has also given many people the idea of joining. And the era of interstellar exploration has officially begun, as a large number of spacecraft were sent out. Results soon came. The first is about materials. Based on the previous ones, they have developed a brand new material. The hardness of this material is much higher than the previous materials. Although they have shield technology, this technology is still in its infancy. It can be used against some weak civilizations. If it is against powerful civilizations, this kind of shield is simply vulnerable. Therefore, before this technology achieves significant research results, hard materials will still be the mainstream of warships. As more and more new types of things are developed, Blue Star can officially declare that it has become a cosmic civilization. There are many signs of becoming a cosmic civilization in this universe. The most important of which is that you can find better materials from the universe and create stronger battleships. After all, when your materials are still limited to a certain planet, then this means that your upper limit will always be stuck here. If you want to enter the next stage, you must have brand new materials. The upper limit of the planet is very low, but the upper limit of the universe is very high. And that's the difference. Of course, when everyone is busy building civilization, the players are no exception. They are also planning for the future of civilization. I personally think that our next route is to focus on heavy armored warships, compared with shield technology, which is difficult to achieve in a short time. I think heavy armored warships can be seen in a short time. Effect? At this time, a player in the conference room suggested. I don't agree with this suggestion. As soon as he finished speaking, some players expressed objections. I don't deny that heavy armor technology has a bright future, including the heavy armor route that we have been going through in the game for a while. But you must also know that this route will always be eliminated. Shields are the mainstream in the universe. If you win the prize in research now, then a lot of energy will be allocated. The research on shields will be slower. So I personally suggest that all your energy should be invested in shields. Technical research will be better. I don't think your proposal is appropriate. First of all, you need to understand our true situation. Now that we are in a weak stage, what we have to do is try our best to improve our strength. The research cycle of shield technology is too long, and it is difficult to achieve results in a short time. If we suddenly encounter an enemy attack while researching, how can we win? Is it relying on our semi-invalid shield technology, or relying on heavy armor technology that can withstand a few attacks? At this time, many players were also arguing about this matter, and they had to talk about the game. The impact it brought to them was huge, allowing them to know many future development routes in advance. With these development routes and a clear understanding of the general situation, it is undoubtedly much faster for them to choose the one that suits them than starting from scratch and slowly exploring step by step. Although many times everyone has different ideas. Some people want to get it right in one step, and some people want to solve the immediate matter first. But such differences are quickly resolved. And just like this one after another about future development route planning was made. The players have put in a lot of effort into this plan. How should we proceed from the current stage, and what weapons should be researched to what should be researched in the next stage? The direction of future development and a series of other things are clearly arranged. Using various experiences in the game, they have avoided many wrong paths. It is no exaggeration to say that the players are now developing. The path they have chosen is basically correct. As long as all these things are realized, it will be just around the corner for them to enter advanced civilization. At the same time, the repair work of the metaverse is also being carried out nervously. After all, this thing is too important to them. Not only can it cultivate excellent space commanders, but it can also obtain a lot of information that they don't know, allowing them to advance in advance. Be prepared. After experiencing so much, it seems that they have matured a lot compared to before. But if it's just this little bit, it's not enough. At this time, Jiang Yao was paying attention to Lan Xing's every move. Watch them grow little by little. He knew very well that what it took to cultivate a powerful civilization was too much. If there were any problems with the details, it might not meet his expectations. So he needed to use simulations to help them become a super civilization step by step. All in all, everything must be arranged in advance. With all kinds of rejection in his heart, he also made countless plans for the future. At this time, he was on a beautiful green planet, surrounded by various high-rise buildings. This planet is a humanoid planet, and the people inside are 97% similar to the Blue Star. At this time, he is just one of hundreds of millions of ordinary people on this planet. That's right. At this time, he was pretending to be an ordinary person and mingling among these planets. In the future, he would often do this kind of thing, and the planets would also be replaced one by one. This time his plan is too huge and will take a long time. And he also wanted to ensure that he would be safe and sound during these long years. So he had no choice but to leave the insect nest. In fact, he doesn't particularly care about what kind of identity he will have in the future. For him, what he is now is compared to previous participants. Now he is more like an observer, silently observing the development of different civilizations through different methods and means. Among these civilizations, there may be some that will inspire his development and allow him to research more good things. It is also possible that there will be no benefit to him staying in these civilizations. But for him now, this is not important, because these trivial discoveries will not actually play a big role in the final war. Now he is focusing more on Blue Star development above. As for the civilizations under his control, he naturally takes care of them, at least to ensure that these civilizations can enter that stage in the future. It's just that compared to Blue Star, it is undoubtedly much easier for these civilizations to enter those stages. So he doesn't need to be as special as Blue Star. At this time, on Blue Star's side, everything was proceeding according to the normal plan. Various novel technologies have been researched and applied in actual combat. First of all, shield technology has made great achievements. That's right. After some discussions, Blue Star finally chose this route. As for heavy armor technology, in addition to being very dependent on materials, it is also very dependent on nano-repair technology. If nano-repair technology cannot be developed, then this plan can only declare bankruptcy. Although there is nano-repair technology in the game is different from reality. In reality, they could not find the relevant materials at all. So this also led to the final decision to abandon the plan. Although the research and development of shield technology is more difficult, it is also a good way to solve it once and for all. As long as you achieve success in this technology, you can continue to develop in this area. There is no need to replace it midway. If you have heavy armor, you will still choose to replace it in the later stage. I didn't expect that shield technology could achieve such rapid results. At this time, after learning the news, a group of players gathered together again. It is impossible for a technology to achieve breakthroughs one after another in a short period of time. So I estimate that the next technological breakthrough will take a long time. So now we can focus on other aspects. So what exactly are we going to do next? I personally suggest that since there has been progress in shields, I think we should give priority to energy weapons as the next step, because the two are interoperable. Hearing this player's proposal, everyone fell into thinking for a long time. After a long time, many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, after the success of shield technology, it will undoubtedly be easier to research energy weapon technology. If we start from this aspect, we should be able to see certain results in the short term. In this way, they soon decided on the next development route. The difficulty of researching energy weapons is no less difficult than that of shields, because it takes a lot of energy and time to break through the existing energy system. But for the players, it doesn't matter. After all, they now have a new home. And after they have a new home, they don't need to worry about here or there as before. After this period of hard work, the planet has gradually begun to get better. The direction has changed. People don't need to hide in a huge base shelter. Now they can try to get out of the base. Although there will still be many problems due to the surrounding environment. But these problems are now controllable. Compared with the past where casualties were very likely to occur if infected, now they can basically be cured. According to their estimation, it would take at most a dozen years to completely evolve this planet. When this planet is evolved, then they can survive here confidently and boldly. This means that they finally have a planet of their own. 100 or 200 years of wandering made them realize the importance of the planet. In the past, they thought that survival was inevitable. It was not until they suffered that disaster that they realized that survival might be just an accident. However, the long-term stability made them think that it was inevitable. Now this profound lesson finally made them wake up. However, for them, it is not too stable to wake up now. At least their civilization can continue. Compared with being directly destroyed, they are undoubtedly much luckier now. In this way, time passed day by day. Everything seemed to be on the right track and developing in a good place. But soon, new bad news came. On this day, an ordinary spacecraft was exploring the universe as usual, trying to find new resource areas. His current location is about 5 light-years away from the center of origin. And this spacecraft is currently the farthest spacecraft from the center of origin. As usual, the captain of this spaceship began to explore the surrounding galaxies. Of course, the main reason why he was able to run so far was because of the advancement of energy technology. Although the speed of warships has not been greatly improved in recent years, progress in other aspects has enabled warships to finally sail longer distances. While the captain was still exploring the surrounding area, a signal source he suddenly discovered caught his attention. New signal source? As he spoke, he was a little curious. Of course, he also reacted immediately at this time, first hiding himself, and then looking for the source of the signal. This is something that all people who go out to explore must learn. After all, If you expose yourself because you went out to explore, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Therefore, going out to find new resources is the second priority. The most important thing is to ensure the safety of yourself and civilization. After hiding himself, the captain dropped several detectors, then drove the spacecraft away, and then turned all his attention to the detectors. It is much better to discover some unknown dangers in this way than to take risks by driving a battleship yourself. At this time, many crew members gathered inside the battleship. At this time, like the captain, they were all staring closely at the data sent back by the detector. Soon, in the detector's picture, they saw a scene that they would never forget. They saw a large number of fleets appearing in the star field where they had just been. Chapter 818, Exploring the Dilemma of the Spaceship. These battleships are. Seeing this scene at this time, the captain was stunned. He is very familiar with these battleships. To be precise, everyone is very familiar with them. Because it was because of these battleships that they were forced to leave that planet. They never thought that they would see these battleships again in their lifetime. All kinds of emotions filled their minds for a while. Anger, hatred, fear, and many other emotions. These emotions made him not know how to react for a moment. But he soon came to his senses and calmed down a little. And he immediately gave the order. Send the news back immediately. In addition, our warship should find a place to hide. And then don't make any movements. After hearing what the captain said, his men immediately started to take action. In fact, they can leave here now. After all, they are still so far away from these warships. However, the captain is very clear about the current situation of Blue Star. The entire civilization is still being rebuilt. Although technology has improved a lot compared to before. With the current level of technology, it is simply impossible to compete with the enemy. At the same time, they do not know the technology mastered by the enemy, which means that the enemy is unknown to them. They are not sure whether the other party has a device that can track them. At the same time, they didn't know whether the enemy had discovered them. If not, it wouldn't matter if they returned successfully. But if the enemy had discovered them and been observing them, then it would be different. When they returned, they might have brought their enemies to their new home. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. So after thinking about it, they decided to wait here and wait until the enemy left before leaving. Almost at the same time, the news reached Blue Star. At present, the communication facilities here at Blue Star have been greatly improved compared to before. Basically, delay-free communication within 20 light-years can be achieved. And when the news from that battleship was received here, the entire civilization immediately became nervous. After all, the impact of this civilization on them was too far-reaching. The reason for their wandering is also because of this civilization. So they both fear and hate this civilization. After receiving the news, almost all the senior executives of Blue Star gathered together and began to discuss how to deal with the current situation. I didn't expect that we would encounter that civilization again. It's really unimaginable that in such a vast universe, we actually met twice in a row. Could it be that they have been following us all this time? The chances of that are low because they are always looking for habitable planets. If they follow us, they will discover this planet in advance. With their habits, they might wipe us out when we go to this planet. After hearing what this man said, everyone nodded. Indeed, this alone would not make sense if they had been followed. But these are not important right now. What is important is what attitude we should adopt towards this civilization. This question is also present. And it is a question that everyone wants to know very much at this time. The current area where this civilization is located is really too close to their new home. The distance of a few light years seems very far. But when the civilization enters Singapore and masters the sublight speed navigation technology, then this distance is very close. Although this technology is not particularly mature at Blue Star, they are thinking that the civilization must have mastered the corresponding technology. Otherwise, they would not have been wandering in the universe for so many years. And this is also the problem. It won't take long for them to find this place now that they are far away from them. Of course, there is also a prerequisite for this. That is, they are discovered by them. But now no one knows whether he has been discovered or not. Although we don't know whether we have been discovered or not, we must make plans. At this time, everyone was discussing with each other. Although according to normal circumstances, the probability of them being discovered is not high. You must be careful in everything. Especially when your opponent is such a powerful civilization. If they don't understand what technology the other party has mastered, what level of detection technology the other party has, etc., then it is absolutely impossible for them to relax their vigilance. Although this encounter may be more likely to be a coincidence, They knew very well that the other party did not master a technology similar to leaping. This means that no matter how they wander around, they can only wander around nearby. If it is too far away, they will not be able to get there at all. Although it is extremely difficult to meet at such a distance. When the activity areas of the two civilizations are divided into one area, the possibility of meeting will increase infinitely. Therefore, there is a high probability that this situation is a coincidence. But even if it is a coincidence, Blue Star will not take it lightly. Everyone, although the possibility of coincidence is very high. Even if this is the case, we cannot sit still and wait for death. From now on, the entire civilization has entered a state of combat readiness, and all Blue Star people have entered the immigration ship and are on standby. The way everyone works on the planet must also change. Just like this, as one order after another was issued, the entire civilization immediately took action. Originally, this news had made the entire civilization panic. But now that the fate has been announced, everyone is even more nervous. The entire Blue Star operating system has also undergone great changes. The first is some layout and arrangement of basic things. Those who develop and construct inside the planet continue to stay inside the planet, while the rest go to the immigration world and live in the immigration ship. The same immigration ship must also ensure a certain distance from the planet. If an accident happens like this, the immigration ship can run away with a large force at any time. And the purpose of leaving the required staff on the planet is to ensure that if this matter is just an overthinking of theirs, then at least the construction of civilization won't stop. Today's Blue Star is indeed much more mature than before. And when thinking about problems, they consider more and more angles. At the same time, after discovering the enemy over there, they never made any move against that side. Because if they sent out warships to understand the situation at this time, they might get involved themselves. So they were very cautious all the way. Be careful. All information is provided by the battleship over there. Compared to before, they are undoubtedly much more mature now. At this time, while the civilization side was still intensively deploying, it was previously discovered that there were certain problems with the warships on the enemy fleet. At this time, the detector they left there has not been discovered by the other party. And this detector is also constantly passing on the other party's situation to this side. The enemy has stopped there now. Judging from the situation, he probably wants to replenish resources in the surrounding areas. At this time, the captain stared at the opponent's every move on the screen and said in a deep voice, "It should be that this civilization is just like us at the beginning, constantly searching for resources in the universe to maintain its fleet. If that's the case, I'm curious. We found a living planet so easily. But why this civilization has been wandering in the universe for so long and still hasn't been found?" At this time, a crew member suddenly asked a question. This is not simple. Wandering in the universe is completely different from having a fixed place of residence. At a fixed location, we can build large astronomical telescopes to observe the surrounding planets. We have enough time to understand all the planets around us, and we have enough astronomers to study them. However, once you set foot in the universe and navigate the universe, you have more things to consider every day. Not only resource issues, but also many other issues. Compared to collecting information at a fixed point, the information collected by wandering in the universe is very complicated. It is difficult to find the information you want from this complicated information. There are various external factors that make it very difficult to obtain accurate information. Everyone also focused on this issue, and we started to discuss it word by word. Indeed, they are right. The reason why that civilization has not found a suitable planet for so long is actually nothing more than these reasons. First of all, their technological level is here. It is impossible for them to be as easy as the Zerg can find the target. If they want to find the target, they rely more on luck. Because they are wandering, they do not have a large astronomical equipment that can completely observe the surrounding planets. Although they also thought about building such a warship in the past. However, in the end, this plan came to nothing. First of all, the resources required to build a warship that could accommodate such a huge astronomical facility were terrifying. In addition, in order to ensure the accuracy of the facility, it is necessary to stay in one area for a long time and collect various surrounding signals. The whole process takes a very long time. However, their resources are not enough to support these things, and the effect of one device is not obvious, or even insignificant. With their technology, finding these planets requires multiple devices to operate together. In this case, their resource consumption in manufacturing these things will increase exponentially. The substantial increase in resource consumption here will also require a lot of time. making it even more difficult for them to squeeze out resources. In fact, they are now trapped in such an endless loop. They know very well that they need large-scale celestial equipment to find what they want. But they don't have so much time and resources to get these things out. In the end, they can only choose a crude method, which is to wander among different resource galaxies in the universe. Maybe they can find what they want, need. Even if you can't find it, it doesn't matter. Relying on the resources in these areas can continue civilization. If you are lucky, you may be able to receive signals from other intelligent life forms. And then, they can follow the clues to find the other party's planet. In fact, for a civilization of their level, having a planet to live on is very important. First of all, their technology is not enough to support them to continue many aspects of scientific research while sailing in space. At the same time, their technology is not enough to support them to build a very large warship. All in all, they need to face a variety of hardware problems. In addition, there are some other problems, such as finding living planets. With their current level of technology, the most crude way to find living planets is to build a large number of astronomical facilities, like Blue Star, and then send out a large number of people went to observe. In this case, the probability of discovering the target galaxy will be greatly increased. Although their technology is much more advanced than that of Blue Star, and the facilities they build are naturally much more sensitive than Blue Star's. But even so, it will take a lot of effort for them to find a living planet. Time. So if they don't have a stable foothold, they can only try their luck in the universe. Fortunately, their luck seems to have been very good. At least once they found a sublife planet. Although due to various reasons, the plan to seize this planet failed. And now this time there is also such a planet near them. But it is a pity that they have not discovered this planet so far. At this time, they are busy replenishing resources this week. After this replenishment, they were about to embark on another long voyage. Perhaps for them, this kind of life has long been used to it. However, compared to their current situation, there were many different sounds in the observation battleship. I think we should go back. Judging from their current situation, it is absolutely impossible for them to leave the galaxy in a short time. And there isn't much food left in our spaceship. At this rate, it won't take long before we starve to death here. At this time, everyone in the spacecraft became a little restless because of the food issue. Unlike other spacecraft, this spacecraft should be considered a civilian spacecraft in a strict sense. It has not reached the level of a mothership, so the facilities inside will be relatively simple, especially the sleeping cabin. This results in each pilot needing to consume a certain amount of food internally every day. Although the captain thought of this problem from the beginning, he also strictly controlled the food eaten by the members on a daily basis. But even so, as time goes by, the problem of food shortage gradually becomes apparent. We can't go back because we can't be sure whether our spacecraft has been discovered by the other party. If we have been discovered, then if we go there now, we will become sinners of civilization. If we don't go back, will we all starve to death here? Chapter 819, The Shortcomings of Technology. At this time, the conflicts among the people inside the battleship were intensifying. Everyone has their own little thoughts. Some want to survive, but some don't want to put civilization in danger because of themselves. At this time, the captains who were watching the quarrel over this matter in the audience also looked confused. If they stay here, everyone knows what awaits them. But if you leave, after thinking for a long time, the captain slowly spoke. We can't let what happened back then happen again. I know you all have your own thoughts. And I know a lot of people don't want to die. But have you ever thought about what will happen when we go back? You should also know what it means if our new home is discovered as a result. It means that we will wander in the universe again. This planet was found by civilization due to good luck. And this is the only planet with life that we know of so far. After hearing what the captain said, everyone naturally knew the powerful relationship here. To put it simply, if they are discovered this time, they will only be able to wander in space for a short time. And their technology doesn't support this. The reason why they were able to wander before was that Blue Star was still there at the time. Only with the resource support from Blue Star did they be able to complete this great migration. But even so, it would be dangerous for them to get here. If the timeline is longer, the final result will be very terrible. Maybe their resources will be exhausted, and the entire civilization will die during this great migration. Everyone present was well aware of this matter. So it should be clear to you that a lot of times we don't have a lot of choices. Perhaps for you, you can survive if you go back. But how long can you survive? Perhaps not only we will die in the end, but even our relatives and children will die together. Is this what you want to see? At this time, Everyone present fell silent after hearing the captain's words. They all looked confused. Clearly they were shaken. Yes. How long can you live if you are discovered? It's nothing more than a few years earlier, and a few years later. Then what? Then because he dragged the entire civilization to the burial. Even his parents and children would be implicated because of his actions. So what's the point of them going back? In the end, a few people who wanted to go back weakly lowered their heads. At this time, seeing their performance, the captain didn't say much. At this time, he could also see from the actions of these people that they had compromised. Who would want to die if they could really live? After muttering quietly, the captain continued to return to his post. Now that I have decided, even if I die, I must die well. This is what the captain is thinking at this time. Now he wants to tell Blue Star as much information as possible so that they can prepare. In this way, a large amount of news is sent back to the Origin Star every day. At this time, in the Origin Star, the senior officials of Blue Star naturally knew the choices of these people. From their perspective, these people's choice is the best choice at the moment. But when fellow humans saw this, they couldn't bear it in their hearts. Everyone, don't worry. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. And we will live well with your share. Your family and your children will be given the best possible care. At this time, everyone looked at the projection of the group of people in the battleship and couldn't help but say. And this time inside the battleship, all members of the battleship gathered together. At this time, there were less than 10 people left on the entire battleship. And these people were all emaciated and extremely weak. At this time, they all knew that their lives were coming to an end. I am now saying my final farewell to this world and this civilization. They couldn't help but shed tears when they saw the heart-rending cries of their family members on the projection. The Phylong civilian exploration ship wishes Blue Star prosperity. At this time, as all the members of the ship shouted such a sentence, they were seen driving the spacecraft towards the star without hesitation. And everyone present was watching them silently. Watching this group of heroes who sacrificed themselves for civilization. In this way, although the Phylong fell, everyone will remember them. Their sacrifices prevented Blue Star from being exposed. And they also provided Blue Star with too much important information. Everyone, although they have left us, they will always live in our hearts. The threat to civilization has not yet passed. And now we must work together to overcome this difficulty. Just like that, everyone in Blue Star was holding back their anger. Many times when civilization develops, many people are sacrificed. Many people do not even have names. And they die silently. These people on the Flying Dragon are not alone. Many people don't even get a chance to be remembered. This is the cruelty of the universe. No civilization can escape. People in civilization can only go forward for their own civilization. No matter how much they sacrifice, they must continue to rush forward. Because once you stop, the only thing waiting for you may be death. Due to various events, the entire civilization is currently in a relatively depressed stage. Considering that the dangerous civilization is near their home, Blue Star has also launched a series of discussions on targeted combat plans for that civilization. The first is about the defense construction around the new type, which is very important. Compared to the past, our weapon technology has been improved, but the degree of improvement is not large. That is to say, if we fight against them with our current strength, our winning rate is not high, and it is even said that we will still end up like the first time we fight against them. So this time we mainly need to build a galaxy-wide defense. Using high-energy consuming weapons such as railguns can still break through their defenses. As long as the number reaches a certain level, even if they have a mothership, they will not dare to set foot here easily. At the same time, we also need to arrange other things, including personnel evacuation, and a series of other things must be arranged. When they come to attack us, most of our personnel can evacuate. Then when we fight, the casualties will not be large. But we can not only cause heavy casualties to them, but also must arrange a planetary destruction plan. This is also a plan to be used when there is no other way. The ultimate goal of this method is naturally to destroy this planet, so that they can lose everything. The losses from the battle with us plus the loss of the final planet. I am thinking that even they will not be able to bear it. At this time, Blue Star hated this civilization. Therefore, Blue Star's various tactics against them have never considered being able to defeat them. The idea is very simple. Whether they win or not is secondary. The most important thing is to be able to bite a piece of meat from you. Then that is enough. This crazy plan is also because Blue Star's civilization has been wandering in the universe for so long. Therefore, they hate this civilization to the core. and all their tactics are aimed at causing harm to the other party. Even if they do not get any benefits, they must make them pay the price and let them experience their anger. Most people who survive that year thought so. After all, many people's relatives also died because of that disaster. Such is the development of civilization. That sheep has gone through more than 100 years of baptism and finally became what it is now. What was originally a gentle civilization has become what it is today. In this way, Blue Star has made plans for the future. At the same time, they also began the development of new detectors. Now they need to develop a brand new detector. The purpose of research on this detector is to understand the general situation of the enemy without being discovered by the enemy. The emergence of this civilization made them aware of their own technological shortcomings. Since the sacrifice of that battleship, their understanding of that galaxy has been unknown, which is a very bad feeling. They don't know whether the other party has left or not, and they don't know what the situation is on the other side. Have you ever been discovered? All in all, it was as if they were in darkness now, and there was a monster in the darkness who might or might not notice them. This feeling makes them always be shrouded in a dark cloud. Relevant detectors must be developed as soon as possible. The level of exploration around us is still too low, including the level of understanding of the surrounding situation. It can be said that once we leave this galaxy, we don't know the situation clearly. This is a very serious matter, especially since the civilization they destroyed here before was in a similar situation to theirs now. At that time, that civilization did not know that its side had been targeted. Even before they had reached the city, the civilization was still blinded. With this idea in mind, their next target was the detector. When we concentrate all our power on one point, the capabilities that can be exerted are naturally very powerful. And soon these detectors took shape. What follows is a series of various experiments. After almost 3 years, the new detector was finally developed. The function of this detector is naturally much more powerful than previous detectors. And the most important thing is its hidden ability. Nanjing knows very well that if they follow conventional methods, it will be very difficult for them to develop a detector that is completely undetectable. So they changed the detector into a mimic detector and disguised the detector as a meteorite. In this way, the probability of being discovered will be greatly reduced. The effect of this is naturally very clear. Although the new detector also has a signal radius, without special means, what is displayed on the shipboard radar is an ordinary meteorite. After the new detectors came out, Natural Blue Star began to launch a large number of detectors to the surrounding area. With the launch of these detectors, the surroundings of civilization are finally illuminated, and they can always pay attention to the surrounding trends. And as time went on, more and more detectors were built. Then, they can detect the situation 1 light year or 2 light years away. The appearance of these detectors made everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because they are no longer blind to the surrounding situation. They can understand everything around them, while ensuring their own safety. In this way, another 5 years passed. A new generation of detectors was built. Although the original detector was highly secretive, Blue Star still did not dare to put it in that area. As for the mentality now studied, these have completely solved their previous worries. This detector is much more secretive than previous detectors. This also gave them the courage to put the detector over there. In this way, time passed quickly and several years passed, and the new detector finally reached its intended target. But when they arrived at their destination, they were even more stunned because the place was already empty. This discovery made them panic because they had underestimated this civilization. It has been less than 10 years since the discovery of this civilization. 10 years ago, they were remediating that area of the galaxy. But just 10 years later they left. It's even said that they didn't last that long at all, because we lost sight of them after a few months of observing them there. So it's still unknown when they left. But what is certain is that they only stayed there for 10 years at most. Everyone is very clear about what this means. You must know that their fleet carries the entire civilization, which means that their supplies must ensure resources for decades, or even hundreds of years. This places great demands on their mining efficiency. And this is where everyone feels a little scared. They had also carried out large-scale migration before. But after arriving in the new place, including getting goods from Blue Star, and then some things later, the time they spent was several times that of this civilization. You must know that at that time, they had a lot of resources that were obtained directly from Blue Star. At that time, Blue Star's various systems were very well developed, so the efficiency was naturally not low. Under such circumstances, they used it took so long. Of course they knew what this meant. The other party's resource collection efficiency is very high. And this is still while dragging the whole family. This matter is somewhat serious, because this incident reflects from the side what level the other party's technological level has reached. The strength gap between the two sides is too obvious. Fortunately, that warship chose to sacrifice itself at that time. Otherwise, I was thinking that we might have been discovered. Yes, the other party's technological level is far superior to ours. I guess at that time, they may have discovered that the reason why our warships were stationary was to see if there was any chance of finding us by following the clues. Recalling what happened that year, everyone present couldn't help but feel a little scared. If that warship returns at that time, they may wander in the universe again. Chapter 820 Players' Concerns. At this time, although Blue Star discovered that the civilization had left, they were not relaxed now. Everything is speculation on our part right now, and no one knows what it is exactly. Yeah, this is the most embarrassing thing. Compared with Blue Star's management, the players are undoubtedly much easier here. At this time, they also gathered together to discuss the current situation. Based on our current thinking, this civilization may have discovered that battleship, but because that battleship finally chose to throw itself into the star and self-destructed, their line was broken. But if I were them, I would definitely suspect that there must be a civilization around. After hearing what this player said, everyone nodded in agreement. That's true. If this is the case, then the opponent's fleet will definitely be exploring the surrounding area. With the opponent's technology, they can send out detectors to spread out around that area as the center point. In this way, it won't take too long to find us. After hearing this, all the players fell into thinking. When we were found before, it was probably the same trick. As the player finished speaking, everyone looked at him, wondering why he suddenly said this. Looking at the eyes of everyone looking over, the player also explained the situation. Did you forget something? When our civilization first entered the space age, it launched a probe into the universe. To be precise, it should be a satellite that broadcasts the friendship of Blue Star to the entire universe. Although the broadcast frequency of our civilization at that time was very low, but there is still a possibility of being discovered. As long as the distance from the satellite is not too far, you should be able to receive the information he sent. I seriously suspect that that civilization received the information inadvertently, then found the location of the satellite, and determined our coordinates through what was recorded on the satellite. Everyone nodded when they heard what the player owner said. Indeed, the possibility of this was very high. I bet we are in this catastrophe because of the stupid things those people did. If nothing else, it should be like this. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Civilization was almost wiped out. And the result was this. We didn't know much about the universe at that time. At that time, we were like a child holding a gun. We couldn't control it at all. We only see the sense of security that guns bring. But we never think about the dangers of guns themselves. When your mind is immature, mastering something beyond yourself will only end up harming others and yourself. Regarding what this player said, everyone also very much agreed that this was indeed the case for civilization at that stage. It was able to set foot in the universe and master the technology of how to send signals. It feels a bit funny to rashly launch satellites and broadcast one's position to the entire universe without any understanding of the true situation of the universe. This is like you carrying a piece of gold and making noise on the street. I have gold, and this area is still a place where all kinds of robbers and thieves gather. In the end, this unlucky child was naturally educated by this group of people. After suffering a big loss, he finally knew how to hide himself. I never expected that this would be the case. Actually, I've heard about this before, but I didn't think about it at all at the time. But now that I think about it, I feel that what you said is really right. To put it bluntly, our civilization has become something we are now. Yeah. Why are you sending this to the universe without any problems? Actually, we are lucky. After all, it was discovered after so many years of launch. If it had been discovered early, we might not have the technology to build a spaceship or anything like that. And we would really have to die there. What this player said is quite to the point. After all, if they were discovered right after they set foot in the universe and launched a satellite, there would really be no place to cry at that time. You must know that at that stage, their technology even made manned spaceflight a very difficult thing. It would take a long time to fly even a small distance from the Blue Star to the moon. With this level of technology, if aliens were encountered, there would be no way to escape. So now they are lucky. At least at that stage, they have mastered star navigation, and the technology can carry out short-distance navigation. They only need a slight technological breakthrough to carry out long-distance navigation. To be precise, at that stage, The long-distance market had already taken shape and entered the experimental stage. And the arrival of that civilization undoubtedly accelerated this stage. If that civilization had arrived decades earlier, Blue Star would still be unable to escape. What's the use of thinking so much now? After a long time, one player couldn't help but sigh. In the final analysis, we should have committed suicide ourselves. Otherwise, forget it. It's over. It's useless to blame those people now. All we need to do now is think about how to deal with the current situation. After hearing what this player said, everyone finally returned to the topic they were talking about at the beginning. Actually, the situation is very clear now. That's true. If nothing else happens, we won't have to wait long. And maybe that civilization will find us. Although I really want to say that we have not been discovered by that civilization. But based on the technology in the hands of that civilization, it is inferred that their detection technology is many times that of ours. We can find them, no matter how hard they try to find us. It is not difficult. In fact, this inference is not groundless, but is well-founded. First of all, this is not the first time they have dealt with that civilization. Didn't this civilization find its home planet before? And the most important thing about this civilization is that it is a civilization that has been wandering in the universe for a long time. They are looking for a planet suitable for their own habitation, which means that they need a powerful enough detection system. Otherwise, they will still find themselves lonely. Even if their detection system was not powerful enough at the beginning. With these years of space travel, they knew how to upgrade their detection system no matter how stupid they were. So it would be too easy to find them with their detection system. Civilized players in this universe never dare to underestimate them. After all, they have experienced too much in the game. And they have also encountered too many incidents where they overturned because of underestimated opponents. So for the current situation, they have been considering the worst plan. Of course, their idea is also correct. Because from the beginning, this civilization has discovered the spaceship over there. But it has been standing still. And they pretended to be mining resources there, hoping to make the other party relax their vigilance in this way. And then wait until the other party left, and then follow the clues to find out where the other party's home planet was. In the end, they did not expect that the spacecraft would actually be on their own. Throw in the stars. It was also for this reason that Blue Star escaped disaster. However, when this civilization discovered that the spacecraft actually plunged directly into the star, it was naturally impossible for them to give up on this clue. So they immediately began to release all their detectors. Just as the player said, spreading around with their own side as the center. At the same time, their own battleship group was hiding. And the others were hiding. The purpose is for subsequent sneak attacks. And the most important thing is that they are not far away from finding that civilization now. Because they have discovered the detector of that civilization. And they only find the detector of this civilization funny. This civilization actually naively thought that if it disguised its detector as a meteorite, it would not be able to detect it. After discovering this detector, this civilization knew that the other party might be nearby. And it was not difficult to find them next. The distance is getting closer and closer. They only need to put enough detectors into this area. And if they want to find each other, it will be a matter of following the clues. Of course, Blue Star definitely doesn't know about the situation here in the universe. At this time, the players were quickly deducing the truth through their own reasoning. But unfortunately, it was not the players who had the final say on Blue Star's side. Now the player's identity is at most a suggester, not a decision maker. So when the players put forward their guesses, the decision makers in the civilization began to think about it. If this matter is true, then their only one will be very dangerous. But if it is false, responding to this will be a big joke. And a lot of manpower and material resources will be invested. Every time I see them make a decision, my head hurts. At this time, a player couldn't help but sigh. This is normal. After all, they are all single individuals, not collective consciousness. There are many voices in the entire civilization, not just one voice in the game. Everyone must consider the consequences when making a decision. To put it simply, try to avoid bad consequences as much as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult to bear the responsibility later on. How could everyone not know what this player said? But they also know very well that this kind of thinking, or this kind of behavior, is often the biggest obstacle to the progress and development of civilization. Because you are afraid of taking on certain things. You hesitate to make some decisions. By the time you really think about everything and make the decision, the time has passed. And this is also the biggest problem. If you want to live safely in the universe, sometimes timing is very important. For example, The original Nanqing was very decisive when migrating. It is also for this reason that most people remain. The previous one was a known disaster, so they gambled like this. But now this disaster is unknown. Emotion means not shedding tears until you see the coffin. As much as I hate to admit it, this is the reality. Listening to everyone's discussion, one player couldn't help but stand up. To be honest, I really don't want to take care of this mess anymore. It's so irritating sometimes. Everything must be encountered or happen before making a decision. Then they must also consider a question. That is, can you really afford it when it happens? The main reason why we escaped from each other and didn't take action against us before was that it didn't make any sense to take action against us at that stage. And they don't know when the blow will come. Maybe it was set 1 second ago, and the blow will come the next second. Although the possibility of this is very low, it is still possible. It is also for this reason that they will not take the risk to fight with us. While saying this, the player couldn't help but sigh. When they attacked us, they knew our technological level. Under such circumstances, they thought they could easily take advantage of us. So they brought everyone here with them. So when we sent out the full channel broadcast, they immediately retreated. The main reason was because they still had money and didn't dare to risk entangled with us here. And now that they know our whereabouts and have learned the lesson from the last time, I think it is absolutely impossible for them to bring all their money here before taking down this planet. This means that even if we send an all-channel broadcast this time, they will kill us. As he spoke, the man in front of him couldn't help but look embarrassed. And the most important thing is when they know that we are the same group of people last time. What do you think will happen? The law of the dark forest is that everything within the light cone is destiny. And there is another more critical thing, which is the explosion of technology. If you combine these three, I'm thinking that even if their fleet is completely wiped out this time, they will take action against us. And they will come to kill us all. Do you think we can escape under such circumstances? At this time, everyone was silent when they heard what the player said. In fact, they also knew very well that this time, there was a high probability that it was the script the player said. And there was no way anything special would happen. It's very simple. The universe itself is a dark forest. Every civilization is a hunter with a gun. They hide in the darkness and dare not make a sound. Destiny is within the light cone. Which means that when I discover you, I will be in the same light cone as you. Then, the encounter between you and me will become inevitable at this time. Maybe if I let you go this time, the next time we meet, you will become very powerful. The time scale in the universe is very long. Maybe the next encounter will be hundreds of years later. Although you and I are developing in these hundreds of years, there will be a problem involved. It's the explosion of technology. No one can guarantee that you will not have a technological explosion in these years. If this thing does appear, in the span of hundreds of years, your originally weak technology can reach a very terrifying level. By then, it will be a matter of who is the hunter and who is the insect. Unknown. Chapter 821 Players preparing to leave civilization. Combining these theories, when you are discovered by other civilizations or discover other civilizations, all you can do is find a way to destroy them. Just because you are soft, doesn't mean your enemy will be soft. Many times there is no choice between civilization and civilization. And now their civilization is facing such a situation. Especially when the other party has already let them go once and knows about their changes now. No matter how stupid the other party is this time, they will not be able to let them go. And as the saying goes, one learns from each experience. The other party suffered a loss due to various reasons last time. And this time, they will definitely find ways to avoid it. So now our civilization has entered another stage of choice. This choice is very difficult for everyone. But our civilization is not that decisive. Which means that there will be a lot of trouble in the follow-up. Because this choice will cause a lot of trouble. Even when the inevitable happens. At this point, all the players didn't know how to make a decision for a while. Or let's go! After a long time, a player suddenly spoke. And as his words fell, everyone looked at him in unison. What do you mean? What else can it mean? Literally. You want to leave civilization? Otherwise, should they all be left here to be buried with civilization? Have you ever thought that your behavior is irresponsible to civilization, and that the success rate is very low? After hearing what this player said, many players immediately became furious. Be responsible? How do you want to be responsible? Are you planning to dig a grave for the entire civilization? No matter what. We can't just leave. When did you enter the game? Have you ever experienced the darkest side of the game? Except for some large-scale wars. What else have you experienced during this period? Have you experienced the development process from weak to strong? And have you destroyed one civilization after another? Survival is not inevitable, but accidental. When we continue to experience this accident, it will make us think that survival is inevitable. We have wiped out so many civilizations in the game. Have we ever spared any effort? What is the final result of those civilizations? Haven't you seen it? And now we are among those civilizations that are about to be wiped out. And knowing that this is about to happen, if we don't have a way to leave, then what's the point of staying here? The so-called can't you have a chance to survive? Obviously you can continue civilization. And maybe you can develop a more splendid civilization in the future. In the end, you chose to burp directly. Of course, if you wanted to burp, no one would hold you. At least not many of us would be willing to hold you. You had a chance to live. You could continue to perpetuate civilization, and maybe even develop a more splendid civilization in the future. But you chose to just give it away for free. Of course, if you wanted to give it away for free, no one would hold you back. Everyone, calm down. At this time, watching the two sides becoming more and more noisy, one player became the peacemaker. How can we be so calm? Some people are trying to judge it as civilized. How can we be so calm? What does it mean to identify civilization? The development of modern civilization has entered a critical stage. However, facts have proven that civilization at this stage is not suitable for survival in the universe. Civilization system and other things must be reshuffled. Otherwise we will wait for there is only destruction. No matter your reasons, no matter how magnificent, your behavior itself has big problems. Civilization has given us privileges. Civilization has given us so many things. But you actually have such an idea now, which is problematic in itself. What privileges has civilization given us? What privileges? Civilization once gave us a lot. But didn't it slowly take it back later? To put it more bluntly, we are just a bubble of the old era, and the arrival of the new era. Our bubbles will eventually be blown away. Take the current situation as an example. Our various decisions have brought vitality to civilization, and allowed civilization to continue to this day. What is the result? The result is what the civilization said. Without our decisions, they might be able to develop better. We are just a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. What can we understand? This is the answer they gave us. Seeing that the two sides were about to quarrel again, many people signaled them to be quiet. Okay everyone, please stop arguing about this matter. There is no point in arguing now. Even if you want to leave, our technology does not support such a thing now. You should also know very well that the warships required for long-distance space navigation are different from civilian warships. This means that even if you want to leave, you do not have the ability. Because the most we can do at present is there are some civilian warships. So let's forget about this idea. Since we can't leave, let's sit down and discuss what we should do. How to get the higher-ups to make a decision as soon as possible. Because we don't have much time now. And we must let them find a way to evacuate as soon as possible. What else can we think of? No one above is willing to listen to us. All our theories, or all our speculations, even some of the things that have been produced with evidence, can only be used as a reference for them. To them, our advice makes no sense. Afterwards, a group of players discussed this matter for a long time. But in the end, there was no definite plan. The main reason is because the above will not say that their ideas are fully adopted, although previous events have allowed them to prove their worth. As time goes by, many things have had different interpretations and speculations. So players are now acting as suggestions. There are many similar organizations on this planet, and there are even many such groups with higher decision-making capabilities than theirs. In this way, as time went by, this conference finally came to an end, and after the end, the players also left. Although on the surface it seemed like this was the end of the matter, some minor accidents actually occurred. Because after this conference, some players were pulled into a group chat. At first, everyone was confused about this group chat. But as the group leader spoke, everyone also understood the meaning of this group chat. Everyone has seen what happened in today's meeting. We are all leaders of different legions, and have a group of people under them. Since our brothers trust us, we must also fight for a way out for them. In fact, there is no other meaning in forming this group. I just want to see everyone discussing whether to leave or stay today. I have put all the people who are willing to leave into a group chat. As the group leader finished speaking, the entire group became lively. Group leader, you mean we make a plan and leave here? That's right. Everyone and I have basically the same idea. Many systems of current civilization are not suitable for setting foot in the Star Sea at all. But we rashly entered here under such circumstances. There are too many tests we need to face. If we don't change, accidents may happen at any time. The actual situation of civilization now is that there is no way to change in a short time. And there are still foreign enemies. So I think it is better to wait with them here. It would be better to die than to leave here with some of the people. Because many people in the group wanted to leave directly. Everyone immediately started chatting about this matter. I took a closer look just now. Most of the people in our group have been playing games for a very long time. To put it simply, we are all old people in the game. For many situations, compared to the group who just argued with you. For newcomers, it is much longer. It's about why so many virgins suddenly appeared in this game. They were all newcomers for a long time, having not experienced those things. Standing on the moral high ground and making rash judgments on certain behaviors is self-destructive. Okay, please don't discuss these things now. The first thing we need to consider is how to leave. In this way, everyone discussed this matter word by word. Basically, most of the people present were old players and had experienced a lot of things. So they don't feel any guilt about leaving here. There is a very realistic thing in the civilization of the universe. And that is to survive. No matter what means are used. Only by surviving can there be hope and opportunity. And that is what they have to do now. There are no moral constraints or legal constraints in the universe. Only the most primitive survival instinct. The biggest problem of current civilization is to put these self-perceived morals or other things on the stage of the universe. And then look at the problems of the entire universe based on these things. To put it simply, if you try to reason with a group of people who have no moral bottom line, then your final result will be self-evident. When you are still commenting on others and blaming others with what you think is a reasonable argument, little do you know that the other party has pointed a gun at your head without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Our biggest problem right now is a mothership that can sail in space for a long time. There is a way to solve the mothership problem here. When we left before, the metaverse was also taken away. Although the metaverse has not been repaired now, it was still stored. The battleship that was stored has now been changed to a tourist battleship. That battleship mainly contains some commemorative things from the old era. Of course, there is also a residential area there. Upon hearing what this player said, many people in the group who knew the situation of that battleship immediately expressed their opinions. If you choose this battleship, there is no problem. However, after all, this battleship is a first-generation battleship. Regardless of the materials or other aspects of the battleship, it is relatively backward. It can meet the needs of interstellar navigation, but it will be in space for a long time. It would be dangerous if we can't get supplies. A first-generation warship is a first-generation warship. Currently, there are only warships at this level. We can capture them in a short time. Those second-generation warships are the current main battleships. And we don't even have a chance to get close. If you choose this generation of battleships, then what we need to consider is the later supply of the first battleship and the repair of the second battleship. This generation of warships has too many issues to consider and must be prepared in advance. Tell me what industry you are in now and how much help you can provide. We will bring all our strengths together. Maybe things will get done. At this time, everyone was communicating with each other. And soon a perfect framework came out. First, there is a player who is responsible for travel and sightseeing. Through him, it is easy to let a group of players enter the battleship. If he operates behind the scenes and gets all the players involved, it's not impossible. After coming in, you just drive the battleship around in the galaxy in the name of sightseeing. This is also a good opportunity for them to leave. But because the program inside the battleship is set to only move within a certain range, a person with extremely skilled hacking skills is needed to solve this problem in advance. In addition, there are many problems, including how to transport resources to the later stage. There are many questions like how to choose maintenance robots in some settlement areas, how to obtain maintenance robots, and so on. Of course, different players will work hard to solve these things. In short, everyone present is responsible for a project. At the same time, they will later disclose this matter to their more trusted union members through some methods, so that they can prepare in advance. But even so, they will still face many problems. It is even said that there is still a high possibility of becoming space junk. But even so, they decided to give it a try. Because no matter how bad it is, it will not be worse than waiting to die. Just like this, a shocking escape plan began to be carried out intensively in secret. In the following period, the players held many more meetings, but no players discussed the escape. It was as if the last escape incident was just a hot idea of some people. What they discussed next was basically how to persuade civilization to operate according to their ideas. But no matter how hard they tried, it was of no use. This made some players jump in panic. But those who decided to escape were quite calm. They have seen too many such things. There were a lot of them in the civilizations they wiped out in the game before. From a broad perspective, this kind of behavior is for the sake of the entire civilization. But from a small perspective, it is most likely for oneself to show off. After all, it is such an honor to save a famous person from water and fire many times with his own efforts. This is the envy of many people. This is perfect, and it has attracted a lot of attention. Of course, this group of people also has an idea. The escaping players can clearly see it. They want to establish the status of the players again through this method. Chapter 822 Players ready to take action. Unfortunately, the players who were preparing to escape scoffed at their ideas. As humans, we naturally know how humans think. In the past, we were held up on the altar, and we were given priority in various benefits. This has undoubtedly touched the cake of many people. I have to say that as time goes by, one generation falls behind each other, which is a bit surprising to me. One player at this time made this comment about these people's actions. Of course, the main reason why he thinks this way is because he understands the purpose of the previous generation to put them on the altar. Perhaps they would have discovered the law of the dark forest at that time. But once this rule is announced, not everyone can afford it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Seeing his performance at this time, the players on the side were a little curious. Lao Tai, you said not everyone can bear it. What is the situation? What do you think? Maybe for us now, this rule is just words. But if we go back hundreds of years, if this rule is suddenly announced, what impact will it have on the entire world? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him curiously, waiting for his next words. Looking at the eyes of everyone, he also expressed his thoughts. People at this time may not have heard of this law. Or even if they have heard it, they regard it as a joke and will not have any impact on the entire civilization. But if this matter is officially announced, the nature will be completely different. This will cause many people to panic, and even the entire civilization will be in turmoil. However, this law is real. If you do not accept this law, then in the future, if your civilization is attacked by other civilizations, how should you choose? Because of the existence of this law, if a civilization is attacked, the most correct thing for the civilization to do is to escape immediately if it has the ability. But if this law is not accepted, the entire civilization will undergo a large-scale migration. Do you think it's possible? After hearing what this player said, everyone was thoughtful. Indeed, if you don't know this law, or you don't agree with it, then it's impossible to talk about a big migration. It is even said that the person who proposed this plan will be criticized by everyone. But everyone who knows about it knows that this path is correct. If it develops normally, there may be only one way waiting for civilization, which is destruction. At that time, those people thought of this. So they integrated this matter into the game. As he spoke, the player's tone was full of emotion. Not to mention that the decision made by people at that time was unprecedented. Change the world in the form of the metaverse. Let the world revolve around this metaverse. And at the same time integrate the alien technology they acquired into the metaverse to simulate various wars. In this way, many problems will be solved. The first thing is that the true situation about the universe is revealed through the form of a game. For most people, this is just a game, and it is harmless. But because of the popularity of the game and more people joining the game, this rule in the game that has been heard will be subconsciously recognized, compared to directly instilling this law into everyone. This method is undoubtedly much gentler and easier to accept. After something becomes normal and becomes something everyone knows, and it really happens, then there won't be so many people who will object to some decisions and responses. This is how they used to make everyone accept this law. At the same time, they also use this method to let everyone understand the truth of the universe. They also use games to cultivate a group of people who can participate in space wars. Warrior. Everyone must be able to imagine the far-reaching impact of this act. At this time, after hearing this player's explanation, most players suddenly realized. After thinking about the current status of civilization, everyone sincerely admired this set of proposals. If there was no such game at the beginning, then when a disaster occurred, Blue Star might still be there to resist, which would eventually lead to the annihilation of the entire civilization. Without knowing this rule, even if you set foot in the universe, you will not be able to go far. The so-called benevolence and other things in Blue Star civilization will leave many hidden dangers for itself. And these hidden dangers will eventually lead to its destruction. But if you know these things in advance and are prepared to deal with them, there will be two results. The ideas of the predecessors are very complete and very advanced. But unfortunately, as time goes by, that group of people leave. And after leaving, the people behind may not have such a long-term vision. Because this group of people began to think of ways to suppress players. Because they felt that players had such a huge amount of wealth in their hands, which would more or less have a certain impact on their management. And at the same time, the role played by players was not enough, so that they can match the wealth. Of course, the main reason why they did not directly treat players across the board is because of the setting of the metaverse. It may be because they cannot change it. Or it may be that a sudden one-size-fits-all approach will cause huge economic turmoil to the entire society. It is also because of this reason they chose to boil the frog in warm water. I want to use this method to slowly weaken the players, and at the same time take back the wealth in their hands. Although this plan was not successfully implemented and encountered the invasion of other civilizations, the plan has progressed to a considerable extent, at least compared to before. The wealth and privileges that players now have been reduced. We've arrived at a very small area. Perhaps without the invasion of this civilization, the players would lose everything before long. However, this civilization came at the critical moment, and we also showed corresponding value. Having said this, the player looked at everyone. Then you look at their reaction now. When we showed our value, they held us up again. But compared to the past, this time they just held us up. Our status and other things about us have not changed at all. The famous player shook his head. Of course, I am not saying that you are dissatisfied with our current situation. At the same time, I'm not saying that we have to take up our status before we are willing to sacrifice our lives for civilization. To put it bluntly, this is a life and death moment for the survival of civilization. Under such circumstances, everything we do is actually more just to protect ourselves. We have experienced so much in the game, seen so much cruelty to the universe, and learned so much. And reality has made us realize that all of this is true. We, who have rich experience in such situations, have gone through so much after long discussions. The final solution was worthless to them. They have too many things to consider. But when civilization is at stake, they won't give you a chance to think about it at all. Now is just the early stage of the disaster. At this time, we have enough time to prepare. But the time at this time is give us what we are ready for, not what they are hesitating about. Their hesitation will miss the best preparation time. So we are helpless. Since they have decided to follow their ideas, then we can only live according to our ideas, or continue civilization if we are able. That's all. After hearing what this player said, everyone nodded in agreement. It is true that they are just trying to survive now. As for continuing civilization, that is just incidental. The current situation is very realistic. That is, the thing has not happened. And no one will believe their words. But they know very well that these things will definitely happen. And it makes no sense to wait until they happen to believe it. The arrogance from them has been deeply felt by the players. The well-founded analysis and subsequent response plans conducted by their so-called experts are very funny in the eyes of the players. Indeed, they had also formulated a corresponding escape plan in order to prevent it from happening. But they didn't think that the enemy coming this time would be completely different from the last time. Last time, you could force the enemy by sending a broadcast to the whole universe. But this time, the enemy is not a fool. While you are making progress, isn't the other party not making progress? You sorted out the last failure. Didn't you think that the other party was doing the same thing? A more complete plan will even be designed for this purpose. Thinking of this, the players couldn't help but shake their heads. There is a high probability that the scientific and technological progress of our own civilization is inferior to that of the other party. Under such circumstances, the other party has made arrangements in advance. What do you think is the significance of your current arrangement? Since you set foot in the universe, you are destined to wander in the universe for the rest of your life. This is something that is destined. Just like now, according to the player's thinking, the best plan is for the immigration ship to move towards certain information. This planet is still preserved, and this planet will become an important channel for civilization to transport supplies. Various scientific and technological research are conducted here, and a large amount of materials are produced and continuously shipped to the immigrant ships wandering in the interstellar space. In this case, even if there is a problem here, it will not have much impact on the entire civilization, because in this way at least people are still there. And while people are still there, there is hope. And in the process of wandering, There may be new discoveries, and various newly discovered things can be used to research and develop more powerful things. In this way, until you become strong enough and find a planet suitable for your habitation, you can immigrate there and develop based on that planet. The premise is that you must have a certain ability to fight against the enemy. This is the future route planned by the players. This route is quite stable. First of all, it ensures that the civilization's technology is constantly advancing, and at the same time finding new footholds. At the same time, there is no need to worry about the old areas being taken over by the enemy. Even if the old area is discovered by the enemy, there is a high probability that both sides will only enter a state of deterrence balance. The other party wants to occupy this place, but their own civilization and fleet are outside. If the other party takes action against them at this time, then this planet will definitely not be saved. At this time, it depends on how long the enemy has been wandering in the universe, and how much they need resources. Both sides can negotiate with this invisible deterrent, giving both sides a chance to coexist peacefully. Under such circumstances, both parties will continue to develop. If Blue Star's technological level exceeds that of the other party, it has also found a new foothold in advance. Then it's time to come back and settle things. This is the overall route planned by the players for the future of civilization. They can advance, attack, retreat, or defend. It can be said that stability is brought into full play. However, such a plan is worthless to civilization, and it is even regarded as a joke. So that group of naive guys still think they are righteous and want to use these methods to re-establish the status of players in civilization. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. I have to say that they are too naive. With these prejudices accumulated over the years, do you really think that the people above are just freeloaders? You can get back through such a small thing. Not to mention that they have never thought of adopting your ideas. So it is even more difficult to restore their status. It's impossible. Even if the other party accepts it, they won't be able to give you this opportunity. There are too many players and too many naive people. So there is no way something like this can happen. But for everyone present, this is no longer important, because they have made what they think is the right decision. Even if they end up in the universe in the future, they feel that there is nothing to do because of something. So you must bear the corresponding consequences. In this way, as time went by, the players who were preparing to escape had made all the preliminary preparations. The first is the number of people who fled. The total number of people totaled 6,000. The number of people is quite small. A colonial ship is more than enough to accommodate even the first generation of colonists. And there is a lot of space. These people include people from all walks of life. After all, the development of civilization in the future also requires the development of various industries. At the same time, there are about 100 warships leaving this time. Except for one immigrant ship. The others are all small spacecraft. The idea is that after they leave, the immigration ship will be modified so that it can accommodate these small spacecraft. In the future, the main purpose of these small spacecrafts will be for ship maintenance, resource collection, and other interstellar exploration matters. At the same time, the ecosystem inside the spacecraft has also been improved. And this technology is still a player engaged in related work. Find a way to copy a complete information. Although this will be discovered sooner or later, it doesn't matter anymore. Chapter 823. Successfully left and parted ways. Brothers, basically everything that should be arranged has been arranged. The preliminary preparations have been completed. And the next step is the actual operation. As he said this, the players began to take action. The first is the material aspect. Players transport supplies to designated locations bit by bit through their own spaceships. If it weren't for the fact that the mothership that had been transformed into a tourist ship was still under supervision, the players would have transported their things directly aboard. But it doesn't matter to them. As long as they can transport the things away, it's okay. In this way, as time went by, these materials were transported to the location bit by the players, like ants moving. After doing all this, the next step is the second step of the plan. Our side is basically ready, and we will start taking action next. Other units are also ready here. At this time, a group of players were gathering inside the spaceship. What they needed to do at this time was to repair the power system of the spacecraft. Because as a sightseeing ship, there was not much difference whether it had a power system or not. In order to prevent flying insects from being driven away maliciously, the power system was directly removed at that time. And this is also the biggest difficulty for players. You must act quickly. We only have a maximum of 5 days. Don't worry. We have been simulating it for a long time to fix this thing. At this time, a player was talking while tapping the computer crazily. Many virtual screen projections are already under surveillance. But it is a pity that they have ignored the oldest thing. And this thing is the key to our breakthrough. It was said over there that this player was using his computer, which seemed to be a certain age, to crazily invade different systems. Although this computer may not seem like much on the surface. In fact, this computer is not simple. The internal chip was created through the joint efforts of players. They pieced it together bit by bit through various channels and relationships. After so much effort, the computing power of this computer finally met the requirements. Because the current situation of civilization is somewhat complicated, and many reasons have led to the current civilization. All processing files are processed by intelligent brain and supervised by the above. If you use a more convenient virtual projection computer, you will probably be discovered. After all, once you use a large amount of computing power, it is easy to be targeted. It is also for this reason that players here choose this routine. Build a computer yourself and accomplish what they want to do. As the player's operation was completed, the next moment, the surrounding robots were immediately gathered here. After receiving the instructions, they immediately started repair work. According to my rigorous calculations, it should take a few days. For us, these few days are enough. While talking, several other players also immediately started to take action. First, we need to modify the system of the spacecraft without hiding it from the brain. The whole process is a bit complicated, so it's up to you from now on. As the players' words fell, players in other areas immediately began to take action. At that moment, explosions occurred in a large number of places on the planet. Of course, the main reason why they did this was to attract the attention of G now in this way. The brain of modern civilization is not very intelligent. This method can more or less increase the time of concealment. At the same time, as these explosions sounded, the entire civilization fell into panic, because this was obviously a terrorist attack. But such an incident has not happened for a long time. So when something like this suddenly happens now, many people can't help but feel a little uneasy. At this moment, when everyone's attention was focused on these things, the remaining players immediately started their own operations. They took out the hard drive they had prepared long ago and inserted it into their spacecraft, forcibly cutting off contact with civilization. Brothers, speed up and remove all the intelligent systems in our spacecraft. Only in this way can we fully control the ship while preventing civilization from tracking us. After doing all this, these spacecraft slowly took off and then flew towards a certain place on the planet. This is an experimental base where a large number of scientific researchers live. As usual, the researchers were continuing their research. But at this moment a group of countless guests broke into the place. Who are you? Do you know what you are doing now? At this time, looking at the players who suddenly appeared, this group of scientific researchers were also shocked. They are no strangers to players. After all, they often deal with them. But they never thought that these players would come to hijack them. If you want to say something, please wait until you leave here. After all, you must know our situation very well. So I don't need to say anything more. Just follow us, and we can ensure your safety. But if you want to resist, don't blame us. After hearing what the player said, the researcher couldn't help but look ugly. Looking at the people behind him, he could only sigh helplessly in the end. As long as you don't hurt us. Seeing that these scientific researchers are more aware of current affairs, the players also nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry. We won't do anything to you. You also know our situation very well. In the final analysis, where we are now is partly due to you. In this way, a group of people were taken aboard the spacecraft and locked in a special aircraft. The purpose of players bringing these people is naturally to let these people help them escape smoothly at the critical moment. Not to say that they must be solved. After all, solving them will not do any good to themselves. At this time, the researchers who were brought aboard the spacecraft immediately understood what the players were thinking. You want to leave civilization? At this time, a researcher suddenly asked. And the players did not hide this. This is a normal thing. After all, we know the current situation of civilization very well. In fact, I feel that you should also understand it. But you don't want to believe it. This is just your idea. Everything is just speculation until it is confirmed. When the players finished speaking, a researcher immediately refuted. After hearing what this researcher said, the players couldn't help but laugh. It's ridiculous to speculate. If everything needs to be confirmed, then you have to wait for others to eliminate you before you believe it is true. When that civilization invaded us for the first time, We said that they definitely did not come with good intentions. We also mentioned that we had no chance of winning against this civilization. And we asked everyone to evacuate. But what is your behavior? You are very arrogant. You don't believe in the results? We were lucky last time. Because maybe what he encountered was the first time. So he didn't do anything too drastic. It was also for this reason that we escaped. But this time, because of the last time after the lessons, do you think they will be prepared this time? Will we still have a chance to leave? As he said this, the player looked at everyone. You need results. You need theoretical support. That's understandable. You also need to know how to adapt to changes. And you also need to understand what the current situation of civilization is. If you still hold on to your so-called theories under such circumstances, you are simply leading civilization into a pit of fire. We don't think there's anything wrong with what we're doing. We just want to survive. But it's a pity that you want to drag the entire civilization with you and force us to join it. So I'm sorry. We can't continue. Let's continue playing with you. At this time, everyone was extremely angry when they heard what the player said. After all, they believed that there was nothing wrong with their actions. The players were just interpreting some unfounded things too much according to their own ideas. The current situation emerged. As a result, when such a situation occurs, it is better for them to just put the shit basin on their heads. Of course, they will not be able to accept it. What you said sounds nice. But it's just because the treatment given to you by civilization is relatively low. Or it has been suppressing you, making you want to leave civilization and develop on your own. As a result, you come over and say that you are just trying to survive. After hearing what these people said, the players didn't argue too much, because it didn't make much sense to argue with these people. What we said today is that you could enter through various methods. When civilization is destroyed in the future, you will make this video public. Then you will know who the fool is. The players did not provide any other explanations. At this time, as explosions suddenly occurred in most areas, and everyone was paying attention to this incident, another incident happened, which shocked the entire civilization. The players rebelled, and a group of players hijacked a large number of experts and left the planet. This was a bit unexpected for everyone. They had never thought that such a thing would happen, nor had they thought that the players would be so bold. For a time, there were endless denunciations against this group of people, and everyone was using their own way to express their dissatisfaction with these people and express their anger. However, these players cannot naturally see it, because at this time, they have already driven the mothership towards the outer reaches of the galaxy. At the same time, civilization also sent a pursuit fleet to intercept the players. Because this battleship is the first-generation version after all, its functions are much worse than those of current battleships. It didn't take long for the players to catch up. But these people did not dare to act rashly against the players, because they still had holding hostage a large number of important researchers. These people are all important figures in the future development of civilization. If something goes wrong, then their sins will be huge. So they can only use remote words to make the buyers give up resistance and follow them back. Although all the people present are chasing, everyone knew that this was an impossibility. In this way, the two sides have been in a stalemate. As time goes by, the two sides are getting further and further away from civilization. It's almost done. We can let those people go. At this time, the commander of the pursuit fleet looked at the box that was dropped from the spacecraft. And it couldn't help but look gloomy. How did our data on the battleship leak? Are those bastards in the Secrecy Bureau freeloaders? The commander at this time was extremely angry. He really didn't expect that the accurate number of his civilized warships could be obtained so easily by the other party. Of course, the reason why he thinks so is actually very simple. Because the location where the players dropped these researchers is just enough for their spacecraft to make a round trip. Which means that if they continue to chase them out, their spacecraft will not have enough energy to return. It was obvious that the timing of putting these people down was also carefully calculated. From this position and direction, all they could do was try their best to rescue these people. They regretted it. Because if they still wanted to pursue them, they would have to bring the entire fleet with them. Jump into the fire pit. In this round, we lost all the battleships and started to rescue the trapped experts, and brought them back here. After bringing these people back, let's return. After a long time, the commander spoke to everyone unwillingly. After hearing his words, everyone present couldn't help but look at each other. Commander, are we not going to pursue him? How can we chase after us? The remaining energy is only enough for us to return home. If we continue to chase, we and the group of researchers will become space junk. They are really good at calculating. This plan looks simple. But in fact it requires too many details. I never imagined that this guy who usually only plays games could be so capable. But do you really think that your choice or your ideas are correct? I have never believed this. At this time, all the players who saw the fleet evacuating were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. After the fleet evacuated, the players then came to the area where the items were previously stored. After arriving here, these items were quickly put into the spacecraft. After doing all this, the players headed non-stop towards flying into deep space. Only then did they truly escape civilization. Of course, if civilization wanted to chase them at this distance, they could still catch up. But in the end, we gave up this idea. Because the players are not fools. It is okay to successfully escape from the civilization in this way without being held accountable. If the civilization really wants to cause trouble, then the players are not recommended to publish the coordinates here. It was also because of this threat that eventually civilization had to compromise and let them leave. In fact, for the entire civilization, players escaping is just a joke. However, there are also sober people who realize that something is wrong. No matter how frustrated the players are, their lives are still relatively good now. Are they willing to leave under such circumstances? Is it really just for these superficial reasons? Chapter 824 The situation within civilization. The departure of the players, this time, naturally caused an uproar in the civilization. A total of 6,000 people left. What did you do for food? At this time, the old man was furious in the conference room. Not only did they leave safely, but they also took one of the motherships of civilization with them. This is simply unreasonable. This is our shame, and the greatest shame of civilization. At this time, everyone was going crazy. Because this kind of behavior of players is a naked slap in their face. The players just stepped on their faces and told them that some of your security measures were like garbage. This makes them not angry. But now they know that it is not their time to be angry. They must also find a way to deal with the impact of the players' behavior. After calming down, the old man sat back down and said to everyone, "Let's talk about it. How should this matter be resolved? To be precise, how should we respond to the people? Let's just say that these players are self-righteous. In short, just put all the responsibility on them. We can tell the public that these players think their ideas are correct. And we did not adopt their unreasonable ideas. So they left. Their behavior is irresponsible to civilization and irresponsible to themselves. And most importantly, they also rob things that belong to civilization. At this time, everyone in the venue would like to give you a word. And I will express my opinions in one word. What should we say about why we didn't recover the mothership?" After a long time, the old man spoke slowly. And this was also the key to the problem this time. Be honest. If so, they will be charged with crimes against humanity. Is there any problem with this? Isn't their behavior anti-human? Does anyone still think that their behavior is correct? After hearing what this man said, many people who wanted to refute finally fell silent. It is true that the behavior of players can be charged with this crime. But once this group of players is charged with this crime, the remaining players who stay here will become the target of criticism. And the number of this group of players is very huge. Once something goes wrong, the entire civilization may be in turmoil. This is also the reason why this matter needs to be discussed. Because there is a problem in that link. And what will happen later is unpredictable by everyone present. So now they need a perfect plan. Actually, I think it's okay to just say this. There's nothing to worry about. There are some issues with the identity of the players themselves. We just use this matter to remove their special identities. After hearing what this man said, several people on the side nodded in agreement. In fact, the entire civilization is currently divided into several factions. The first faction believes that players can continue to be given some privileges. But these privileges cannot be too high. This is also the plan they are taking now. And it is for this reason that players are executing their escape plans. At that time, many places went relatively smoothly. In addition to this, there is also a group of people who believe that this group of people has not made any contribution to civilization. But they enjoy so many welfare benefits of civilization, and the most important thing is to enjoy such a high status, which in itself is problematic. Their behavior is completely inconsistent with what they get. So the first thought of this group of people is to find a way to make the players lose this thing, and return the players to ordinary people. They even said that they wanted to take away the players' virtual wealth. Although these wealth are meaningless now, because there are no outer belts in the previous metaverse. Civilization has undergone such major changes, and the economic system of the entire civilization has changed. Therefore, one of their goals has been achieved. As for the other goal, it is what they want to do most at the moment. They want to turn players into ordinary people. However, because there are too many people who need to be affected to do this thing, if you are not careful, it can cause serious consequences. It is also for this reason that this plan has not been implemented. However, for them now a chance. The actions of the players directly push them into the pit of fire. So they prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to directly beat the players back to their original form. Vote. After a long time, the old man spoke slowly. Both sides had their own opinions on this matter. On the outside, the behavior of the players this time was indeed excessive. Even if he wanted to defend it, it would be impossible. So he chose to use voting, a relatively fair method, to deal with this matter among the players. In this way, everyone started voting. And as time passed, the results of the voting came out. In the past, the votes of both parties were basically the same. But this time, the majority of people agreed to take back all the players' privileges. Of course, this is normal. After all, the noise caused by the players this time was too great. So it is not surprising that such a situation occurs. Just like this, the meeting that decided the fate of the players ended. This time, the meeting was completely aimed at the players. As the meeting ended, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised when the contents of the meeting were made public. They did not expect that the players' identities could be taken away so easily. And they must know that the players' identities have always been a criticism of the entire civilization. And this problem has lasted for hundreds of years without any change. But now players no longer have the privilege. I think this is normal. After all, if you give them privileges, God knows what they will do. He actually betrayed civilization. It's best for such a person to die outside. Not only them. I think the players, who are still on the planet, must also be punished. I agree with this proposal. They had enjoyed so many preferential treatment. But in the end, they did something like this. It would be unfair to us if they just let it go. At this time, everyone was also talking about this matter. Because the group of players who had escaped had no way to deal with each other. So they directly pointed the finger at the players who were still on the planet. As for the players who are still on the planet, although they also hate that group of people, they now have to step forward to solve the current matter. What should we do? Now everyone is pointing their fingers at us. At this time, in the players' meeting room, everyone was also discussing this matter. What else can we do? Find a way to come forward and explain. Those people are really hateful. They just left on their own and left such a mess for us. Yes. What do they think? Do they think they can survive in the universe by seizing a mothership? They are simply naive. I don't know what they are thinking. If nothing happens, they will most likely become space junk. However, if they become junk, they will become junk. Why should they drag us down? At this time, many people were also indignant about this incident. They felt that they had suffered an unreasonable disaster. However, although these people pointed the finger at the players, they did not do anything too excessive. After all, the total population base of players has exceeded 100 million. Under such circumstances, if you dare to do anything excessive, for example, if you do it, the consequences will be terrible. So this matter has always been unfolding in the form of public opinion. There is no other way. Apart from using this method, other methods are simply not feasible. After all, if a fight really breaks out, although there are many people on your side, there will still be a lot of people on the other player's side with their families and their families. Sometimes the number of 7 ants and 8 ants may be hundreds of millions. If so many people suddenly break out into conflict, who can bear it? You can ask them to criticize you verbally, or you can ask them to do whatever you want. But if you ask them to commit suicide, this group of people will definitely not dare. So the whole situation is still under control. But as time went by, another incident completely exploded the conflict between the two parties. To be precise, it did not detonate the conflict between the two sides, but the conflict between the civilization and the escaped players. Because while everyone was still discussing this matter, a video suddenly appeared on the internet. And the video was sent by an escaped player. This video was recorded by the players before their escape. And then they chose to send it at a scheduled time. And it was sent to the entire internet. Almost everyone saw this video. And it caused an uproar. In the video, only one player was seen talking to everyone. Everyone. By the time you receive this letter, we will have left civilization. Of course, this letter will not be sent if we fail to leave successfully. First of all, I would like to congratulate us for leaving this prison. I wonder if the players who stayed in civilization had a lot of conflict with you during the time we left. Don't be surprised how we guessed it. Because although we don't understand what aliens think, we know ourselves very well. Players have been on Blue Star for so many years. We have all seen the problems that have arisen over the years. And our departure will be the detonator of these problems. So when we leave, these things will be inevitable occur. Perhaps some people are curious about why we only brought 6,000 people with us. Why didn't we take the rest? In fact, the reason is very simple. We sent an email to all the players before leaving. This is a test email. Through multiple questions, we can test the specific situation of the current players. We found that among our over 100 million players, only a very small number of people have truly seen through the truth of this universe. And this group of people is exactly what we need. So we took away a total of 6,000 people. At this time, after hearing the content of this video, everyone started talking quietly. It was obvious that they did not understand what these players wanted to express. But while they were still wondering, the answer soon came to their question. Perhaps you are thinking that since we only took away one mothership, there will definitely be problems during the voyage. And there is a high probability that we will become space junk. Or that's what many of you expect. But I can tell you clearly that even so, we will still leave. Because this civilization is decayed. You and civilization have become fools without knowing it. You always think that you understand everything and control everything by yourself. But as everyone knows, this is just your own fantasy. It's a very sad thing. You always impose your ideas on others. And you want others to think that your theories are correct. When making some decisions when civilization is about life and death, there are too many factors to consider. Even some so-called political factors must be taken into consideration. The world is about to be destroyed. And civilization is about to be destroyed. You are still making your own calculations. I really don't understand how such a civilization can survive. Of course, apart from the problems of civilization, they, who are also players like us, also have various problems. After playing the game for so many years, we originally thought that you had seen through it all. But in the end it seems that we thought too much. You have no idea what kind of game you are playing. Well, I just treat it as an ordinary game, and a conversation piece after dinner. Even though this game has exposed the naked reality of the universe in front of you. The result is that you don't know it, or you regard it as something. A joke. Even speaking from the back, we use this knowledge to successfully avoid the destruction of civilization. As a result, even if the facts are before your eyes, you still can't see through them, or you don't want to believe them at all. That's your biggest problem. You are too comfortable. You don't think about other things. This means that you will never see through the truth of the universe. Of course, we don't have time to see through it now. The moment our offer was rejected, we decided to leave because we didn't want to be buried with civilization. We don't need the high-sounding words of continuing civilization. We will only tell you that we don't want to die. So we can only do this. Perhaps to you now, we are defectors from civilization. Of course, this is normal. After all, we know what civilization is like. But it doesn't matter. This video is the only one we release, and it is also the last video. We released this video with bad taste. We want to take a look at the future, and see if you will regret it when civilization is destroyed. That's all. As soon as these words fell, the entire video came to an end, and everyone who saw these videos couldn't help but be stunned. What do you say about the content of this video? Too arrogant? Too self-centered? Or everyone else has their own ideas in mind? But the only thing that is certain is that the effect of this video is quite explosive. The content of the video was full of ridicule, which made many people break their guard on the spot. As a result, the voices of condemnation against the players became even louder. It is even said that many people have applied for the government to send out warships to capture those people, and subject them to severe punishment. Chapter 825, a letter left to civilization. But it is a pity that the ideas of these people are destined to fail. Because the officials know very well what this group of people will do. Once you do this, the coordinates of your planet will be exposed. And the official people know what the exposure of planet coordinates means. And for them, it doesn't hurt that this group of people left. In the final analysis, the two sides just have different ideas. There is no big contradiction in any way. So they won't do anything to themselves. Therefore, instead of fighting the opponent to the death and ultimately leading to the destruction of civilization, it is better to turn a blind eye to this matter and let it pass. In this way, this matter finally came to an end in the official silence. Although the scolding war between the two sides still continued, the development of these insignificant civilizations continued to move forward. But at this time, compared with the tranquility on the civilized side, there was a big problem on the player's side. In fact, as many people think, There is nothing after the mothership goes out, which will also cause a lot of problems. Supplies and other random things are relatively scarce. Under such circumstances, problems will arise sooner or later. Moreover, because everyone is in a hurry to escape, the preparations are not very sufficient. All in all, the entire group is now lacking everything, but they have no way to supply it. However, everyone was mentally prepared for the current situation. After all, when they fled here in such a hurry, they had expected to encounter such a thing in the future. But this doesn't seem to be particularly important to them now, because they have already planned a route for themselves before leaving. When you leave, the copied technology can be sorted out. Then let's take a look at what technologies the civilization prioritizes developing. At this time, in the command room of the Starship Civilization, everyone was discussing this matter. Starship Civilization. This is the name that this group of escape players gave to their civilization. That's right. When they left the civilization, they became independent. At the same time, they also established their own civilization. Although this civilization was somewhat shaky at this time, no one present cared. Escape is easy to say, but the fact is that once you take this step, there will never be a way back. And the most important thing is that from now on, you must give everything for this matter. At the same time, you must also know clearly what you should do in order to survive. Every step must be carefully arranged. If there is a slight mistake, the destruction of civilization will be waiting for you. In this way, everyone finished the copy technology. The players naturally made these preparations before leaving. There are not many scientists on their side now. They need a lot of information and slowly cultivate scientists over time. Many of Blue Star's technologies had been developed by them before this. Of course, in order to copy these technologies, players also paid a lot of money. But to them, it doesn't matter. At this time, everyone looked at the technology and fell into thinking. Everyone, I think our priority is to increase the amount of resource extraction. Only when resource extraction is increased, will it be possible to build our civilization in the future. I don't agree with this proposal. We can still maintain civilization with the amount of resource extraction we have now. There is no need to work on this anymore. Because I think the most important thing for us at the moment is to transform our thrusters into second generation thruster. The speed of the first generation of thrusters is too slow. Only by improving the thrusters can we reach the target area faster. Otherwise, delaying in one area for too long will not do us any good. In this way, they discussed each other word by word, and soon they finalized a preliminary plan. The first plan was to directly upgrade the current mothership's recommender. This matter is particularly important to them, because only by upgrading this thing first can they reach the resource area as soon as possible to replenish resources. Currently, this group of people has locked in a total of 3 planets where life may exist. The first planet is about 7 light years away from them. The second planet is more than 40 light years away, while the third planet is 100 light years away. Such a distance, even the nearest planet, is very difficult for current players to reach. According to their speed, it would take at least more than 100 years to fly over. But if they upgrade their thrusters, it might take them less than 30 years to reach their destination. Therefore, the necessity of upgrading this thing is also very high. After some discussion, everyone determined the preliminary results. And after determining the plan, the players headed towards their first supply galaxy. This galaxy is about 2 light years away from civilization. According to their current sailing speed, it will take at least 20 or 30 years. So after determining the route, everyone in the spacecraft went directly to sleep. In fact, if it were the second generation thrusters of modern civilization, it would not take such a long time to arrive. But it is a pity that their thrusters are still of the first generation. Just like that, as the last player sank, only this battleship was left sailing alone in the universe. When the engine propelled the spacecraft to the maximum speed, the main thrust engine was shut down directly. Then the spacecraft used the inertia brought by the propulsion engine to slowly move towards the target area. At the same time, the intelligent AI was also calibrate the spacecraft's route from time to time, while avoiding some possible dangers. In this way, everything is going according to the plan made by the players before. For the players, as long as they follow the plan, that's enough. Time flies so fast. More than 20 years have passed in a flash. As the lights in each cabin inside the spacecraft turned on, the door of the sleeping cabin slowly opened, and players one after another woke up from inside. We have arrived at the target galaxy, and the next step is to collect resources and build various infrastructure. After building these facilities, we must produce the thrusters as soon as possible. This time we have a total of 20 years to complete this thing. And the supplies we bring can only last about 30 years. Of course, in order to avoid accidents, the faster the progress, the better. When all aspects are ready here, then we will head to our first target planet. After explaining the general situation clearly, everyone began to take action. As robots and battleships flew out of the mothership, the entire civilization suddenly became busy. A large amount of ore was collected from the surrounding area and then smelted in the smelting furnace inside the spacecraft. After the finished metal was smelted, the metal was processed, and a larger external smelting furnace began to be built. As the smelting furnace was built, surrounding factories also sprang up. Immediately afterwards, various equipment parts were manufactured. Various facilities were also manufactured. And the entire civilization began to get on the right track. Of course, the main reason why it went so smoothly was because the technology tree they copied was still complete. And many things could be produced based on it. When they left with them, they also took away a lot of work robots. Otherwise, their efficiency would not be so high. Here, players have created a total of 2 factories. The first factory is a large factory that produces thrusters. And the second factory is a factory that produces work robots. With these 2 factories, more robots were produced. And once these robots were produced, they were immediately put into the manufacture of thrusters. As the number of robots increased, many robots were assigned to the surrounding areas for resource extraction. Everything is developing in a good direction. And at the same time, the resources within civilization are also being consumed at an extremely fast rate. The ecosystem inside the spaceship does not allow players to be self-sufficient. Although they only have 6,000 people, and most areas of the spacecraft have been transformed into an ecological self-circulation system, which grows a large number of fruits, vegetables, various grains, and other crops. But even so, it still cannot satisfy the player's consumption. It can only be said that this is a way to slow down the consumption of players. In this way, as time passed, the days passed day by day, and soon the propeller was manufactured. After these things are completed, it indicates that the players will soon leave this area. Then the players dismantle the factory and put all the parts into the spaceship. In addition, the players also collected a large amount of ore from the surrounding area and placed it on the spaceship. Of course, the space inside the spaceship is definitely not enough. So the players put these things on the outside and tied them to the spacecraft. It's like loading a truck, full to the brim. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, their resources are very scarce now, so the extra they can bring counts. In this way, after getting ready, the players set off again. And this time, the destination will be the first living planet they selected. As for whether this planet will have life, this is still unknown. But all this will happen 20 or 30 years later. And the answer is the same as before. As the spacecraft starts up again, the players enter a dormant state. The spaceship is still sailing alone in the universe. And only the ecological self-circulation system is always open inside the spacecraft. Of course, the main reason why this system operates is to solve the problem of basic survival supplies. If the survival supplies have been accumulated for 20 to 30 years over the years, it is also a very impressive number. At this time, a large number of robots are busy in the ecosystem. Fruits and vegetables. After they are ripe, they will be picked immediately and air-dried or processed in some other way. After the animals grow up, they will also be processed as soon as possible to make meat products that can be stored for a long time. It is also because of their continuous hard work here that the players' resources can last for a long time. The previous speed of propeller production was far beyond the players' expectations. They originally expected to complete it within 20 years, but it only took 10 years. At that time, they still had about 5 years of supplies left. According to their estimates, these years of slumber can produce at least about 15 years of resources. This means that they still have about 20 years of resource storage in hand. Because before departure, the players have already formulated a strict system, and all players will refuse to have children before finding a life planet. So there is no need to worry about the increase in food consumption caused by population growth. In this way, more than 20 years passed quickly as time passed, and the opening of the sleeping cabin once again heralded their arrival in the first area. At this time, all the players looked at the blue planet in the distance and smiled, because blue represents water, and if there is water, then it is very likely to give birth to life. So the players are very excited. Immediately afterwards, a large number of detectors were sent to that planet. But as various data from the detectors appeared, the excitement of the players suddenly cooled down. according to the detection of the detector. Those things are not water. And those things that look like water are actually a kind of sand unique to this planet. This sandy soil appears blue and covers a large area on the planet. So it creates the illusion of water. In addition, the situation of this galaxy is similar to that of the solar system. And this planet is in the habitable zone. This will make people think that this planet also is life. But now the facts are before our eyes. And everyone is disappointed. This is undoubtedly a very big blow to everyone. The exploration of the first planet failed. And there are still 2 planets left. I hope they can surprise us. Everyone present at this time knows one thing very well. That is, the failure of this planet means that the probability of their destruction will become very high. Because this planet is the closest to them. The remaining 2 planets are very far away. With their current technology, it is undoubtedly very difficult to conduct ultra-long distance trading. Everyone go to the next resource point and make repairs at that resource point. Currently, all our technologies are focused on the research of ecological self-circulation systems. Although this technology currently does not have many achievements even among civilizations, we must achieve success. Because if this set of technology is not perfect, we will have no chance to sail to that area. After arriving at the supply system, what we need to do is very simple. The first is to repair our warships. The second is to popularize resources. And finally, it depends on the ecological self-circulation technology. Whether we can achieve results. If we can achieve results, then we can directly set off towards the second living planet. Everyone nodded after hearing this. And at the same time, they also felt the pressure. Indeed, if these goals cannot be achieved this time, then they really will have no future. Chapter 826, Received Message from Civilization. In this way, after some discussion, the players decided on the general idea. After determining this, the natural next step is to head to the supply galaxy. As the battleship slowly started up, the players once again embarked on a journey. But compared to the previous one, the players were obviously much more nervous this time. There is no way around this. After all, whether they can solve all the problems in the supply galaxy this time will be directly related to whether they can gain a foothold in this universe in the future. As the last player fell into a deep sleep, the entire spacecraft returned to its former tranquility. The working machines are still busy with their work. The maintenance robots are also repairing various minor problems inside the ship. The spacecraft may also have some problems while flying. And these problems will naturally require these robots to repair them. Even if there is no problem, regular maintenance is required to ensure the safety of the spacecraft. In addition, there is still a large amount of supplies installed outside the spacecraft. And robots are also needed to check whether there are any signs of falling off. After all, this is related to the safety of the players. In this way, as time goes by, the days pass, and everything is the same as usual. I don't know how long time passed until one day the lights inside the spacecraft were turned on again. As the lights were turned on, the entire sleeping cabin immediately became brighter. And then, the sleeping cabins began to open slowly one by one. After a long time, the players inside all opened their eyes. Finally reached. At this time, a player looked at everything around him and said, "Yes, this is the last supply point before our expedition. If this supply point does not solve all the problems, it will be difficult for us to handle the follow-up. Okay. Everyone, please stop thinking about this and get ready to take action." Just like that, the players started to get busy. A large number of detectors were sent out and began to search for surrounding resource points. Soon various surrounding situations were gathered to the players. Team No. 2 will collect at point 5. As for point 7, the scale is relatively large. Teams No. 8 and 9 will go there. For the remaining teams, let's see which 2 teams are willing to come out and be responsible for assembling conventional facilities, such as smelting furnaces. In this way, the players began to assign work in an orderly manner. As the work was assigned, players immediately got busy. With the joint efforts of the players, various facilities were quickly assembled, because they had dismantled these facilities into parts before and brought them with them. It is not particularly difficult to assemble them now, and the progress is very fast. Basically everything needed to be used in 2 months has been arranged. This time in a control room, several players were busy eating something similar to jelly in a strip. It's numb. It must have been at least several decades since I left. I have been eating these things every day for decades. It makes me want to vomit. Seeing this player's complaint, the player next to him glanced at him. You just have to be satisfied. Besides, we have spent most of the past few decades in the hibernation cabin. It probably didn't take long to actually eat these things. After hearing what he said, a player next to him couldn't help but interrupt. It's all the civilized side that's making the fuss. If they had been willing to listen to us at that time, there wouldn't have been so many things. Do you think it's possible? In the final analysis, our existence is an unstable factor for civilization. We are the worms of civilization in the eyes of many people. Under such circumstances, I don't know what you are fantasizing about. Yes, we are indeed like this for civilization. But sometimes it feels quite sad to think about it. And while everyone was still discussing, an alarm sounded suddenly from the command room. What's going on? Why did the alarm sound? Did other civilizations discover us? No. Fellow veterans, please listen carefully. This should be a gathering warning. Everyone was slightly startled after hearing this. Then, they immediately ran towards the command room. And before long, almost all the players who were still working stopped. I was busy running to the command room. What happened? Why did you suddenly call everyone here to gather? As soon as they arrived here, everyone was a little confused. At this moment, the player responsible for monitoring surrounding security came over. Everyone, come and take a look first, and I will send you the information. As the player finished speaking, a virtual panel appeared in front of everyone, and everyone's expressions changed slightly when they saw the contents of the panel. This is from civilization. No. How does civilization know where we are? We were caught by civilization? There is no reason. They don't dare to do anything to us. Then don't open it now. Take a look at the content of this message. As the player finished speaking, everyone began to read the specific content carefully. The player has done many useful things to help the civilization. And now the player's status has been restored. Players have decision-making rights in the civilization, have the same rights as other council members, and can mobilize part of the civilization's power. Now civilization calls us back and gives us equal rights. And the most important thing is that we will not be held accountable by civilization after we go back. After seeing the content of these messages, everyone looked at each other in shock. After a long time, a player still asked about his previous doubts. So how did this information get to us? How did they capture us? After hearing this player's question, the player who was previously responsible for surveillance said, "You can be completely assured about our location. Now the civilization has no idea where we are. To be precise, civilization has lost traces of us since we left the first foothold. We just left detectors at every foothold. And this message is the result of the detection of the detector at the first foothold. To it, and then it transmits the received information." Everyone in Wenyan also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it would be terrible if their whereabouts were always controlled by civilization. Because for them, they would always be in danger. As long as civilization doesn't know where we are, then everything is easy to say. They should be transmitting signals to locate our first foothold. If that's the case, then there's no problem. If that's the case, let's just do whatever we have to do next. As for this matter, just leave it alone. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and then returned to their posts. As for returning to civilization, no one mentioned it from beginning to end. Although they all discussed things about civilization after returning, no one discussed whether they should go back. The reason is also very simple. Anyone who can stay here is basically a relatively elite group of people. They are not stupid, so they know very well that if something goes wrong, there will be a monster. I guess that civilization has found the planet of our civilization. I don't think your guess is accurate. I feel that the civilization has been taken down, and the other party knows that a spaceship has sailed very far. So for them, we are a thorn in their side. They want to trick us into going back in this way. It feels like this is very likely. After all, we have been out for so many years, and civilization has always ignored us. So it would be nonsense to suddenly send us a message. This is a pretty good reason. Any player who has restored his previous status is simply fooling us into thinking we are fools. And to say the least, even if the players regain their previous status, do you think that group of people would still want another group of people to come over and compete with them? There is nothing wrong with this guess. To put it bluntly, after the restoration of status, players also have high and low levels. Under such circumstances, after so many years of hard work, those players finally restored their status. And finally it is easy to gain a foothold among the player base. Under such circumstances, if their own group of people parachuted back, they might become competitors of those managers, which they were very unhappy to see. After all, most of the people who left were former presidents of a certain trade union. Naturally, their abilities are also outstanding. Under such circumstances, As long as you are not stupid. You can see how strong their abilities are after returning after these years of experience. They will definitely become a thorn in the side of those players who have finally climbed to a certain position. How can they invite you back under such circumstances? Therefore, everyone present only thought that the routine used by that group of people was simply funny. Yes, it was too funny for them. Although their speculations were well-founded, they would never have thought that the content of this message was true. Indeed, the players have now restored their previous status. And many times, the players have decision-making power. This time on this side of civilization, the atmosphere of the entire civilization is very depressing. Everyone is busy with their work. A large number of warships transport various resources from the surrounding areas back to the planet. The planet's factories are also running 24 hours a day, producing various battleship modules. These produced battleship modules will soon be pulled away and then transported to the area where the space elevator is located. And the space elevator will send them to the space shipyard in the universe. The universe shipyard will assemble these modules immediately. And before long, a battleship will appear. Because of such large-scale production and manufacturing of warships for a long time, the entire planet has lost its original appearance. The pollution on this planet is very serious now. If this trend continues, it won't take long before the harsh environment of this planet may make it impossible for people to live normally. The ecology on the planet has also been severely damaged. Plants have withered in large areas, and the planet's native animals have also died on a large scale. The originally vibrant planet now feels like a terminally ill old man. It's hard to imagine that everything here happened within just a few decades after they moved here. Of course, the reason why the current situation happened was because they were discovered. Just like the players in the spaceship thought. They were discovered by that civilization. It turns out that when that civilization appeared in that star field, they immediately locked onto that battleship. To put it bluntly, the area they were in didn't have many resources at all. Or said that the resources in that area are simply not worth stopping to exploit. But they still stopped. Because if they wanted to monitor that warship, they needed to do one thing. And that was to make that warship think that it had not been discovered. Only in this way could it leave here and return to itself. Civilization. However, their plan failed. And the warship naturally chose to self-destruct. But for that civilization, it doesn't matter even if it is destroyed. Because during that time, they also figured out the situation of the battleship. And they found that the power module of this battleship should be accurately speaking. The sailing speed of this battleship probably not as good as their battleships. To put it simply, the technological level of this battleship was not high. Under such circumstances, they immediately thought that there was a civilization nearby. What does that mean? What does this mean? It's already clear. Ever since, they began to secretly search the surrounding area. Just 3 years after that group of players left, they found that civilization. Because last time, a civilization caused a wave of trouble under their noses and made them fall short. So this time, they were smarter. After finding that civilization, they did not take action immediately. First, they began to explore the entire galaxy. They first found out the situation of the galaxy. After they found out the situation, they then began to explore the surrounding areas. Soon they discovered those immigrant ships hidden at the edge of the galaxy. After discovering these things, they didn't dare to be careless anymore. So they started to check outside again and made sure that there were no other immigrants outside. After the incident, they began to deploy various signal destruction devices around the galaxy. The radiation range of this device is very large. The function of this device is also very simple. It can forcibly boost the frequency of some signals. Simply put, if the signal is compared to a straight smoke, then their function is a hair dryer to blow away this smoke. In this way, even if civilization locates its position in the universe, it is useless. Because once blown away, these signals will disappear after traveling very far. So there is no need to worry about being received by other civilizations. And this is also a new weapon they developed after the last lesson. After everything is arranged, the next step is naturally to attack. Yes, the Blue Star civilization was once again attacked by this civilization. However, compared to the last time, Blue Star's technology has made great progress, so it can barely resist. Chapter 827. The battle line was breached. The two civilizations clashed again. The first wave of their confrontation was at the edge of the galaxy just like last time. However, compared with the last time, this time there are two completely different results. They were crushed in the last wave, and although they suffered heavy losses in this wave, they managed to withstand the first round of attacks. Since the civilization fled here, There is basically no need to worry about survival issues. After all, the planet can produce a large amount of all kinds of things they need. Without these worries, the goals of civilization naturally changed, and they began to study various weapons and warships. There is no way. This thing is too important to them now. After all, they were kicked out because of their lack of strength before. So they learned from the painful experience and began to research weapons and other things like crazy. It was also because of this that they achieved today's achievements. This time, they barely withstood the enemy's attack with a battle loss of 20:1. This ratio is honestly very large. But compared to the previous times when the opponent was crushed, the progress this time is undoubtedly very considerable. The various defensive turrets they have deployed in the galaxy are no joke. These turrets can cause a lot of damage to the enemy. And the shield on the turret itself can also withstand part of the damage and avoid the turret. It was quickly dismantled by the opponent. In this battle between the two sides, the Blue Stars were finally able to use their home court privileges. In the past, when the level of technology was low, they had no advantage even at home. But now it is different. Now, they can at least have a certain advantage at home. Although the enemy's first attack was blocked, the second and third rounds came quickly. As the number of attacks increases, the Blue Star side also feels more and more pressure. Of course, this is normal. After all, the other party is bound to win here. Especially since the other party has blocked the signal transmission channel here. As long as this civilization is wiped out, then this place will belong to them. In fact, no one paid much attention to the fleeing players at first. But as time went by, they gradually discovered that the command capabilities of the players who stayed here seemed really poor. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that they have tried to use other people to take command on behalf of the players. The result was a complete defeat, which made them understand the importance of players. For this reason, they arranged most of the players to serve as captains in the battleships, allowing them to be responsible for temporary command. The commander-in-chief was also given to the players. To put it simply, all command rights in the civilization are now given to the players. This wave of operations is undoubtedly useful. The flexibility of the entire fleet has been greatly improved, and its ability to adapt to changes has also been greatly enhanced, allowing them to continue to support them in battle. But even so, many of their fronts have been taken away due to their lack of command ability. If they continue to retreat like this, they will be eliminated by the opponent sooner or later, especially in the first few rounds. They used other people to direct several disastrous defeats, which put the civilization in trouble, because their previous battlefield was in the asteroid belt. For the current level of the two civilizations, the environment in these areas can be utilized, and the asteroid belt has a lot of resources. If we rely on the terrain of the asteroid belt for combat, we can still defeat the strong with the weak if used properly. At the same time, there are abundant resources here, so you can build them while fighting. However, Wenning also saw this at the time and felt that this position was very important. There can't be any mistakes in such an important place. So the commanders were replaced by those from civilization. This result was no surprise. This place was lost. In fact, Blue Star's operation made the enemy a little confused. Although the two sides fought at the beginning, they also had an advantage. But the fight was very difficult. The opposing commander's command ability is very strong. A lot of tactics and other things are used to let this civilization know that the other side has also experienced many civilization wars. Because many things can only be known by fighting on the battlefield, it is impossible to learn them through other methods. However, the opponent is very proficient in applying this kind of operation. This shows that the opponent must have experienced a lot of this war. Therefore, they are also worried about bringing the battle line to the asteroid belt in the later stage. The opponent's combat capabilities are no worse than theirs. If they are not careful in the asteroid belt, their fleet may overturn. Therefore, they also formulated various plans for the authors of the asteroid belt. In short, they were fully prepared. However, when they pressed the opponent's front to the asteroid belt, they were dumbfounded when the two sides fought. They really can't understand that in a place with no geographical advantages, the opponent can fight with them inextricably. Instead, in a place with such a geographical advantage, the opponent is treated like a piece of shit. The opponent's commanders obviously don't know what real space operations are, and their operational thinking still remains that of low-level civilized ground operations. If we use the idea of planetary warfare to fight a space war, then the side that uses the space warfare plan will definitely use dimensionality reduction strikes, which is completely suppressive. They really didn't expect this. In the end, after their summary, they determined one thing. It should be that the previous commander might have been dismissed from his position in the civilization for some reason. This made them very happy. After all, civilization has entered a period of life and death. Under such circumstances, this civilization still has the leisure to engage in internal fighting. Isn't this a proper gift of civilization to oneself? To be honest, they have never encountered such a stupid civilization. Many of them once thought that because their civilization had been wandering in the universe for thousands of years, they were finally moved, and God sent them such a stupid civilization. In this way, they thought that the asteroid belt area, which was the most difficult place for them to attack, was inexplicably easily captured. Everything went so smoothly that they felt like it was pie in the sky. Immediately after this area was taken down, the fate of this civilization was doomed. To put it simply, this war is an intergalactic war, and they have been sailing in the universe for a long time. Many of their resources have been used to maintain battleships, and they have very few resources to build some combat battleships. The current actual battle situation is that they cannot leave from the moment they fight their opponent, because once they leave, the opponent is not stupid and will definitely escape. Then it is meaningless for them to take over the planet at this time, because the opponent will definitely spread the situation here to the entire universe. If they don't leave supplies, then according to the current war consumption, although they are at an advantage, their total resource reserves are definitely not as good as the opponent's, and the opponent's pile of resources can kill them. In the final analysis, what can really determine the outcome of this war is the presence of asteroids in this area. As long as you win in this area, you can use this area as a basis, and then start to continue attacking inside. At the same time, a large amount of resources here can be used for yourself to create more warships to make up for the consumption in the war. Such a strategically important place was easily captured. They were actually prepared to lose more than half of their warships. As a result, the loss of warships was less than 1/10 of what they expected. This time they were happy. Then as time went by, they quickly discovered something was wrong, because the opponent's command and combat capabilities suddenly improved again. At the critical moment, the most experienced and capable commander will not be allowed to go, even if you temporarily change the other areas. What will they be of use? According to our current situation, we can completely consume you slowly and push through step by step. The combat in other areas is simply put, as long as they attack the opponent steadily, there is nothing they can do against them. Even if you change your commander, what use will it be if you replace him with one with rich combat experience? Its only function is to delay their demise. But it can no longer influence the overall situation, because the most important strategic location has been obtained. They no longer need to worry about resources, and the resource area that the opponent can now use is only 3 planets. Not to mention that the cost of developing planetary resources is very high, and the construction of various facilities also requires a lot of cost. It is impossible for you to build these things on your own side. Most of the asteroid's ores are concentrated in these meteorites, which can be mined easily. Therefore, general mining rights can achieve high mining volumes here. But the planet is different. Apart from the surface, it is so a little bit. The others are all on the surface of the Earth, and it is a bit difficult to mine them. You need to build corresponding factories. Otherwise you won't be able to get anything out. This means that their resource investment cost and time cost will be greatly increased. And the things they build can easily be orbitally bombarded by warships in space. So with the blessing of these things, their mining efficiency will be reduced to a freezing point. Under such circumstances, their resources are simply not enough to sustain the later war, because now their side seems to be open unlimited resource plugins. Therefore, as a result of this war, after the area of the asteroid belt was occupied, it was already destined that everything the other party did now was just a meaningless struggle. But looking at the situation, our opponents don't seem to see this clearly. At this time, just when the enemies were preparing to open champagne to celebrate, it was on the player's side. Brothers, that group of people haven't responded to us yet. In the command hall at this time, did they not receive our signal? I estimate that the possibility is very low. They should have arranged some testing tools at their destination. After all, they also want to confirm whether we have sent anyone to follow them, and what we think of them. So they must have received the signal. But they were not willing to reply. What do these people think? Have they forgotten that they are also members of civilization? At this time, many players were aggrieved. They're not anymore. At this moment, a player said in a deep voice, from the moment they leave here, they are not. And they know that. As he said this, the player looked at everyone. In order to scare the monkeys, Civilization did not stop angry people from hurling all kinds of verbal curses at them. Women even helped these people send these vicious words to them. Do you think they received these messages? Think about it for a moment. If you were them and received these remarks, how would you feel? Indeed, they left and stole a spaceship. But to think about it differently. Do you think they did something wrong? They once saved an entire civilization. Is it too much to use a spaceship for such a great achievement? Should this kind of achievement be denied? Hey, which side are you on? After hearing what this player said, one player couldn't help but stand up and said, "It's now this time. What else do you think you can't say?" Actually, I wanted to leave with them at the beginning. But unfortunately, because of my family, I couldn't leave in the end. In fact, they have already thought about the current situation. Because you have not experienced the most difficult period of that game. When you entered that game, it was basically smooth sailing. You have never experienced starting from nothing, or starting from scratch and developing from there. Without these experiences, you will never be able to see through the cosmic war. And you will never be able to see through how a civilization should move forward. It is also for this reason that they choose to leave. Because they can't see any hope from this civilization. When a civilization is in danger of life and death, what everyone considers is not how to respond, but their own status. This is a very special thing. Ironic thing. Everyone will be lucky if the disaster does not happen. But no one thinks about it. Will you really be able to resist when the disaster does happen? Saying this, the player slowly stood up. This is a kind of arrogance. A kind of arrogance that is confident in one's own strength. Our status has improved now. But we may be demoted at any time. As long as the war is over and we win, everything we have will be taken back again. And the cycle starts over again. Some things can never be changed. You look glamorous. But many of you may have thought of this. But you just don't want to admit it. But it is no longer important for now. Because when the defense line of the asteroid belt is breached, we the civilization has entered the countdown to its demise. I believe everyone can understand this. So any of our meetings now have little meaning. As he said this, the player walked out of the conference hall. Instead of thinking about other things, it's better to think about how you should spend the rest of your time. After a long time, the player's voice came from far away. Chapter 828, A Corner of the World. With the departure of this player, the entire hall became dull again. Everything he said just now has changed the atmosphere here. After all, this is a fact. A fact they don't want to think about. In fact, as time went by, they also discovered that something seemed wrong, especially regarding commanding operations. Although they can indeed command, they can't always achieve the same feeling as in the game. If I have to say it, to put it bluntly, their command ability is not good enough. Of course, there is nothing that can be done about it. As long as their command skills are sufficient and they understand the entire game situation, it is absolutely impossible for them to do such a thing. Maybe when the old players left, they left with them. After all, the group of people who left are basically the presidents of some trade unions, many of whom have very rich combat experience. In such a situation, they have seen through the general situation. So they choose to leave and stay. If they could see through it, they would not be able to stay. There is a big difference between the two in terms of knowledge or other aspects, which also led them to make completely different choices. As for the remaining players, although some of them had commanded battles before, they were all small-scale battles. So there was no way to compare with them. This is also the reason why they command some battles, and their ability to adapt to the situation is not that strong. Even their combat ideas are very different. This is the gap between the two. And these people think that they should be no worse than them. How many? Sometimes things are like this. On the surface, everyone seems to be similar. But in fact there are big differences. There are many things that cannot be understood just through the surface. If you can really understand through the surface, either you don't understand anything, or you have reached a very advanced level. And this group of people obviously belongs to the former. Although it seems that the command threshold for players is not as high as it is in reality. After all, many things in the game are very loose. Even if some systems are relatively strict, they are not as strict as the real rules. Therefore, many people in it can become commanders. Some have no talent, and some have talent. After layers of screening, in the end, only a certain number of people are more famous. And only a certain number of people can perfectly complete various series of operations. And that's the difference between the two. The competition inside is not less than outside. Although it is not as serious as the intrigue outside. The competition among players is more cruel. Because playing games is the original sin. This is the most realistic thing. No matter who you have a good relationship with. If you don't like food, no one will play with you. There is no so-called political correctness here. In this environment, all commanders have passed various tests and finally reached this point. It's not an easy thing. It's all achieved through hard work and strength. Many people who think this matter is simple have not thought about this problem. They still naively think that if they want to become a commander, they only need to know some basic things. But in fact it is not them who understand the game at all. The line between reality and reality is too blurry. This also confirms the saying, don't underestimate anyone who is better than you. You never know how much effort he has made behind the scenes. So everyone is probably clear about the situation. What should we do next? What should we do? Just continue to finish the work. There is no way that if he doesn't do it, we won't do it either. Although the matter is as serious as he said. What can we do? Living here? If we don't want to die, we can only continue to work hard. Speaking of this, many players also regretted it very much at this time. Some of them also found news of their departure. But they did not go to gather with a large army in the end. When the players left, they sent private emails to some trusted people the day before to tell them their plans. But it was obvious that many people did not join. In order to ensure that the plan would not be exposed, they had already done all the advance work. And these people only needed to drive the spacecraft and go to the gathering point to gather. And that was it. They did not follow such a simple operation. It is even said that many of them think that this group of people are really demons. I was stunned. You know that life or death is uncertain if you leave civilization. So why bother? At that time, most of them actually thought that this group of people were dissatisfied with their current status or rights. So they made this decision. But now, after understanding the real situation, they understand. It's because my knowledge is too shallow. And my thoughts only stay in this 1/3 of an acre. Thinking back to the various excuses they came up with in order to reject their former union president or their captain. They wanted to follow everything. But they were worried about their family members. Or maybe even though you can take your family with you. Their current physical condition is not good, and they cannot withstand such a long-distance space voyage. Wait, etc. Excuses like this. Recalling that they racked their brains in order not to offend those people in order to find these excuses. But at this time, they wanted to laugh when they thought of what happened in the past. Laughing at myself for being so ignorant. Laughing at myself for burying myself with my own hands. And just when this group of players are still upset, they are in the real world. Jiang Yao has been paying attention to the development of the players. And he quite agrees with the behavior of the players who left. You think his behavior betrays civilization. But for Jiang Yao, this is not the case. Survival is the first need of civilization. After so many years, if you can't even see this clearly, then the training of players will be in vain. But it is also a pity. After the older generation of players leave, the new players become more and more corrupt. If the players who are here now, if they are all old players, I guess all the players will leave collectively. Not just a few people. When a major problem occurs in a civilization, but the people above it don't want to correct it or correct it because of trivial things, then if you continue to stay in this civilization, you can only be cannon fodder and die. Civilized soldiers can die on the battlefield or anywhere else. But they must not die because of the arrogance of commanders or managers. We cannot put the entire civilization on some so-called political ideas, because it would be ridiculous for a civilization to be destroyed like this. This is Jiang Yao's view on the current behavior of players. From his perspective, he believes that there is nothing wrong with what this group of people are doing. When the entire civilization is hopelessly decayed, there is no need for capable people to accompany them, buried together with that group of idiots who knew nothing at all. After all, some things are really unnecessary. Live, strengthen yourself, and rebuild civilization. Isn't it much better than being buried with civilization? After all, once civilization is really destroyed, there will really be nothing left. And hatred or anything else will disappear. The continuity of civilization will be directly interrupted. If this is the case, then this civilization has no value in cultivating it. Jiang Yao's tests for the players are still designed to have a way to survive. But some are designed to be a dead end. There are civilizations that will try their best to survive. And it will not be like this. It seems that I took it for granted at the beginning. If those controlled managers died, and I continued to control the next manager, maybe the civilization would not be in its current situation. I have always thought about letting civilization develop on its own. What I gave the players was just a convenience that allowed them to compete on the stage of civilization. However, I never expected that after so many years, I would control so many. The dominant players have not achieved much status in the planet, but have become like this. It can be seen that the situation of players is getting worse and worse. Thinking of this, he knew that he also needed to find a way to clean up some people. For him, what he needs is a civilization that is powerful and can be used for himself. Although he has great feelings for this planet, he has shown enough partiality to this planet along the way, and he is very satisfied with what the people on this planet give him in return. This is the relationship between two civilizations. However, when this relationship is broken now, everything will be overturned and started all over again. Doing this may seem cruel on the surface, but is it important? This is nothing more than the primitive law of existence in the universe. And this time, outside the universe, some unknown area, two huge figures suddenly appeared. To be precise, they were not figures, but their outlines gave the impression of giant figures. As two huge figures appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. At the same time, a figure was covered by a special flame, while another figure was composed of endless water. It is very strange for something like this to appear in this special space outside the universe. At least it was very strange for the civilizations who witnessed it. They really couldn't understand how these two basic substances appeared here. However, judging from the majestic energy they radiate, it is obvious that these are two conscious beings. I didn't expect you to awaken the endless water. I don't know how many years I have been sleeping, but I just woke up and saw you. The fire of nothingness. The conversation between these two giants seemed like normal communication, but also like endless ancient whispers. All the civilizations who saw this scene at this time did not know what kind of existence it was, and they could not understand what they said. However, when these sounds came to their ears or were perceived by them, they for a moment, all intelligent life fell into madness. Some of these intelligent life forms are carbon-based life forms. Some are silicon-based life forms, and some are even terminated life forms. Immediately afterwards, everything here disappeared, and the civilizations that had passed here before or were hiding here seemed as if they had never existed. Fire of nothingness. You are still so irritable. Hearing that the being called the fire of nothingness didn't take it seriously. In this place of exile, these mosquitoes buzz every day, disturbing my sleep. Of course, I don't have any good impressions of them. Having said this, he looked at endless water. We don't know when we will be able to open the passage to the main world. Hearing this, endless water shook his head. Even if we open it, what's the use? We were exiled here. To put it simply, we are sinners to them. Even if we return, we may still be captured again and continue to be exiled. Return? Do you really think that I returned to the past to continue living? I returned for revenge. I came back to kill him and turn him upside down. Hearing this, Water of Nothingness shook his head. What's the point of doing this? Do you think they will really die? Aren't we the same? I did it just to make them unhappy. Just to make them pay. The conversation between the two giants continued. But as their conversation continued, the area around them began to collapse. But the next moment, the surrounding area continued to gather. The space around them is constantly collapsing and repairing over and over again. Okay. There's no point in continuing today's conversation here. I won't care about your plans. But I won't join you either. Because I won't until I find something that can really fight them. Go back. Hearing this, the flame giant fell silent. In that case, respect your choice. As he spoke, the flame giant looked around. Although he had no eyes, it seemed that he could see through everything here. The land of exile is becoming more and more interesting. There are so many cosmic bubbles appearing. And these cosmic bubbles can also evolve into dimensions. It's quite interesting. I don't know what happened in the exile land during the time we were sleeping. As his words fell, he waved his hand the next moment. And then a cosmic bubble appeared in his hand. With the bubble in hand, he found that his body began to gradually collapse, which made him slightly surprised. It's quite interesting that you can actually use the power of dimensions. Thinking of this, his figure slowly disappeared the next moment. But he was still here at this time. But now, he had entered a higher dimension, and was in an unobservable state. Are there only 10 ultimate dimensions? At this time, the flame giant murmured. But it's pretty good. But it's still a pity. If you have 10 dimensions, you can't integrate into the real world. While thinking about it, the flame giant waved his hand. And then the universe disappeared. And at the same time everything in the universe also disappeared. After a long time, the flame giant looked in a certain direction. We have already built 300 dimensions. There are some things about the group of people in the main world that surprised me. As his words fell, the entire place of exile gradually returned to calm. Chapter 829 Observer. Jiangyao naturally didn't know what was happening in this area. Not only his many civilizations didn't know. The only ones who know may be the creatures in that destroyed universe. They know that their universe was destroyed inexplicably. But this seemed to be no longer important to them. Because at the moment of destruction, they also perished. This incident is just an episode. An episode that no one knows about. But this time on Jiangyao's side. Currently, except for players who are simulating the development of civilization in the virtual space. Other civilizations are still in a normal state. The test for the players must be conducted in this way. Otherwise the subsequent impact will be very large. But this seems to be the case for me. After all, it's not me, but them who should worry about their own civilization. But I think based on the current situation, I don't know where this civilization will go in the future. For simulations in the virtual world, this is uncontrollable, and the final result will be very different depending on what happens at the time. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a real world. But compared to other places, it is more convenient for you to change some things. Those civilizations plotted all kinds of tricks on me back then. If they had had such a thing at that time, I think they wouldn't have done this. Compared to arranging so many things for me, using this technology should be more secure. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Looking back on his experiences from the beginning to the present, and the routes these civilizations had arranged for him. He didn't know how to evaluate them. When the chess piece jumped off the board, everything changed. The civilization that had been under their surveillance was now out of control. And this civilization will bring disaster to these civilizations in the future. Which is what makes these civilizations feel the most uncomfortable. Who would have thought that things would turn around? But he didn't care much about this. After all, it was like this sometimes. And the development of things often exceeded his expectations. At that stage, he didn't know what his future fate would be. After all, at that time, he was very aware of the gap between himself and these civilizations. It was also for this reason that he was very scared at the time. He was worried about what to do if the car overturned. But he didn't expect that he could escape smoothly in the end. It was even said that not only him, but also the civilizations behind them did not react to this incident. So thinking about what he feels is the best way to cultivate civilization. Through this virtual world, the development of civilization can understand their progress. And this virtual world will not interfere too much with the development of civilization. In this case, there won't be any problems. And it doesn't matter even if the truth comes out in the end. Because from the beginning to the end, they are in the virtual world and their life and death are under their control. And there are not so many complicated things. And the things they master in the virtual world are just that. And they don't seem to have much impact on themselves. After all, these things have no effect in reality. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that the possibility of this was very low. First of all, if you want to simulate such a world, the first point is that you must have the same experience before observing your own civilization. Except for the last few. Other civilizations have no relevant experience at all. And they know very little about the universe. The system of civilization and the situation of civilization are also unclear. Under such circumstances, it is simply impossible to simulate a real universe. This is the biggest problem. And those civilizations that have mastered these technologies should not be too proficient in this aspect. Because the root is not here. Although they can make similar things, they are far from achieving the effect they want. The main reason why they can go so far on this road is actually from the beginning. He develops based on players. It is developed based on this so-called virtual game. So he will be more precise about some details. And externally, he has been wandering in the universe and has seen all kinds of things. So it will be relatively easy to create such a virtual space. As for moving people inside without anyone noticing, this matter is not difficult for him. In short, not every civilization can take this path. After all, the roots of science and technology are different. Without the existence of players, his research level in this area may not be too high, because it is completely meaningless. After all, to survive in the universe, every research must have its own significance, rather than researching something else that is of little use. This is absolutely impossible for the survival of the universe, because the total amount of resources is here. And it is impossible to say that a lot of resources are invested in some insignificant things. But that didn't seem to matter to him. At this time, Jiangyao was living a very leisurely life. And his life was very nourishing on this humanoid planet. He first tried to find a way to get a legal identity for himself. After he had the identity, the next thing he did was completely based on his heart. After all, he doesn't need to think too much here. He just needs to survive according to the standards of a normal person. He even said that he was bored some time ago. So he went to find a job to experience the fun of working. For him now, working and other things have become a pastime. But he also misses this feeling. After all, he once did the same thing on Blue Star. Although the time was not long, it was enough to leave a deep impression on him. Looking at the people in civilization who worked hard for life, he couldn't help but sigh. He used to be one of this kind of people. After all, he was like this at that time. As the lowest level of society, he struggled down there, dreaming of making a lot of money and improving his life every day. But in the end, he discovered that all this was just his fantasy. But for him now, it doesn't matter even if it's not a fantasy, because it doesn't seem to be very important to him. Now he just wants to live the present moment well. Although the current days are not as enjoyable as fighting in the starry sky, a moment of tranquility will give him a new understanding. And this is how he settled on this planet. Of course, he would not say that he was messing around in it just because he was an advanced civilization. At least, he would not do anything until he was sure that the civilization would not be wiped out. And his way of survival in civilization is also very simple. Just an ordinary life. Of course, no matter where he stays, he will not stay more than 30 years. Because for these people, 30 years is enough time to turn an adult into an old man. But for him, 30 years cannot withstand the slightest disturbance in his life. Under such circumstances, it is easy to be discovered if he stays in one place for a long time. He has left his own footprints in every place. Of course, his identity is different in different places. In short, he tries his best to make himself appear as normal as possible. The identity of this civilization is like playing for him. He can change his identity anytime and anywhere. So he can walk in the civilization with a legal identity without any problems. I feel that there may be people like me in many civilizations. When my own civilization has no hope of breaking through, it can only hide in other civilizations, while my own civilization is desperately trying to break through in secret. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she came to the gate of a community. He has been on this planet for more than 200 years. The changes in time over the years have allowed him to see through a lot of things. And what surprised him the most was that at the beginning, this civilization was actually in a warlike era like the previous Blue Star. At that time, the weapons of civilization were still in their most basic stages. But as time went by, civilization developed rapidly. And the development route of this civilization was very similar. It's just that their technological directions are different. This civilization is more biased towards genetic engineering, because they pay more attention to their own life limit. But Jiang Yao is not optimistic about this technology. It's not that this technology is bad, but it's very powerful. But only if you have the ability to control it. It is obvious that this civilization has not conducted research on biological genetic engineering, and the progress of this civilization is very slow. At the same time, problems often arise. After all, there are many problems with biological genes. Once you don't master it well, it's normal to take away the entire civilization directly. In this way, while he was observing this civilization, he was also observing the universe to see if other civilizations would come here to discover this civilization. All in all, for him, there are a lot of things he can do in his long life. But because he has experienced too much, too many things can no longer cause waves for him. For him, he likes to see some novel things. Of course, if this civilization is breached by then, he will not intervene. Because to him, this civilization does not have much meaning or influence on it. It is just an observer outside the world, not a person within the world. We will not interfere with the development of this civilization, nor will we interfere with its demise. Reject genetic technology. Rebel Alliance Genetics Corporation. While he was still thinking about this problem, he was interrupted by a voice not far away. He looked around and saw that it was a group of people dressed like students. They marched through the streets, holding signs. He is no longer surprised by this scene, because since the implementation of genetic technology was announced, many similar examples have appeared. In fact, regarding this matter, he has been thinking about whether these people did the right thing. On the surface, it would be wrong to oppose the policies that have been formulated and the idea that civilization benefits all mankind. After all, the average lifespan of this civilization is only more than 100 years. If genetic technology achieves major success, the lifespan will extend to 200 or even 300 years. If we go further, it may be higher, although it will be accompanied by risks. How can there be no risks in the path of technological development? So many people are very cautious about this technology. But he saw something very interesting. He was the leader of this opposition organization. At that time, he came up with some very important things. These had nothing to do with lifespan in civilization, or other directions of his discussion, which were more in the direction of humanities. Once genetic technology is successfully developed, some relatively high-quality genetic technology will always be in the hands of some very wealthy people. Once such a trend is established, it will not take a few hundred years for the entire civilization to be divided into 3, 6, or 9 classes. Rich people can enjoy the highest quality genetic technology. Maybe they can have it for thousands of years. But some poor people may only have 100 or 200 years, or even a normal lifespan. Then the gap between the two sides will be permanently stereotyped and the class will be solidified. Compared with some ancient policies, the sons of businessmen have been businessmen for generations. Once this kind of genetic solidification begins, it will never be changed unless the entire civilization is overthrown and restarted. However, compared with the overturning of ancient times, it is very difficult for a civilization with such a highly developed technology to do this. This means that this trend will continue for hundreds of years, or even longer, which this group of people do not want to see. In fact, Jiang Yao also knows some of their concerns. After all, a similar problem arose when he increased the lifespan of blue star people. Once people with a little bit of overall perspective can discover the problems and hidden dangers through these things, and if these problems and hidden dangers cannot be solved, then this matter will be greatly hindered and opposed, and it may even cause a huge stir in civilization. Big upheaval. Regarding this matter, I gave them a death order at that time, and they must complete it. Otherwise, they know the consequences. It is for this reason that the superiors are very tough and united. So the flames of opposition were immediately extinguished at the beginning. And this is also an important node for the successful completion of genetic technology there. With the first success, there will basically be no resistance for the entire blueprint. Xing's genetic modification plan was successfully completed. Thinking of this, he became even more curious about how this civilization handled this matter. After all, this civilization was no better than he was at that time. So he was also curious. If the same thing happened to this civilization without its own intervention, how would they solve it? After watching these people leave, he returned to the community and began to pay attention to this matter through various channels. In fact, the world is currently in a commotion among civilizations, so the relevant information is easy to obtain. Looking at these information, Jiang Yao also fell into thinking, because he felt like he had already guessed the outcome at the current pace. Chapter 830 Experience Life. I want to adopt a relatively soft approach so that everyone in civilization can accept it. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the kind of information in the information. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. There are many things that can change the layout of the entire civilization. It is absolutely unfeasible to take such measures at this time. As he spoke, he turned his attention to some assassination cases and some secret operations. It's okay to take some special measures against some particularly tough ones. But if this thing is not made public, there will be a steady stream of people jumping out. In order to reduce the impact on the people and reduce panic, it is not very wise to use this method. Looking at how this civilization handles this matter, Jiang Yao also has his own judgment. Although their handling method seems feasible on the surface, it is actually very difficult to operate. First of all, the first point is about the measures taken by some hardliners. These people have hindered the development of civilization and must be eradicated. At the same time, this civilization has also done so. But it is of little significance because they did not let others know. Sometimes there are things that must be killed to scare the monkeys. Although in order to avoid as much as possible problems with one's own opinion among the public, it is indeed possible to adopt such methods. But it is not possible to blindly adopt such methods. In this case, it will be very difficult to push forward something. And now everyone knows the stakes of this matter. So everyone's attitude towards this matter is naturally impossible. Okay. After all, for some people at the bottom, once this matter is confirmed, their ancestors will only be solidified in this class for generations. Under such circumstances, do you think they won't fight you to the death? In the final analysis, sometimes the development of civilization can be divided into two models. The first is to be democratic and follow everyone's suggestions. But this road is not easy to follow. It is very easy. Problems arise. The second is to have a very tough attitude. No one is allowed to object to the things I decide. In this case, although it is easy for things like rebellion to happen, it is also the easiest to carry out reforms. The most taboo thing for the development of civilization is to avoid both. I want this and want that at the same time. How can such a good thing happen? He couldn't help but shake his head at this. Sometimes you have to choose and make trade-offs. But the behavior of this civilization is obviously similar to that of Blue Star. Basically, it wants to occupy both ends. While sighing, Jiang Yao started to get busy at home. Now he can basically integrate into this civilization. He bought a house by himself. And then works at home after get off work every day. If you have nothing to do, cook something for yourself. Or learn how to make other dishes. And so on. Now his cooking skills can be considered very powerful. After all, he has survived in this civilization for so many years, and has learned a lot of skills. I don't know how many chefs I have learned about cooking. So my skills are naturally very high. In fact, he doesn't have any special needs for food now. Eating these things is more about feeling. He enjoyed this feeling and nothing else. After moving to his new home, he also got to know the surrounding neighbors. First of all, there was a homebody girl in his 20s, who was opposite him. This otaku girl works as a comic illustration. So she usually stays at home and doesn't go out. If she occasionally goes out, she will buy a lot of food and then squat at home for a long time before going out again. And upstairs above him is a standard working class family with 3 parents, both of whom are working, and have a 7-year-old child. However, the 2 couples often quarrel over trivial matters. At least Jiang Yao often hears the 2 couples quarreling in the middle of the night. But this is normal. After all, life is often about trivial matters. Sometimes he feels that listening to these is a new experience. As for the words downstairs, it is a pair of old people. The 2 old people were neither harmonious nor mean to their neighbors. To put it simply, they were 2 ordinary old people. Of course, many people like this kind of neighbor. Compared with the mean old couple in the building next door, their building is obviously much better. This old couple goes out to dance in the square every day at dawn. In fact, sometimes Jiang Yao feels that such a life is quite good. The situation here is similar to the situation of the actor who traveled through time. The situation in the community before he traveled through time was also similar. Although there are slight differences, they are generally the same. Which is why he chose this civilization. Because he can feel some familiarity in this civilization. Of course, this is just a whim that he wants to experience this feeling now. Maybe after a while, he will want to experience other feelings. And then, he will definitely go to other civilizations. In this way, time passed day by day, and his life was relatively leisurely. I usually feel bored after get off work, so I just quit my job and stay at home. After all, time and money don't seem to be important to him. Especially money. He can get as much as he wants without going to work at all. However, compared to the dull days before, his life has made some waves during this period. This started a few days ago. On this day, he was cooking at home as usual. But just as he was busy working happily, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the house. With some doubts, he opened the door, and what he faced was a sweet-looking girl about 20 years old with twin tails. "Who are you?" Jiang Yao was slightly startled when he saw the girl in front of him. Although he knew that he was his neighbor, they had never met. So he pretended not to know and asked about the situation. "Hello. I'm your neighbor." The girl was a little shy, and it was obvious that she was not good at dealing with other people. "Can I ask about that? Do you have any extra vegetables at home? Can I buy some from you?" Jiang Yao was slightly surprised when he heard what the girl said. And then he nodded. But just when he was about to say something, he suddenly remembered the kitchen. So he quickly called the girl in. And then he ran to the kitchen and got busy. "Wait a moment over there. The pot is still burning. Wait until I finish the dishes. Then you can see what you want to take back." Hearing what Jiang Yao said, the girl nodded. And then she came to the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Yao, who was busy, she also started to chat with Jiang Yao without a word. This girl's name is Lin Wan. Because he was not good at contacting the outside world. Through his work as an illustrator, he roughly understood why Lin Wan suddenly came to his home to ask these questions. "You're saying that the genetic virus has been leaked. And now the whole city is under lockdown. And all the food in the supermarket has been sold out." After hearing what Jiang Yao said, Lin Wan nodded and then continued. "As you know about the opposition organizations, they have their own bases in many cities. Yesterday, we received intelligence and cleaned the entire organization's bases in multiple areas. As a result, the mermaids there broke the net and released all the genetic viruses." Speaking of this, Lin Wan's expression was also full of worry. "Including our city. A total of more than 30 cities have been completely blocked. And relevant experts have also come over. Now no one is allowed to leave their homes. Once they leave, they will be regarded as opposed to. Hearing this, Jiang Yao probably understood. To put it simply, from now on, everyone can only stay in their own homes. If they are discovered when they go out, they will probably be killed directly. In this regard, he was also a little speechless by some of the operations of this organization. After the base was discovered, he ran away directly. And then, there was still a chance of making a comeback. They chose such an extreme method and chose this method, which means that they will follow, there will be huge consequences. First of all, the above have reason to take action against them. And this is from the perspective of justice. This is only superficial. As for the case, there are more operations that can be done, because such a thing makes many people can only do it in secret. To do it, things can be brought to light, which is a good thing for the people above. However, because there is a mixed bag of good and bad in these organizations, many people cannot understand these things. So they do such impulsive things. So it is still difficult for a general mob to succeed. But this seems to be quite fun. I also want to see how we should deal with this next step. Thinking of this, he decided to take a closer look at what this civilization would do next. Soon the fragrant rice and vegetables came out of the oven. Then Jiang Yao opened the refrigerator and said to Lin Wan, "I bought quite a lot of vegetables here. You can take some of whatever you want." Hearing this, Lin Wan was overjoyed and quickly thanked her. "I'll only take it for a few days at most. I'll transfer the price to you later. Don't be so polite. You're a neighbor." But just when Jiang Yao was about to say something, footsteps suddenly came from outside the house. The two of them were slightly startled when they heard the sound. And then, they both walked to the door to listen to the action outside. Soon they heard the sound of tape being ripped off, and something being installed on the door. Hearing this voice, the two of them couldn't help but change their expressions. It's coming so soon. The most panicked person at this time was Lin Wan. She came to Jiang Yao's house to ask for food, mainly because she wanted to take advantage of the fact that the people above her hadn't come over yet, so she could go home quickly after asking for something. But now the people above had obviously come over and started to put up seals and install preventive measures from door to door. The instrument that opened the door was gone. It was obvious that he couldn't go back now. It can be expected that he will be in the same room with this handsome neighbor for a long time, which makes her little face turn slightly red. Subconsciously looking at Jiang Yao, Jiang Yao spread his hands and made a helpless look. Now things are in trouble. I guess you may not be able to get out. Lin Wan naturally knew this. Anyone who dares to open the door now will simply be killed. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you dare to open the door and activate the alarm device, someone from the gun era will rush up and attack you without saying a word. Because the official order issued just now is very clear. No one is allowed to go out. And once they go out, they will be regarded as an accomplice of the rebels. So now he can only stay at Jiang Yao's house. However, she was somewhat uncomfortable with someone with little social experience staying in a stranger's home. As if seeing his embarrassment, Jiang Yao said, "Don't pay too much attention to anything. I'm usually pretty easy to talk to. By the way, I still have an empty bedroom here. You can live in it after you tidy it up." As he spoke, he pointed to the dining table not far away. The food just happened to be ready. Otherwise, let's eat together. Hearing this, Lin Wan blushed and nodded. In this way, this confused cohabitation life began. In fact, Jiang Yao didn't know why, but he still had some expectations for this kind of life. Before time travel, he often fantasized about having such a life. But the fact was that no girl could fancy a loser like him. So this kind of thing can only exist in fantasy. After time travel, he has no interest in these things. After all, he is busy with the development of civilization every day. And he is thinking about how to confront the enemy every day. There are some things that I can't even worry about, let alone these messy little things. By the time he finally had some rest, at that stage, he no longer felt anything about these things. After all, he was already very mature. As a leader of civilization, he had never thought about such a thing. Until now, after living on this planet for such a long time, he has not thought about these things. What is more, he wants to observe the rise and fall of civilization and develop it. However, as he slowly integrated into this civilization, which was similar to the world before he traveled, something in his heart was slowly awakening. Of course, he will not suppress these thoughts. After all, any thought is a new experience for him. During this meal, the two of them didn't say anything. After all, no one was familiar with each other now, and it would be awkward to talk too much. Jiang Yao actually liked this feeling. After all, this is a feeling I haven't experienced in many years. Thinking of this, he also vaguely looked forward to the development of things in the future. After the meal, Lin Wan took the initiative to take on the important task of washing the dishes. After all, she was not good at cooking, and could not live in other people's homes for free. So she chose to wash the dishes. Of course, Jiang Yao would not stop him from his actions. Chapter 831 Current Situation. In this way, Jiang Yao and Lin Wan began living together. Compared with the cohabitation life he imagined, Jiang Yao found that the cohabitation life here was completely different from what he imagined. Normally, when Jiang Yao made food in the morning, he would leave a portion for Lin Wan. Lin Wan would get up relatively late. After Lin Wan ate, he washed the bowl and other things, and then returned to his room. Although they lived in the same house, the two of them had very little interaction. Of course, he doesn't care much about this. After all, this is normal. If the other party is too enthusiastic, it will appear abnormal. On this day, as usual, Jiang Yao finished his work and lay on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. But what was different from before was that Lin Wan walked out of the room. This made Jiang Yao feel a little surprised. Normally, she stayed in her room and couldn't come out. But now she suddenly ran out, which naturally attracted Jiang Yao's attention. After carefully observing her face, Jiang Yao found that her face did not look very good at this time. What happened? At this time Jiang Yao asked. Hearing this, Lin Wan did not answer but suddenly asked, Well, Brother Jiang, have you read the recent news? Jiang Yao nodded after hearing what Lin Wan said. Look, there are currently a large number of people infected in the city, and the authorities above have also dispatched many disinfection vehicles to continuously disinfect the city. Jiang Yao pointed to the window and said, You don't need to worry about this at all. Our screens are all covered with antiseptic film. Although the light will not be very good, this thing can effectively isolate germs. And I have to change it every 2 days, so I don't have to worry about any accidents. In addition, there is enough food in the refrigerator, and the food we bought before has no viruses attached to it. And I sterilize it every time before cooking so you don't have to worry about safety. Regarding what Lin Wan said, Jiang Yao could roughly guess what she was worried about. In fact, when the virus was released at first, no one paid much attention to it. After all, the virus basically cannot be transmitted if you are isolated at home. But as time goes by, everyone underestimates the destructive power of the virus. You must know that this is an artificial virus, and there is a big difference in nature from the natural viruses outside. First of all, artificial viruses have stronger survivability and are more targeted. Normally, if it is a natural virus, this matter may have been solved long ago. But with artificial viruses, this matter has just begun. At first, the general public regarded this matter as an ordinary virus. As time went by, many people discovered that it was not particularly safe even if they were hiding at home. Because even if you hide at home, you will still be infected. The channels of infection are divided into many types of article transmission, airborne transmission, etc. It is not a single mode of transmission. The most dangerous one is article transmission, which is completely unavoidable. After the quarantine, the most important issue is naturally the food issue. And everyone is well aware of this. Because the quarantine was so sudden, many people did not have much food reserves. Unfortunately, they can only buy them online. And the purchased food will be uniformly disinfected and then sent here to avoid contact as much as possible. But the biggest problem is that there are too many things for disinfection, and it is impossible to completely kill the virus. This has also led to many people being infected through such channels. And this infection is very serious. The body will start to have blisters. Over time, the blisters will burst, and then rot will appear around it. All in all, once infected, it can only be described as life worse than death. Of course, these infections are ineffective for Jiang Yao. After all, the level of this virus is too low. But this thing is different for other people. Because we are now quarantined. There are so many people infected with the disease. So there is a huge shortage of medical care. Under such circumstances, if something goes wrong, it will really cost you your life. Unable to receive effective treatment, he can only wait for death in pain at home. This is a cruel torture for anyone. And now the online public opinion has also taken a big turn. At the beginning, this group of people started trouble, and many people supported it. After all, It does not mean that everyone is satisfied with the current situation of civilization. Many people still have it in their hearts. Expect this group of people to overthrow civilization. As a result, because of the emergence of this incident, everyone hated this group of people. The first point was that the scope affected this time was really too large. So many cities fell, and many people were recruited. When I got infected by a virus, I experienced what cruelty is. This makes many people hate that group of people. At this time, they understand that only when the pain really comes to them, only when they may face death at any time, only then can they understand some things. What dire consequences things can have. For a time, many people on the internet were criticizing the group of rebels. And many people were even providing clues about them. Because in the past, these things were not their turn. So they ignored them. But now that it's their turn, no one can remain calm. And no one can sit firmly on the Diaoyu Islands under such circumstances. Now everyone in the entire civilization has only one idea. And that is to find ways to eradicate this group of people as much as possible. At this time, deep in a mountain, there was a secret stronghold of the rebel organization. At this time, a group of senior executives were gathering together to discuss how the organization should respond next. I have said many times that although our organization is in urgent need of manpower, we must keep our eyes open when recruiting staff. It does not mean that all kinds of crooks can be recruited. But you just don't listen. Everyone is being attracted. So it's okay now. Look at the people you recruited. After joining the organization, they committed evil deeds. The most important thing is that they exposed the organization's locations in the city. Some people were caught and were put on their own without any interrogation. They know everything. What do they think this is? Is this child's play? At this time, a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, was yelling at a group of people. He was very angry. When the organization was recruiting people, he kept telling everyone that it would be better to have less than too much. Even if there was a shortage of manpower. Don't recruit those who couldn't meet the requirements. However, these people just didn't listen. Pulling it in. It was originally an organization that wanted to find fairness for all civilized people. But because these people were causing chaos in it, I felt like it had become something like a villain organization. There is no way. Because many criminals have been recruited. These people are already lawless. But now they have such a connection with the organization, which makes them even more rampant. They have committed many crimes over the years. Although the organization wiped their butts for them and issued serious warnings, these people did not listen at all. In fact, few people in the organization that have developed to the present remember their original intentions. As time goes by, their status has increased, and they have gradually lost their original intentions. At the beginning, the purpose of this group was to find a solution to the huge problem that genetic engineering technology would lead to class consolidation in the future. So it was a non-governmental organization formed by a group of people with lofty ideals. The original intention of the organization was to let everyone work together to solve this problem. At that time, they indeed put forward many useful suggestions. The first point was to make all genetic engineering projects public. And all genetic items should have a clear price so that everyone can purchase them. Naturally, it is impossible to answer this question. First of all, disclosing this technology itself involves the leakage of confidentiality. Secondly, once the technology is disclosed, then the number of purchasing channels, and so on. In other words, if all purchases of characters are made public and transparent, and there is no opportunity for behind-the-scenes operations, then the people above will definitely not cover it up. After all, everyone has selfish motives. Not only do the people above disagree, but even some big capitals are definitely unlikely to agree. Because once these things are sold or researched, they will invest the most. And they will be the ones who benefit the most. Otherwise, who would be willing to go invest in these things? The reason why they were willing to spend money was to keep these things firmly in their own hands. This proposal had seriously touched their interests, so it was withdrawn. Later, this organization put forward many suggestions, such as providing a fixed number of copies that can be used by ordinary people every year. And the information purchased by ordinary people must also be open and transparent. In this case, at least ordinary people have a way out. And it will not be said that block the road. But obviously this proposal is not feasible. Because once ordinary people obtain this thing, they can easily squeeze into the upper class through this thing. The cake in the upper class is limited. And it is definitely not enough for too many people to share time. Under such circumstances, the people who can enter this class are those who have arranged for themselves, not those who grew up from the bottom. Except for these plans, Many plans have been rejected. Until this moment, these organizations know that although genetic technology will take hundreds of years to solidify classes, the reality is that classes have already been unknowingly solidified. But they can't see it. And this incident also made them understand this. Because the above performance allowed them to see the real situation clearly. Until this moment, it was still peaceful. But it gradually changed its nature. What started as concrete opinions later turned into blocking the development of genetic engineering. Their behavior naturally attracted the attention of the superiors, who would naturally not tolerate this kind of organization. Immediately afterwards, the members of this organization were like rats crossing the street. But soon the organization found a way. That is, to arm yourself. At the same time, it began to recruit talents from outside. Because this organization began to form an armed force, which gave many people who were eager to try it out ideas. As for the scientists who researched these genetic engineering, many of them joined the ranks. Due to class reasons, there are many very capable scientists who can only stay in a small position throughout their lives without promotion and without a future. Under such circumstances, they will naturally choose this organization, because this organization has a very good attitude towards scientists and will provide them with sufficient scientific research funds. Many scientists flock to it. Of course, there are some scientists who study taboos and join his research without hesitation. In other places, they may be blocked by their ex-husbands. But here, instead of stopping them, they will support them even more. What is a scientist? To put it simply, they are a group of lunatics. They have seen through too many things, and they don't care about many things. They even say that they are willing to sacrifice everything for their own research. They don't care whether their targets are right or wrong, because in their eyes, there is no right or wrong in the world. They only care about whether their projects can be supported and whether the authorities are willing to allocate enough funds to them. It is because of the help of this group of scientists that they have a strong armed force, which also leads to the fact that neither the people above nor others dare to attack them like before. Gradually, they also have a certain say. Now there is a balance between them. That is, the people above will not attack them rashly, and they cannot use weapons casually. In short, this is a tacit understanding. The two sides are more at odds with each other on some of their respective ideas. Each side has people who support them. And as time goes by, more and more people support their side. And their voice is getting higher and higher. In the end, who would have thought that something would happen? Of course, such a thing is inevitable. Because as the status of managers becomes higher and higher, the wealth and status gained by managers are also getting higher and higher, which gradually makes them lose themselves in these. Okay, everyone is very clear about the current situation. There is no need to continue to struggle with this matter. After all, it has already happened. We are gathered together today to discuss how to solve the problem, not who to discuss. Responsibility. Now we have to think about how to restore our reputation first. This is the most critical thing. The virus was released in many bases. This is a fact. Under such circumstances, there are too many people infected by the virus. And the isolation of the virus, it also affects the normal lives of many people. This series of things has caused them to hate us so much now. So it's still a little difficult for us to recover now. At this time, everyone in the meeting was discussing how to deal with it. Things have happened. And if this matter is not handled well, then their organization will really be finished. Over the years, their organization has grown and grown. And they have supported many people. So the people above have tolerated them again and again. And because this incident caused their supporters to suddenly disappear, the people above have begun to take action against them. If this matter is not resolved, the people above can take action unscrupulously. For us, the best solution at present is to research the relevant antidotes as soon as possible and then distribute them. At least until the people over there work out the antidote. Chapter 832, Operation Against Heaven. As the order was issued, the rebel organization immediately began to take action. Meanwhile on the other side, this is our chance to root out that damn cancer. Because of the special nature of this organization's establishment, their reputation is very high. That's why we didn't dare to attack them. But it's different now. Because of their poor decision-making, a large number of ordinary people lost their lives, including many who had supported them in the past. They must come up with an explanation for this matter. However, this matter cannot be solved so easily, because the damage caused is certain, and their reputation has dropped crazily among the people. This is why we express our gratitude to them. A good opportunity to take action. First of all, it is for the development of related drugs. This thing must be researched before them. Secondly, We must smear them. Although they are now apologizing and clarifying. These things are in vain in front of so many people who have died. It is impossible for the people to trust them in a short period of time. At this time, we need to guide the people, and let them know that this organization is a terrorist organization from beginning to end. We need to eradicate it as soon as possible. At the same time, we must speed up our actions against them. Basically, all their strongholds have been identified. There are a few points that need to be paid attention to when taking action. The most critical one is that there should not be another huge disaster like the previous times. Otherwise, the subsequent public opinion will also be detrimental to us. It will be detrimental. At this time, the official side is also busy arranging the next plan. At the same time, for them, this organization is also the only large-scale organization in civilization. The main reason why I say this is because I didn't pay attention to this organization when it was weak, which caused them to grow bigger and bigger. Now that I have seized this opportunity to eradicate it, if similar incidents occur in the future organization, then it is absolutely impossible for the higher-ups to just let it go. But this time on Jiang Yao's side, the response from both sides was quite rapid. Now that things have happened, it is basically unrealistic to make up for it in a short time. It seems that the rebel organization has lost this operation. For him, the entire planet is currently under his surveillance, and it is too easy to know what information he wants. Brother Jiang, what are you talking about? At this moment, Lin Wan's voice came. Jiang Yao shook his head after hearing what Lin Wan said. It's nothing. I just thought of something. As he spoke, he added, you don't need to worry too much. I have already arranged what needs to be arranged here. Our side will not be affected in any way in a short period of time. Hearing this, Lin Wan nodded, and then hesitated to speak. Brother Jiang, I want to say something. Jiang Yao was also a little curious when he heard her say that. If you have anything else to do over there, just tell me, that's fine. There's no need to worry. I want to go out. What? Jiang Yao was a little surprised when he heard this. Do you know what it means if you go out now? Once you are encountered, you will definitely be regarded as a rebel, and your life may not be saved. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that as long as you open the door now, I will be implicated by you. So I think you still need to calm down when making such a decision at this time. Lin Wan also looked embarrassed when she heard this. Brother Jiang, I know. But just yesterday my family called me and said that my father seemed to be infected and was almost dead now. So Jiang Yao felt like he was laughing when he heard this. Well, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Or what do you want to do? Let me ask you a few questions. The first point is that there are viruses everywhere outside. You will definitely be infected after you go out. I won't mention your life by then. Even if you are lucky enough not to be infected or caught. What's the use of going back in the end? Your father has been infected, and the current medical treatment will definitely not be able to keep up. So we will temporarily put a question mark on whether your father can receive effective treatment by then. Let's not talk about your father. After you go back, even if you haven't been attacked outside, you will definitely be attacked when you go back. I'm curious. Under such circumstances, what is the meaning of your going back? Apart from causing chaos other than that, I don't see anything useful. Lin Wan lowered her head after hearing this. I just want to go back and see my father for the last time. My father has taken good care of me since I was a child. Stop. Stop. Stop it first. Looking at Lin Wan, who was about to continue speaking, Jiang Yao quickly stopped her. I don't need to play the emotional card here. How good your family treats you, and how much you value them is your business. The current situation is that our two lives are connected. Once you go out, disaster will follow. I won't say I'm kind to you, but I personally don't think I have any grudge against you. When you came to my house, there was no food, and I gave you the food I had stored without hesitation. For other reasons, you can only stay here. I won't say how nice I was to you during the time you lived here, but I feel like I've never treated you badly. I'm not stingy about giving you food or anything. Under such circumstances, I think I'm worthy of you. But I don't understand. What do you want to do? You want to drag me out with you? Or do you want me to let you go? Although I don't ask you to be grateful, there is no need for you to repay kindness with hatred. You must know that you and I are not relatives. I think I am relatively conscientious towards you. Lin Wan didn't know what to say when she heard what Jiang Yao said. Indeed, what he said was correct. After being forced to move in, she didn't deprive herself of food and didn't allow herself to be reasonable. He did very well. At the same time, you have nothing to do with him, and there is no need for him to be nice to you. But under such circumstances, he is pretty good to you. My own thoughts and actions are a bit like repaying kindness with hatred. In fact, her idea at first was to see if she could persuade Jiang Yao to go back with him. But now, what Jiang Yao said made him sober up immediately. There was not much relationship between the two. So why should he do it? Are you desperate? I see. After answering quietly, she walked back to the room. Looking at her leaving back, Jiang Yao was speechless for a moment. He really couldn't understand how the guy could have these thoughts under such circumstances. Although she didn't say it out loud, the meaning she expressed was already very clear. Jiang Yao could only shake his head helplessly. Sure enough, there are certain people no matter which world they are in. Of course, he didn't care much about this matter, because even if he slipped out, it would not affect him. The things outside the door did not pose any threat to him. Even if he opened the door casually, it would not trigger the alarm. Nor would it trigger the alarm. Leaves no trace. But compared to this incident, he is now more curious about what this girl will do next. Thinking of this, he decided to observe it. So in the following time, he was still the same as before, cooking and doing other things every day. He has also thought about the other party's choice. Under normal circumstances, after he has said so much, the other party should choose to give up this plan, or wait until the seal is lifted before going back. After all, this would be good for him and for himself. But soon Jiang Yao found that he seemed to be too naive. That's right. He found that he was too naive. That night, the movement outside the door caught his attention. Outside were several young people who were somewhat fashionably dressed. At this time, these young people were sneaking around the door of their house wearing gas masks. At the same time, Lin Wan, who was sleeping in the bedroom, also opened her eyes. She carefully got out of bed, put some things in her backpack, and then quietly opened the bedroom door. Not long after, he came to the kitchen. After taking some food from the kitchen, she retreated. Not long after, she opened the door as the people outside responded, and then left with a group of people. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao couldn't help but shook his head. What kind of gods are these? First of all, Lin Wan's behavior was very self-help and saved him. Even if you want to leave, under normal circumstances, he can accept it if you go directly through the window, because it will not affect him. Although there were his companions outside, Li and Wei, Jiang Yao knew very well that their little actions could not prevent the signal from being sent out. Although the alarm sound disappeared, the signal was still sent out, but it was just blocked by itself. Judging from the situation, those of his team should have gone out in this way. They thought they did it perfectly, but in fact, they were full of loopholes. But he couldn't understand that there was anyone willing to help her in such a situation. I don't understand. But you can take a look at the next development. Although his behavior made him very dissatisfied, especially the fact that he took his own things before leaving. Of course, it didn't matter. After all, these things were not important to him. What was important was that the next development of the matter aroused his interest, of curiosity. After leaving the community like this, a group of people left sneakily. What do you say about the position these people left? It can barely be called relatively secretive. But this can only be said to be relatively secretive. What they didn't know was that there were several people following them behind them, wanting to see what they were doing. It was obvious that these people regarded these idiots as members of the villain organization and wanted to follow them to their lair. Just like that, Jiang Yao watched everything with interest. Jiang Yao didn't know where Lin Wan's hometown was at all. But fortunately, it was not difficult for him to find out. The relevant information soon came out, and the whole journey was about 500 kilometers. TSK. According to the current level of martial law, I might not be able to get back within 5 or 6 days. Thinking of this, he was also curious about how things would develop next. In this way, because there was a group of people operating there, they managed to avoid roadblocks one after another, and finally left the city. Outside, they had already prepared a van, and didn't say much. A few people drove the van and set off towards their destination. At this time, a car was wandering around, which was a very big goal. So they chose to take the mountain road. Before the construction of highways, the connections between cities in the world were mainly rock-climbing mountain roads. But now these roads are basically useless. Fortunately, this group of people still knew the road. So through the mountain road, they kept heading towards their other hometowns. But at this time, an accident happened. One of the people in the team suddenly had a physical problem. Because of this incident, the team had a dispute. The teammates thought that he should be sent to the hospital first. But some people thought that if he was sent to the hospital, then they would all be exposed. After a lot of nonsense, the sick man was finally given up. The group abandoned him and moved on. However, the abandoned man was quickly rescued and sent to the interrogation room. A secret interrogation followed. How could a person like this stand up to the interrogation? On the outside, this world is dominated by elite projects, and the interrogation drugs developed are simply not too many. So this person soon confessed everything. It seems that they all like Lin Wan. In Jiang Yao's words, these are all dog lickers, and they are the kind who don't care about their lives. In order to win the goddess's heart, they decided to take a risk and show off in front of the goddess. This move really made Jiang Yao laugh. And even the group of interrogators couldn't laugh or cry. On the cusp of this storm, with such heavy snow, who would have thought that it was just to win the heart of the goddess? This is the first time these interrogators have seen such a desperate person in their lives. Moreover, he has been so desperate with several people. Personal competition. Even girls have no feelings for him from the beginning to the end. The forest is really big, and there are all kinds of birds. I can see them. This was the sigh uttered by the interrogator after the interrogation was over. At this time, another dispute was about to break out in Lin Wan's team, and one of the team members started to have a high fever for no apparent reason. Not surprisingly, this warrior was also infected, because he had abandoned a teammate last time. Some people disagreed that he would continue to abandon his teammates this time, because sooner or later it would be his turn. As a result, everyone had another dispute over this matter. And finally Lin Wan, who was very kind-hearted, decided to take him with her. Little did he know that his unnatural behavior would bring greater disaster to his team. In fact, contracting this virus depends on your own antibodies and protective measures. The antibodies of the remaining few people are obviously much stronger than the first two, and the protective measures they wear are also better. Under normal circumstances, they may be able to escape. But because you left this guy behind, the virus's persistent infection, no matter how strong your antibodies are, is of little use. It seemed that it didn't take long for all the other teammates to be infected. Chapter 833 Observing Lin Wan. Seeing this scene at this time, Lin Wan had fallen into despair. It has to be said that the current scene is far beyond his strength. Originally, he thought he could sneak back quietly to see his seriously ill parents. But who would have thought that he would die before he was born? And he would not be halfway through the journey. The whole army was wiped out. Looking at everything in front of him, he was a little at a loss, and didn't know how to deal with it for a while. However, what surprised Jiang Yao was that all these people were infected. But he was the only one who was not infected. Let's test a specific situation about her. Thinking of this, he immediately started to let the heart of the swarm scan Lin Wei's situation. The Zerg Star is a super brain he created for the Zerg. Its main function is similar to the super brain in the previous superhuman training program. Can provide yourself with a variety of remote support and help. Some of them surprised me. After seeing some scans about him at this time, he felt a little surprised, because he scanned a strange force from Lin Wan's body. This force did not belong to this civilization. It should be that this civilization did not know one can possess this kind of power. To put it simply, the person in front of you is special. This discovery made him a little surprised. After all, he had been wandering in the universe for so many years, and had never seen anything before. This was the first time he saw such a special situation. And he was still in a low-level civilization. If he hadn't been scanned all over his body, Jiang Yao really doubted that this person was not an alien pretending to be an alien, or that something was left behind by some powerful civilization. Of course, he knew that the probability of this situation was very low, and it was absolutely impossible to say that it just happened to appear in front of him. However, since he had this experience, he was very sensitive to this kind of thing. Once he discovered if something is wrong, he will understand it immediately. This is quite an interesting research project. At least for me right now. It is indeed quite interesting. What does this special individual mean to the entire civilization? In other words, its appearance is to promote the progress of civilization. Or it is something else. Jiang Yao is not clear about this. But he knows very well that every civilization will have some special beings in the process of development. These people may be very smart scientists, who have researched various things and provided a lot of help to the entire civilization. Of course, this is just one of them. In addition, there are others that have undergone certain mutations in his body, such as HeLa cells, which are relatively famous in Blue Star. The existence of this thing plays a vital role in subsequent human research. This cell can divide infinitely, which can be useful for human civilization when conducting some related research, as a very good experimental subject. And such existences exist in different civilizations. He is also very curious about the things in front of him, because after his discovery, special things like this are not unique to a certain civilization, but that such things will appear in all civilizations. These things are obviously inconspicuous, but they were discovered when they appeared, and then provided great help to the development of civilization. He thought it was normal to see something like this once or twice, but after seeing it more often, he felt that these things might not all be coincidences. So he was also very sad about what was happening in front of him. He felt that the existence of this guy might have a very big impact on this civilization. So he decided to calm down and carefully understand the situation of this civilization. At this stage of his life, he actually has different views on many things. Maybe some of his ideas are now more theological. He can always find some connections with some things that cannot be explained or are very wonderful. The improvement of the level of civilization contains too many things. It allowed him to see a different world. Just like if he said he was lucky to have discovered this thing now. He would not think so. Because with his current vision, he knows that many things are bound to happen, or that it is bound to exist in the development of civilization. Then this will mean that the development of the entire civilization is a planned line. And in the middle of the line, there will be various things that have been arranged in advance. Thinking of this, he began to search for everything about Lin Wan through civilized information. From her birth to the present, all the information recorded in AI was compiled together. After seeing these things, he also had a little understanding. Frown. Because everything in this information shows that Lin Wan is just an ordinary person, and there is nothing special. He has never shown any special talents or anything else since he was a child. This made him feel a little surprised. But he still read it patiently. After confirming that there was no useful information, he turned his attention to Lin Wan. At this time, Lin Wan was already panicking as she looked at her fallen companions around her. But just when she was at a loss, many soldiers suddenly ran towards her from a distance. Lin Wan was naturally frightened when she saw the scene. She instinctively wanted to escape. But in the end, she was unable to take a step forward. In the end, she and her companions were all caught in a car and driven toward the city. It was obvious that her escape failed this time. And the most important thing was that her companions might be gone. As for why she is still alive, the reason is very simple. Because all her companions were infected with the virus, and she was fine. Which means that she may have the relevant antidote in her hand. Or that she herself has relevant antibodies. All in all, its importance has suddenly increased. At least for this civilization. Of course, it was impossible to say that she would immediately let him out or something. After she was brought back, she began to conduct various inspections. After the inspection, everyone discovered a strange thing. Everything about Lin Wan was too normal. She was just like ordinary people, and there was nothing special about her. However, because she was so ordinary, she was not infected with the virus. This was what concerned everyone the most. Of course, this is not important. Because now everyone is thinking about a question. Since she has no problem, will she say that she has the antidote? Which means that he is a member of the villain organization. And this organization has developed an antidote. So this is indeed a very big trouble for the people above. So everyone turned their attention to her, and wanted to wait for his answer. As a result, he still couldn't spit out any useful information for a long time. In the end, the people above had no choice but to adopt a slightly extreme method, which was to directly use some special potions to make him tell the truth. After all the methods were exhausted, everything pointed to one thing. That is, Lin Wan was a normal person. Nothing special. This means that all their conjectures are wrong. This person is just an ordinary person from beginning to end. The lack of infection may be due to good luck. His protective measures may be in place. Or it may be his own resistance. Better than other people. That's probably it. Of course, this incident naturally made them very disappointed. But they did not make things difficult for Lin Wan. They just locked up Lin Wan and told him that he had to wait for the disaster to pass before letting her out. Because letting him out now would only cause chaos to civilization. She had no choice but to be locked up. However, no one knew about the whole process. And Jiang Yao saw it. These people couldn't detect anything special. But he felt that it was very normal. Because if their civilization or their technological level could really detect something, then it would be truly abnormal. In addition, Lin Wan's special energy cannot be detected at all if the civilization level does not reach super civilization. And this is what Jiang Yao is willing to care about. because this kind of thing has already involved super civilization. That is enough to show that it is not simple. You must know that this is just a low-level civilization, and it actually has something that can involve a super civilization. This makes him feel a little surprised, especially at this level like Jiangyao. If she came into contact with a super civilization, it would be simply unsolvable for other civilizations, because as long as she reaches that level, anything can subvert other civilizations. So he prepared to observe what this special existence would be like in the future, as time passed day by day. In the end, the matter was suppressed, and the villain organization was liquidated. Moreover, the higher-ups used this opportunity to carry out a comprehensive liquidation, leaving no one alive, mainly because they went too far in this matter, which gave the higher-ups a reason to take action. Of course, this will have a negative impact on the entire civilization. Speaking of which, it naturally caused an uproar. After the incident was over, Lin Wan was released, which made Jiang Yao feel very strange. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible for such a person to be released no matter which civilization he is in. But she was released. After she was released, she did not contact him again, or the relationship between the two was severed. She returned to his home and resumed her daily routine. Jiang Yao's words also began to be repeated day after day. While repeating, he was also paying attention to the changes in Lin Wan. Lin Wan's side is still the same as before, which makes Jiang Yao can't help but wonder whether his judgment was wrong. But he is not in a hurry now, because he has plenty of time to read this person's life before getting to know him better. Situation. Just like this, as time goes by, and a few years pass, Lin Wan has reached the age of 30. Logically speaking, at this age, she should be talking about getting married. But he has always been single. Maybe for him, he doesn't like getting married. However, just when Jiang Yao thought that she would die of old age in silence, something happened. What happened completely changed the whole person. Something happened at Lin Wan's family. To be precise, her parents were seriously ill tomorrow night. His father miraculously survived the last incident, but this time his parents fell ill at the same time, and the cause could not be found. Finally, after much trouble, the cause was finally found. However, treating this disease requires a lot of medicine. Money. Lin Wan had no choice but to start thinking of ways to make money. Although his job could make money in the past, the thought of making a lot of money in a short period of time definitely made her start thinking of ways. Then he contacted some special companies. These companies were mainly engaged in technology-related things. When he learned that the income from working in these companies was very high, she began to study related things crazily and wanted to enter the company. After all, jobs like these were guaranteed. The company must be of great help to him. At least the company employees can advance 1 year's salary in advance after signing the contract, which makes him irresistible. In the end, Lin Wan finally got her wish and entered this company. However, this company was actually different from ordinary technology companies. The technology research here was mainly based on biological genes, which also made Jiang Yao extremely surprised. Because just when Lin Wan was receiving various support for learning, he discovered that the energy was changing her brain structure, giving her a stronger memory ability, and giving him a stronger learning ability. In short, it was directly improved the level of his brain desire development. This is a very exaggerated thing. And the most important thing is that after doing all this energy has not dissipated. In short, everything is still the same as before. But what Lin Wan never knew was that there was such a force in her body. Something special that has been helping her grow. Her life was like cheating. Generally, it would take a long time for people to learn a lot of knowledge. But with him, she could learn it easily. All of this is naturally attributed to that special energy, which made Jiang Yao want to capture her and study her more than once. But in the end, she gave up. Because for her, Lin Wan has not yet, he won't change anything it will before reaching the end. Many things have caused many irreparable consequences just because of a little change. So he still wants to continue to observe what this special existence will eventually become. In this way, as time passed quickly, Lin Wan gradually became famous and participated in many projects, making significant progress, and her life also changed. She got a lot of benefits, and she also got a lot of fame. And then she changed. The people and things she cares about have changed. From herself in the beginning to the entire civilization. She wanted to do something for civilization. Then a bold plan began to emerge in her mind. He wants to change the status quo of civilization. And she wants to change the current monopoly of genetic technology. Chapter 834 Lin Wan's Decision. Indeed, I have never denied the help of genetic technology to the progress of civilization. But I believe you have also noticed various problems with genetic technology. At this time, Lin Wan was speaking at the meeting. Because her speech was broadcast live throughout the city, this operation naturally attracted civilized attention. I have been studying the genetic engineering industry for 10 years, and I also understand the issues involved in genetic engineering. This technology can provide a lot of help to civilization. These are positive. But there are many negative factors that you have not discovered. The first thing is about the collapse of the experimental body during the genetic research process. You have never seen such a scene. Just imagine. What will happen when a living experimental subject turns into a puddle of thick water? Such mistakes also occur in human experiments. So the advancement of this technology is paved with life. And because this technology is very likely to cause a series of problems such as the solidification of classes in the future, continuing to research this technology will not only be irresponsible to civilization, but also irresponsible to you. So I close this proposal. The genetic technology we currently have can already treat various diseases in civilization. If it continues to develop, it will touch the forbidden area of civilization. We don't know where future civilization will go. We even say that with the direction of genetic technology, we may eventually perish. As her words fell, there was an uproar throughout the entire civilization. At the beginning, she devoted herself to the research of this technology and overcame one difficulty after another. At the same time, she also enhanced his reputation. Many people knew that such a genius existed. Everyone originally thought that he was a staunch supporter of genetic research. But now it seems that they were wrong. The person in front of them did not support genetic research. This made many people feel incredible. Originally, this press conference was for him to announce the advantages of genetic engineering to the world. But she began to continuously list various problems in genetic research, including some shady things. All were exposed. Naturally, with the end of this press conference, his remarks caused an uproar in civilization. Many people supported him and believed that this technology should be shut down. However, many people had great doubts about him. Opinions, and these people are all beneficiaries of genetic technology. At the same time, she was directly imprisoned by the relevant departments for making inappropriate remarks. But the prison where she was detained was robbed at night. According to speculation, these were some of her followers. This incident naturally aroused widespread discussion in civilization. People were arrested during the day, but they were robbed at night. Why should we arrest her? Isn't what she said right? There will be many problems in the continued research on genetic engineering technology. We can't realize it now, but we also have to think about our descendants. No one wants their descendants to be born inferior to others. Strictly speaking, this technology takes care of the entire civilization. It does not mean that those born low income cannot enjoy it. Just imagine that our current average lifespan is only 100 years. But once this technology makes a major breakthrough, our lifespan can exceed 1,000 years, regardless of the status of future generations. This will be a real benefit to them. Many things in civilization can be continuously improved, including some policies and other things. It does not mean that the whole thing should be denied just because there may be some problems that have not yet occurred. Then what should we say about those people who died in the laboratory? How can technological advancement not bear corresponding risks? No one dares to say that he can continue to advance science and technology without taking some risks. Everything is sacrifices, whether it is these technologies or other technologies. But some technologies are made in places that we cannot see. There were sacrifices, but some were exposed. That's all. For a time, the entire civilization was talking about this incident, because the impact of this incident was too great. First of all, this matter concerns everyone present. No matter who they are, they will be affected by this matter to a greater or lesser extent, and they are full of worries about their future. Another major event is that the once dead rebel organization has resurrected because of her departure. It is obvious that she reorganized these people. The impact this incident brought to everyone was even more terrifying. No one expected that she would actually take over that organization. This means that she has now become a thorn in the flesh of many people. But she does not seem to be very afraid of this. At the same time, many people's targeted beheading operations against her have failed. It was obvious that she had made sufficient plans before doing this, which made everyone feel a little numb. They never expected that this determined genetic technology researcher would actually do it. It would be like this. No one could guess what he really thought in his heart. But what is certain is that her behavior has caused irreparable consequences for civilization. Due to the resurgence of the rebel organization, many former members soon joined in. making this force very strong in a short period of time. And externally, there is a talented researcher like her in the organization, who quickly armed the entire organization with his various theoretical knowledge or things. Not only that, but the most important thing is that he has also formulated a series of offensive targets for his organization. And these targets are some of the leaders in technological gene research. And their purpose is to kill this budding technology. What is particularly terrifying is that her plan was successful. Many scientists who had achieved significant results in scientific genetic research projects were assassinated. This also made the higher-ups pay more attention to all scientists. They tried their best to protect the safety of these scientists. But in the end, many could not escape the fate of being exterminated. This incident also caused panic in the entire civilization. And the research on genetic engineering fell into a fault for a while. Unlike in the past, rebel organizations would pay attention to their own reputation and try to win over a group of people who think their ideas are correct. This time, the resurgent rebel organizations will completely follow their own ideas and will attack anyone who hinders them. Eradicate directly. The people above have carried out many attacks on them, but the results have been minimal, because the new weapons are no longer comparable to the previous weapons. The most important thing is that the various plans she formulated can always be used. Find a way out for yourself at the critical moment. The above attack had no effect. All in all, she used her intelligence to a level that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Many people were not her enemies. Of course, compared to the past, this organization is now very strict in recruiting personnel. Except for those truly determined rebel organizations, it is basically impossible for ordinary people to join. And the most important thing is that even if you want to join, you must pass a strict assessment, whether it is psychological or ideological, etc. Only those who have passed can join. Which means that those who can enter are elites with their own ideas, who can support the continuation of their organization at critical times. As the organization becomes more and more powerful, various genetic weapons emerge endlessly. The emergence of these weapons not only tells the world that they have the power to face the enemy above, but also tells the world about genetic weapons. Terrible. It only takes an ordinary person with this thing to threaten a city or something else. In short, everyone has seen the power of genetic weapons. In order to deal with it, the people above him had to try their best to develop more powerful genetic weapons, or countervailing genetic weapons. And thus the two sides began to compete in a real sense. First, headed by Lin Wan, she occupied 2 provinces, which were the gathering places of rebel organizations. In addition to this, the other areas are above. Although they have been carrying out extermination operations in these 2 areas, the effect has not been good. After all, as the general base of the rebel organization, various technologies are emerging endlessly. Even if it is above, it's also a bit overwhelming. The entire world seems to have been divided into 2 factions. The first faction is the rebel organization, while the second faction is a staunch supporter of genetic technology research. In this way, civilized genetic technology is constantly being updated. Regarding this, Jiang Yan naturally saw it. Any behavior of this civilization is a trivial matter to him, at least from his level. But if it were someone else, it would be completely different. That night, after Lin Wan finished her day's work as usual, she returned to her lounge. This lounge is the safest lounge in the world. In order to ensure her safety, the rebel organization also tried its best. After all, the entire organization is completely different with her and without her, so his safety is considered very thoroughly. Even so, she felt uneasy in her heart at this time. But soon, I suppressed this feeling and started washing myself. As a woman, leading such a large organization and fighting against others over the years made him feel a little exhausted physically and mentally. After a long time, he dressed up and took out a button from his arms. In fact, he didn't pay attention to his dressing at all in these years, because it was meaningless at all. But now she started to dress clearly. At this time, she seemed to have made a certain decision. But when the moment she was about to press the button, a sudden voice sounded. "Does it worth?" Lin Wan was also slightly startled as the voice came out. It was obvious that she didn't expect anyone to be here. The next moment a purple pill appeared in her hand. Who? But when he turned around to see the person clearly, he looked stunned. "It's you?" It was obvious that he recognized Jiang Yao and the kind person who had taken him in. Originally, she thought that her actions had caused the death of this kind person. But now it seems that she was overthinking it. But she was also very worried, curious as to why the person in front of me suddenly appeared here. But she soon noticed something, because the person in front of her had not changed in any way from before. Although the average life expectancy had been improved now, she still looked a bit old now. But the person in front of her was still the same as before. When she saw this scene, she also realized that this person was not an ordinary person. Who are you? At this time, Lin Wan looked at Jiang Yao. You should have guessed my identity. You do not belong to this civilization. You are an outsider from other civilizations. You are very smart. Did you deliberately create that encounter? Jiang Yao shook his head at this. Then why are you here? Just looking at you. As he spoke, Jiang Yao slowly stood up with some emotion in his expression. I've watched you grow, and everything you've done along the way. Actually, I came here just for fun and entertainment at the beginning. I have witnessed the growth of the entire civilization. From the first industrial revolution to the subsequent technological takeoff. Along the way, I have seen too many advancements in science. Progressive people. And you are also one of them. But you are special than them. This is why I will pay attention to you in the future. Hearing this, Lin Wan also calmed down and listened quietly. He didn't do anything else. He knew that someone who could appear here without anyone noticing and talk to her so much would not be a fool. Of course, she is not stupid. She will not ask this person what his purpose is or ask other meaningless questions. Now she only needs to be a listener to understand this person and what he wants to tell him. Does it worth? At this moment, Jiang Yao's voice came again. Perhaps she was a little surprised by this question. She was slightly stunned, and then nodded. Worth. Then go ahead and do it. Maybe this will be good for you. Hearing what Jiang Yao said, she nodded, and then she pressed the button in her hand. As the button was pressed, everyone in the entire base, and even the entire area fell to the ground one after another. Many people even fell down before they could react. Not a single person among the more than 70 million rebels and the entire rebel organization was spared. This is a very terrifying thing. The killing she has caused have surpassed anyone in the entire history of civilization. And the reason why he did this is simple. That is to allow civilization to speed up the research of related technologies again. We don't have time. These were the last words she said as she closed her eyes. At this time, Jiang Yao also felt a little emotional when he saw Lin Wan falling. You are really ruthless. If you enter the game with your own body, you will win half the battle. Then let me see how your civilization will change under your guidance. Chapter 835 Obtained as Special Energy Body. What kind of person is Lin Wan? Jiang Yao feels that he has a strong say in this matter. First of all, when Jiang Yao first met her, he thought she was a waste. Yes, this was his first thought at the time. For the sake of one's own selfish desires, one does not care about others. Using the morality of my father's illness to kidnap other people is a fool. If Jiang Yao meets such a person, her first reaction is to stay away. After all, if such a person is too close to her, he might send you away when lightning strikes that day. So at that time, he had no good impression of the person in front of him. What concerned him at that time was the energy in Lin Wan's body. Later, after understanding it, he was basically sure that this was a strange energy. Although he didn't know the principle, he was sure that this power was very special. So he became curious about this person. Because Jiang Yao wanted to know why this kind of power appeared in her. So he began to secretly observe Lin Wan. And a series of things happened immediately afterwards. Under her coquettish manipulation, all his licking dogs were sent away. As for why Jiang Yao thought those people were licking dogs, the reason was very simple. Under such circumstances, they dared to come out and give them away. Which is not licking dogs. Only a licking dog would be so unhesitating. Of course, this is no big deal to Jiang Yao. But just as he was thinking this, what happened next surprised him. First of all, she was not killed under such circumstances. It stands to reason that if you enter some places, you will never come out. But she came out safely. This is outrageous. To be precise, it's not common sense. Of course, none of this is important. What's important is that she has changed since she came out. An earth-shaking change. This incident made him feel a little strange. How could this be possible? How could such a big change happen after entering and coming out? And he also saw what happened after entering. The other party didn't do anything to her. Obviously the source of her change should be that she directly killed her licking dog. It has to be said that she still has a conscience. But then she changed. And this change was something that surprised Jiang Yao. She began to study genetic engineering and had a strong learning ability. She must have wanted revenge at that time. This was Jiang Yao's first thought. In fact, he was sure that Lin Wan had the same idea at the time. After all, She wouldn't have joined the rebel organization if it weren't for the later stages of revenge. Although it stands to reason that the goddess would not care about the life and death of the licking dog. Even if it dies, it will have no impact on the goddess. It is just the licking dog's own lust. But Lin Wan was very strange. She did this for revenge. But then he thought about it, and seemed to understand something. She was not seeking revenge for licking the dog, but for her parents. After all, her parents were also affected before. Although they were narrowly escaped in the end. They died soon. This infection had a serious impact on her father. It was so serious that her vitality was greatly overdrawn. It was no exaggeration to say that her father might be in an accident if nothing else happened. So she began to study these, partly for revenge and partly for her father. If that's the case, then it makes sense. But there's a problem. Why did she change her mind later? Jiang Yao wasn't very clear about this. But he was certain that something must have had an impact on her. Otherwise she wouldn't have changed so much. But these things don't seem to be that important to him. Because he couldn't probe into Lin Wan's heart, and couldn't help but wonder what she was thinking. As time goes by, she discovers that although genetic engineering technology is a double-edged sword, this technology must be developed as quickly as possible. Because they don't have time. Lin Wan, who was alone in the office, thought a lot about civilization and the universe. Finally, she discovered a very terrifying thing. That is, if civilization does not change, it will collapse. First of all, they are an intelligent civilization, which means that there may be other existences similar to her civilization in this universe. And this is also the problem. There are such existences in other places. So what attitude will they have when they find themselves? He knew this after years of exploration. She clearly loves the prototype of the Dark Forest Law, which means that their civilization may encounter other civilizations at any time. It is absolutely impossible to be friendly when encountering other civilizations. Therefore, there is only one way to ensure your own civilization, and that is to have powerful weapons. Only in this way can civilization have a foothold. But it's a pity that others speak lightly. And the third thing is that he has ideas but doesn't own them. So she began to research and began to find ways to increase her popularity. Of course, the main reason why he did this was to use this method so that when he chose to join the rebel organization, a group of people would be willing to follow him. And this was also his ultimate goal. Because he knew that he needed to be behind everything he did. There is a team, and it is impossible for one person to do it alone. And this is also the problem. How to gain trust, and how to make those people willing to follow her. For this, she has been planning for many years. In the end, she showed her cards. And her goal was naturally achieved. After becoming the leader of the organization, she did not immediately start a revenge plan. Because revenge did not make much sense at this time. She needed to wipe out all this type of cancer. Because as long as this type of cancer exists, then there will always be internal friction. And wars will always break out between the villain side and the regular side. The war between the two sides will not only sacrifice many unrelated people, but most importantly, it will also stagnate the development of civilization. Because no one has the mind to consider the progress of civilization until this serious problem is solved. And the subsequent development will not be what she wants. Almost the same. Immediately afterwards, he began to make dangerous moves and adopted various extreme measures to get some rebel organizations that were still wavering in the dark to join him. Of course, there were also some people in the organization who joined with some admiration for them when they saw them like this. She didn't care that people who joined this type of people would eventually die with them. Because when you make a decision, you have to bear the relevant consequences. This is an eternal truth. So she will not dissuade you, but will set a high threshold. But if you all can join in with such a high threshold, then you can't blame anyone for this even if you are looking for death. Just like that, her plan started to be implemented. Basically, everything went smoothly and was carried out according to his plan. However, as time went by, different voices emerged within civilization. Different voices focused on genetic engineering research. Some people believe that this route should be taken, while others believe that this route should be taken. Think another route should be taken. All in all, the two sides were quarreling over this matter. And after learning about it, she began to study the specific situation of the researchers on both sides. After some understanding, he was basically certain of one thing. That is, the researchers are also divided into different factions. Of course, she is not surprised by this. If both sides of such a large civilization are relatively harmonious, then who should develop the civilization in the future? The emergence of various problems would make it impossible for her own forces to coexist peacefully. So she began to study these people. Through these people, he also learned about the situation of the two factions. One of the factions is a big problem for her, and that is that they have not approved the application of genetic engineering research to the human body. Although their starting point is good and it is for human beings. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Accurate? Takeaway: if human beings are always in a dangerous situation before they can protect themselves, it would be better to give it a try and find ways to improve human technology in a certain direction. From the moment she began to study the technological gaps in these genetic projects, she soon determined a route, and then began to correct the technological line. If all those important scientists are sent away, then this line can continue to run smoothly, which is why so many things have happened. With the layout of all this completed, she will start to develop her own business territory. Sure enough, it was just like her arrangement. After all these scientists were solved by her, the scientific and technological line of civilization had to follow his path. After all, there were no more capable people. Those who are incompetent will naturally not be able to continue on. So it is better to put their energy on their own side, which at least belongs to the capable people. Then she applied for more funding, and as time went by, she became more mature in all aspects. Then she started the war. Her purpose of starting the war was to further screen out those people who still had ideas about her organization. These people would become the #1 enemy in the development of civilization in the future. There are also some old-fashioned scientists who will also influence the fact that these things must be eliminated. Only when these are eliminated, and only one voice is left in civilization, can the development of civilization truly begin. Her idea at this time was very simple. She wanted to pave the way for civilization. It didn't matter even if she died. She could just take revenge. In this way, he would become bigger and bigger here, when everyone thought that he would be a good leader. At that time, what no one expected was that this good commander was always thinking about how to send them all away. And she formulated a series of research plans for this purpose, including some research on genetic weapons in which she was fully involved. In fact, he didn't need to go to such trouble at all. She could just order people to assist her, or teach some of her skills to others. But she still did it. Of course, the reason for doing so was very simple. Because the people here were all cautious old fritters. If she exposed these things, it would be a big problem. Although it will be difficult to notice for a while. Something will happen as time goes by. So she will adopt this method, slowly integrate into it, and join in various researches, until he has researched what she wants. After that, he started his own series of operations. Although the impact this time has been huge, it is all worth it. Because after this battle is over, the anti-conviction organization will completely disappear. She has solved so many people. Not only to avenge herself, but the most important thing is to tell her superiors that this organization is very fragile now. Under such circumstances, it is easy for you to take down the organization. And she also knows it very well. Once this place is taken, it will no longer be possible for such an organization to exist in the future. And all leaders in the organization will die. And after learning the lessons from this time, civilization will definitely adopt a zero-tolerance attitude towards these organizations. In this case, it will be basically impossible for any subsequent organization to reach the point where they are now. Jiang Yao's evaluation of Lin Wan's operation is crazy and great. What's crazy is that she will do whatever it takes to get revenge. No matter how many people are involved. She will catch them all in one go. She will do whatever it takes to develop civilization and take some extreme measures. But she is also great. Because at the last moment, she did not find a way to leave, but died with these people. Although he didn't know the meaning of the other person's actions, he also respected this person's decision. Perhaps her first thought at the beginning was for revenge. But as time went by, Jiang Yao was sure that he was for civilization. After all, there are some things that cannot be faked. So Jiang Yao also felt it was a pity for her death. But it didn't seem to be important. At this time, Jiang Yao was quietly watching him lying down. At the same time, he discovered that a strange energy came out of his body when he died. But before the energy dissipated, he saw countless cubic cages appearing in the void. The energy is firmly locked inside. At the same time, he discovered that after being locked, the energy began to struggle crazily in an attempt to break through these cages. But unfortunately, this is absolutely impossible. Although this energy can only be discovered and used at the stage of super civilization, it does not mean that he has the opportunity to arm wrestle with the civilization of Jiang Yao's strength. Therefore, it was easy for Jiang Yao to trap this strange energy. At the same time, he also began to observe this strange energy. But just when his observation was clear, a big earthquake seemed to have occurred on the entire planet. It was obvious that the cause of various problems was the special energy in Jiang Yao's hands. However, Jiang Yao didn't care about this planet. He really couldn't understand how this kind of thing came into being, and how it affected the entire planet. So as an observer, he needs to understand all this. Many things must be known why. Only then did he realize that the path he had been taking had been too hasty. There were so many technological gaps that he had no idea about this sudden thing. Thinking of this, he put away these things and prepared to let people in the civilization study this unexpected special item. Chapter 836 Special Energy Body. After some years, Jiang Yao, who was still cooking, received the news from Wei. What's the meaning? At this time, Jiang Yao felt a little weird when he heard Brainworm's report. What do you mean? We, a civilization that stands at the pinnacle of the entire universe-level civilization, are preparing to go to hyperspace. But we don't even understand what's going on with an energy body. When Jiang Yao heard Brainworm's report, his first reaction was that the other party was joking with him. But obviously this is impossible, because the Zerg do not have the so-called humor gene. So the current situation is that we cannot analyze this energy body that can only be regarded as a super civilization at best. Yes, Chief. We have used various methods to deal with this energy body, and all our technologies have been used. But we still haven't analyzed it. After hearing Brainworm's report, Jiang Yao was silent for a while. Okay. If you can't research it in a short time, then continue researching it, and research it as hard as you can. No matter what you do, you must study the situation clearly. How is the research on supercomputers? At this time, Jiang Yao suddenly asked. Chief, it is still under research. But there are too many technologies required to meet your requirements. And there is no way to make progress in the same short period of time. Brainworm's answer made Jiang Yao feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. That's it. That's all. If that's the case, then so be it. Continue your research over there. If you have results, just tell me. Okay. By the way, find me a planet that meets the requirements as soon as possible. This civilization is about to enter the information age, and it no longer makes much sense to stay here. Okay, Chief. As the conversation ended, Jiang Yao continued to be busy with his work. In this way, time passed day by day, and Jiang Yao's side was still the same as before. Not much changed. But at this time, he was already preparing to leave. Because once civilization develops into the information age, there will basically not be much change, and there will be no meaning in observation. So it was time for him to leave. Of course, the information age he refers to here is not a simple information age, but everything is informatized. That's right. The route this civilization takes is the route of mechanical ascension, giving up the body and soul to survive under the information network. Eventually the entire civilization will enter informatization. Jiang Yao was actually surprised by this result at first. After all, this civilization has always been researching genetic engineering. This means that their lifespan will not be short. According to normal circumstances, the development of civilization will definitely not reach this point. But it is a pity that civilization still reached this point in the end. I feel more and more unfamiliar with understanding the universe. According to the development trajectory of this civilization, I would take it for granted that this civilization will eventually achieve great achievements in genetic engineering, and break through the limitations of lifespan or the wisdom of life to reach a more advanced life form. However, in the end, in a certain period they abandoned that route, recalling every bit of what he witnessed. Jiang Yao soon found the reason. So is all this because of that special energy? Indeed. According to his observations, the turning point of the entire civilization was also after the disappearance of that mass of energy. Technological progress became extremely slow and genetic engineering seemed to have stagnated. Then came the rise of other industries. The concepts proposed by many industries were completely contrary to this project, but they were indeed very valuable, such as the digitization of life. The progress of this technology is also very slow. However, this technology has always made progress. And this is also the problem. As time goes by, this technology gradually surpasses genetic engineering technology. And the most critical thing is that the various side effects of genetic engineering technology have also been eliminated. Those who are willing can magnify infinitely. Of course, the other party's purpose of doing this is very clear. But it is a pity that he succeeded. Because not only did genetic technology not make any progress, but there are still so many problems. And consulting genetic technology also caused a lot of casualties. So soon, His new technology received support from many people, and gradually the path of civilization began to shift. This is a very sad thing. At the same time, this is also the norm in many civilizations. When a certain technology cannot be researched anymore, it can only be replaced by other technologies. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. But for him now, it doesn't seem to be important anymore, because his attention has been put elsewhere. If the path of this civilization has gone astray, then this civilization is no longer worthy of his attention. And the most important thing is that he found that since he took away the energy body, the path of civilization will go astray. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. Then go to other planets to see if you can encounter the same energy body, and then take it away to see if something similar will happen. It has to be said that the brainworm is still very powerful. A total of 4 planets with this special energy body have been found in this universe. This number is still very small. After all, in a universe of tens of millions of civilizations, only 4 were born under such circumstances. If we have a sample, we can observe it carefully. While thinking about it, he got all the information on these 4 planets, and then started to observe, and soon discovered some situations about the civilizations of several planets. First of all, the No. 1 civilization is mainly based on mechanical technology. This civilization is more dedicated to the research of artificial intelligence. Although it is currently in its infancy, this project is still very promising. The No. 2 civilization is the same as the previous civilizations. As for the No. 3 civilization, it is genetic engineering. What surprised Jiang Yao the most was that they followed the evolutionary route. And the evolutionary route of flesh and blood ascension was similar to that of the Zerg. As for the last civilization No. 1, it is a normal technological route. These 4 civilizations are very representative and represent different schools. This also makes Jiang Yao look forward to it very much. First of all, he selected 1 civilization No. 2. This mechanical civilization is dominated by civilization No. 2. It will directly take away the special energy bodies that exist in these 2 civilizations. As long as these energy bodies are taken away, their situation will be the same as what it observed before. This was also more convenient. Jiang Yao went to see if these energy bodies would have an impact on civilization as he had guessed. As time went by, his observations began. Observe the calendar for 1 year. The energy bodies of civilization No. 1 and civilization No. 2 have been taken away, and there have been no surprises in the development of civilization. As for civilization No. 3 and civilization No. 4, the situation is basically the same, and they are both developing according to the routes they have studied. At this time, Jiang Yao knew very well that the time span for such an observation could not be short. Otherwise, he would not be able to see anything. He continued to observe silently, and soon 100 years passed. In the 100th year of the observation calendar, there were huge differences between civilization No. 1 and civilization No. 2. The mechanical technology of civilization No. 1 entered a bottleneck, and an artificial intelligence riot broke out. Although it was suppressed, the impact of this incident left civilizations are beginning to take a serious look at this technology. As for civilization No. 2, the situation is similar. It is similar to the situation of the genetic civilization observed before. There have been leaks of genetic items. It is also for this reason that the civilization has begun to consider whether to continue researching this technology. Seeing the situation of these 2 civilizations, and comparing civilizations No. 3 and No. 4, Jiang Yao quickly discovered the problem. In fact, these 2 civilizations also had some situations in their civilization, but they were easily solved by them. Logically speaking, when civilizations like them encounter situations, they will also have situations similar to those of No. 1 and No. 2. But it can be solved. And even if a situation occurs, it is not particularly serious. Instead, it feels like there is a mysterious force influencing their development path. As time passed, he continued to observe, and soon he discovered the clues. After losing energy, many accidents will change the route of technological development. But with energy, many things can be solved. And even if they happen, they will be suppressed to a minimum. This discovery surprised him. It was obvious that he also discovered the effects of these energies. But he believed that these energies were much more than that. So he began to continue observing. Then, as time went by, the gap between several civilizations appeared. Civilization No. 1 and No. 2 are still planet-type civilizations, while No. 3 and No. 4 have begun to prepare to enter space. It is obvious that with the help of energy, these two civilizations have developed faster than conventional civilizations. Jiang Yao was different about this, and was also very surprised. This mysterious energy did give him some unexpected effects. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that if this kind of energy continues to intervene, then the development speed of No. 3 and No. 4 will be very fast, different from the conventional civilizations in the universe. They will grow into behemoths at a very fast speed. Regarding this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little incredible. Of course, he must not be able to see such a long way now. Now he can only clearly see the differences between these civilizations and the general route of future development. Thinking of this, he put aside his curiosity and began to understand other things. Observing these things does not happen overnight, so he still has more things to do now. As for the players, it has developed very well now. Now it is time for him to let the players return to the current fleet. After all, the players have been training there for such a long time. Of course, this refers to the more than 6,000 people who left before. As for the final fate of the others, there is no need to say more. At that time, the remaining people tried to get in touch with these 6,000 people and asked them to come back to help. But unfortunately, these 6,000 people were unwilling and even told them that if possible, they could tell them how to operate himself, and on his side, he will tell them the situation at that time and let them command in this way. But even so, there was no reply from the other party. In fact, the moment these 6,000 people stepped into the universe, they were separated from their original civilization. To put it simply, they had become a brand new race and grown into a new race living in the universe. It's like you are still a baby and the other person has become an adult. If you interact with the baby, the other person may pay attention to you. But if you are not familiar with it, the other person will simply choose to ignore it. The two are not on the same level at all. Of course, this level does not refer to the essential difference between them, but refers to surviving in the universe and transforming into a true cosmic race and surviving on the planet, while still maintaining the same routine as before. Racial differences. Players in the universe know the cruelty of the universe. They are worried about survival all the time. In order to survive, they will do whatever it takes to rob planets. If you fail, you will immediately flee and regroup and come back and try your best to destroy the enemy. Even if you can't get the planet, you can't let this hatred grow in the cradle. As time went on, they all matured. As for the original civilization, that was destroyed very early. They had no help before, so they were ultimately unable to defeat each other. But fortunately, they also kept Mr. Who at that time. These thousands of them were the last fire of civilization. Their previous actions had no problem for them. It was precisely these actions that protected them. This behavior naturally refers to remote command. When they left, they would no longer have any contact with civilization. For this reason, they did not reply. As for Blue Star, during the battle to the end, many people even tried their best to get their coordinates and let them die with them. If they had chosen to be soft-hearted and take command at that time, they might have been chased by the enemy now on. But this kind of thing is impossible to happen. When they officially step into the universe and survive in the universe and become a true cosmic race, it means that they will not have such a mentality. They are a group of people who live for survival, civilization. And as time went by, they also began to reproduce. They have added another escape spacecraft. And this escape spacecraft is much more advanced than the previous one. After entering the universe, their rapid technological advancement and population growth are also accelerating. All in all, everything is developing for the better. Gradually, this once destroyed civilization began to glow with new vitality. Generation after generation of people appeared and civilization began to grow. Although the entire civilization is still crumbling, but they at least have hope for future development. Now they only lack an opportunity. As long as they find a suitable planet, they can take root there and develop civilization again. Although it is still unknown whether the newly developed civilization will follow the old path. It is undeniable that they will no longer be as fragile as before because they also have many powerful weapons. Chapter 837 Players who set foot in the universe. During these years of wandering, they also encountered many civilizations. There are many civilizations in a similar situation to theirs, and they are all in the wandering stage. Of course, this is also normal. As civilization develops, it will make a choice between protecting the planet and developing technology. Many times the route chosen by civilization is development rather than protection. Many of them think that they can repair these problems when their technology is advanced. But when they actually reach this point, they find that there may be no way to repair them at all. Of course, they once naively thought that it would be easy to find a habitable planet in the universe. But when they actually went to search for it, they found that they might have thought too much. At this time, a player in the control room couldn't help but sigh, looking at the destroyed warships next to their own fleet and the engineering robots collecting the wreckage of these warships. The other players felt a little emotional. Not long ago, they encountered a civilization. Both sides started fighting without any extra words. In the end, the players won. After catching quite a few people, they began to interrogate the situation of the other party's civilization. Later, after some understanding, they understood the situation on the other side. The other party's civilization and technology level is much lower than theirs. They escaped from their home planet because their home star is no longer suitable for habitation. Later, after getting to know each other, they learned about the situation on the other side's home planet. It turns out that various industrial pollution or chemical pollution generated by their development has seriously affected the ecology of the planet, and the entire planet's environment has been severely damaged. Although the interior of the planet can indeed repair itself, the direction of repair has also deviated because the pollution is too severe. A large number of creatures can easily withstand acid rain, and they also feed on this highly acidic substance. The entire planet has undergone very strange evolution, making human technology more and more difficult to use. Their technology not only needs to deal with the deteriorating environment, but also allows people to survive safely in the environment. Secondly, it must also resist these increasingly powerful alien beasts. Of course, they also have a way to die together. But they are not stupid and will definitely not choose this method. It is very simple. This is an evolved and mutated civilization. All living things have evolved. This feels a bit like the end of the world. They were able to resist these creatures at first, but later they found that these creatures fed on some radioactive elements. And there was a certain danger in being close to these creatures, and violent explosions would occur after their death. Although their technology can indeed resist these alien beasts, but the casualties will be very heavy. In the end, they are basically certain that this planet is no longer suitable for their survival. Ever since, they began a vigorous immigration plan. In fact, planet players have encountered many similar encounters along the way. Of course, it is normal for such things to happen on their side, and for multiple different civilizations to repeat the same mistakes. After all, in the process of technological development, there will always be many people who take chances. This is a common problem of intelligent creatures. But it is also because of these flukes that the entire civilization has been pushed into the abyss. Of course, they don't actually care much about this now, because they don't have that much thought to consider these issues now. Because what they have to do now is to find a suitable planet. Who would have thought that they would encounter players halfway, and a battle would begin? As the loser, their fleet will be destroyed, although they have other fleets in the universe. After the main fleet is destroyed, it will be very difficult for other fleets to develop. Maybe one day other fleets will find a suitable planet, and then develop key technology trees and enter space. But it will be a very long time in the future. Players are not sure whether they can encounter it at that time. And at that time, it is not clear whether they are still the opponents of the players. Of course, the players are naturally helpless when it comes to finding their other fleets. They can only say that they hope to be lucky and catch them all. If they don't meet them, there is nothing they can do, because they currently do not have the ability to go into the universe, search or pursue. In this way, the days pass day by day. Players have been wandering in the universe for hundreds of years. During these hundreds of years, the player's technology has also experienced big explosions again and again, making it easier for them to wander in this universe. Everyone, how far is our flagship star? At this time, the players who had withdrawn their thoughts asked questions to everyone. It's now at 60%. The resources here in this galaxy are sufficient. In another 20 years, our first flagship will be completed. Everyone couldn't help but show a hint of joy when they heard this. This news is undoubtedly good news for them now. They already have a small-scale battle, but the only drawback is that there is no mothership. They stayed here for decades just to build a mothership of their own. It is different from other motherships. This mothership will take them to survive in the universe for a long time to come. Therefore, this mothership must not only take into account its strong attack capability, but also must arrange accommodation, which also makes the size of this mothership reach about 10 kilometers. It is also the largest battleship that players can currently build. Millions of working robots contribute to the construction of this mothership every minute and every second. At the same time, a large number of robots are scrapped. After these robots are scrapped, New robots it will be created to replace the previous position. If it weren't for their existence, this research progress would have been a long way off. All in all, this is a mothership that not only serves as a normal command, but also takes into account various other capabilities. Only when it takes care of everything can it be called a mothership. Looking back on the various players in the past, they are also full of emotions. From leaving civilization to developing alone. From a mothership to now having their own fleet and flagship. They are now able to stand firm in the universe. Heal. There is no need to worry about security for the time being. But we certainly cannot let go of the civilization that forced us out of Blue Star. We don't know how their technology has developed. But it was stronger than us at the time. Now, after so many years, they have been developing. So how far their technology has reached is the key. After so many years in the universe, everyone must have seen our changes clearly. We are paying more attention to the research of star navigation technology, weapons technology, and warship defense technology. Basically all research is on attack. Go and walk. Presumably their situation is the same as ours. So it will be very difficult for us to catch up with them. But fortunately, we have also encountered many other civilizations in recent years. Through their technology, we have also been inspired and learned a lot. New technology. In short, both sides are developing. And how to win in the final encounter is what we should consider. After hearing what this player said, everyone began to express their opinions. It has to be said that this civilization is like a big mountain that has been pressing on them. Ever since they met this civilization for the second time, they have believed in that sentence. Everything within the light cone is destiny. So for the third encounter, they were basically certain that this was a done deal. We don't know what the outcome of the next encounter will be. But as a cosmic civilization, if our next encounter fails, we may not even have a chance to escape. After all, the other party will not let us escape. We have already escaped twice in his hands. This is lucky, but we cannot be lucky the third time. So how should we deal with that civilization? The gap in technology needs to be filled with a large number of warships. And our resources do not support us in doing so. So my personal suggestion is to arrange some trap areas in advance. While everyone was still discussing a player, he suddenly spoke. After hearing what the player said, everyone looked at him, waiting for his next words. And the player also expressed his thoughts. We have made great achievements in weapons technology. The turrets we have deployed will not be as easy for them to handle as before. After hearing what this player said, everyone shook their heads. Replicating weapons in some galaxies is indeed a good thing. But encounters can happen anytime and anywhere. We can't always live in that star. If we keep living there, the resources of the galaxy will definitely be exploited. Old man, when I say about arranging turrets, I don't mean arranging them in a certain area as you think. What I mean is that we can study some portable turrets. These turrets can be deployed when we are fighting with the opponent. The larger the number, the more portable turrets we can carry. The more the better, because our quality cannot match. So we will fight for quantity. Imagine if a war breaks out. Our turrets are thousands of times larger than the enemy's. Do you think they can withstand such intensive firepower? Even if their technology is higher than ours. Even if they can clear us very quickly turrets. But there are too many of them. Quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. And they will still be unable to survive. It is not ruled out here that I think our weapons can cause harm to them. But in other words, even if it cannot have much impact on them, releasing so many turrets can at least hinder their offensive pace, and give them, isn't it right, that we strive for a chance to escape? After hearing what this player said, everyone fell into deep thought. They had to say that this proposal was very tempting. And the most important thing was that in this case, they would have a life-saving trump card in their hands. However, this proposal also has a shortcoming. And that is the aspect of resources. The resources used to build the turrets have basically been completely consumed. Now they are short of resources. If they use resources on these things, it will indeed have a great impact on their development. And carrying a large number of turrets is also a huge problem, which they need to consider. In short, this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. So everyone started communicating in various ways again. After a long time, everyone came up with a compromise. That is to make small fighter planes. The function of this kind of fighter plane is also very simple. It has strong attack capabilities, and can be used as mining equipment in normal times. Although it uses a lot more materials than directly making a turret, the functionality will be more complete. So it can be used to help yourself when there is no encounter. When you talk about fighter planes, I think we should consider another thing, which is to break the entire civilization into pieces. If the number of fighters is sufficient, we can equip a badge for every player who goes out. In this way, safety will be guaranteed to a certain extent. Having said this, the player continued to add. Currently, our development is getting faster and faster. But we also have to consider a problem. That is, the target is too big, and the collection time of resource points is getting shorter and shorter. If we continue to refuse to focus on one point, it is better to develop in a scattered way. There will be more opportunities. In this case, at least compared to running the entire fleet for 10 years or so. And finally finding an area that can be exploited within a year or two before having to move to other places for decentralized development. The efficiency will definitely be higher. And even if we are chased and intercepted, we are not afraid that civilization will be destroyed as a result. After a lot of discussion among the players, they soon made this decision. It is true that the current situation no longer supports them staying together for warmth, because their population has exceeded 100 million. Under such circumstances, they have no shortage of labor force and talent. Gathering together at this time will make them more vulnerable. Your own collection efficiency is reduced. Finally, after some discussion, the players decided to divide into 5 groups to go out to explore. In this case, first of all, the team's combat strength is guaranteed. And secondly, there is no need to worry about encountering some other civilizations. After making the decision, the players immediately began to take action. At the same time, on the other side of the universe, the Blue Star civilization had already inhabited the new planet. This planet is naturally the one where the players lived before. This planet was completely blocked and occupied by this civilization. At this time, this civilization has been destroyed in their eyes, because the strategy they adopted against this civilization was to kill it all. Originally they thought they could survive safely on this planet, until they went to clean up the relics of this civilization and discovered something that made them very uncomfortable. That was this civilization. And a fleet actually left early before they attacked. Chapter 838 Rapidly Developing Player Civilization. Of course, the players don't know the situation on that planet. After all, when they set foot in the universe, they completely cut off contact with that side. Later, when the other side kept asking for help, they were worried about exposing themselves, so they cut off all signals. This also makes them completely unaware of the situation on that planet. But this doesn't seem to matter anymore. Now they are the only ones left in the entire civilization. And they are about to continue this civilization in another way. Of course, these are not what they need to consider now. What they need to do now is very simple. That is, try their best to develop this civilization. Fleet 1 and Fleet 2 are ready and ready to go at any time. Everyone takes it seriously. Everyone, take care. Bye now. Before leaving, everyone said goodbye. Fleet 1 and Fleet 2 each carry 20 million people, 3 motherships, and 400 frigates. The scale of the entire fleet is very large. In fact, the 5 fleets of the players have the same configuration. Everyone is on the same starting line. Of course, the only difference is Fleet 3. Fleet 3 also brings their flagship. Of course, compared to several other fleets, the mission of this fleet is naturally more difficult. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to take away this kind of warship. In this way, as time passed, several fleets soon left here one after another. So far, the players have once again embarked on a journey. At the same time, they are also revising the laws of their civilization while embarking on the journey. First of all, we need to restart the game so that all members of our fleet can communicate in the game and learn about the current situation of space wars through various information in the game. Secondly, we also need to reestablish a suitable economy. Our current economy is still too backward. We need to establish a relatively complete economy. And we also need to find a resource-rich area as a temporary set of foothold and arrange enough robots there to continuously produce battleships for us. Players have very clear plans for the future. They know very well that in the future, space wars will be indispensable for the supply of warships. They cannot go to the resource information, reassemble the shipyard, and then manufacture it, and then leave after building it like they do now. Not only did their efficiency in collecting resources decrease, but the most important thing was that they could not replenish many battleships each time. After thinking about it, they decided to use this method to build corresponding things in some fixed resource-rich areas, and then let them manufacture warships. And then let these warships join their fleet. Expand your fleet. At the same time, they have also thought about carrying out major renovations on the residential battleships. The previous residential battleships will definitely not work. No matter how we operate our previous warships, there will be many problems in the future. such as being uncomfortable living in them, and so on. There is an essential difference between a battleship and a planet. No matter how similar we are, we will always have this problem. Everyone. I think our current warships are not particularly perfect. Although we cannot completely simulate the planet, we must at least ensure that we are in close contact with each other. And the current situation on our side is obviously not there. So I think we can spend some energy to develop a similar residential warship. This kind of warship is mainly used for residential purposes, and must be made similar to the planet in all aspects. At least let our next generation be able to fully adapt to such an environment after they are born, and reduce the mortality rate of our offspring. Although they have developed a cosmic civilization, the mortality rate of their offspring is very high, which is also a huge problem. The main reason is that the various problems of living on the Earth cannot reach the planet. In fact, they do not have any. Some things have evolved to survive in the universe for a long time. So the mortality rate of future generations is generally high now. In this way, after everyone discussed it, the plan of the residential battleship was put on the agenda. Of course, players also attach great importance to this type of battleship. They will no longer make those relatively simple battleships like before. First of all, this type of warship must meet several conditions. The first point is that whether it is the environment or other things, it must simulate the real world as much as possible. Secondly, the defense of this kind of battleship must be high, because if there are a large number of people living in it, and then it is attacked and the defense is low, these people may all be killed. This is a big thing. So they must ensure that the defensive power of this kind of warship must at least exceed that of ordinary combat warships. Of course, apart from the defense, what is left are some survival details inside, including the simulation of the natural environment, the establishment of the ecosystem, etc. Things like this must be perfected. All in all, this battleship has only one purpose, and that is to make people live comfortably. And there is nothing else. This kind of goodbye will definitely be very large in terms of size. But there will be a problem involved here, and that is the consumption of resources. According to our estimates, this battleship is 10 times the size of our current immigration ship battleship. But the number of residents is similar to the number of our current immigration ships. Only in this way can we simulate a more realistic planetary environment, according to our plan. At this time, everyone frowned slightly when they heard this data. It was obvious that this resource consumption exceeded their estimate. This means that they now have to spend 10 times the materials to supply double the number of people. This ratio is still a bit unacceptable to them. But in the end, they made up their minds to get this thing done. Although this consumes a lot of resources, we may not be able to supply such resources now that we are divided into 5 groups. No matter what the circumstances, the survival of ordinary people is the first factor. As long as there are sufficient personnel, we will be able to get more scientists and civilization will develop faster. So we need to solve this problem as quickly as possible. Even if it costs a lot, it is worth it. Indeed, for them now, there is nothing wrong with this. After all, population determines many things. If the population is enough, more scientists will be born. And the more scientists there are, it means they will be able to research more things. The development of civilization has never relied on one person to solve the needs of the development of civilization. Many people work together and work together. So after thinking about it, even if they have to pay a lot for this action, they are still willing to do it. This time, the task was given to 2 formations to complete their task of finding these resources, and then starting to build them, while the remaining fleet was mainly responsible for the research of this thing. After all, it was their first time to operate this type of warship, so they needed to figure out many details and strive to be foolproof. Everyone was assigned different tasks. In this way, the entire civilization began to get busy. Soon a suitable resource point was found, and then a large number of robots began to collect resources. When these resources were collected, related research was also put on the agenda. Of course, the research here was mainly focused on this kind of battleship. After some research, the players set the battleship into a butterfly shape. All aspects of a battleship of this shape are easier to arrange. And the most important thing is that only this type of battleship can maximize the use of space. Multiple defense measures are installed inside the battleship to ensure that even if the exterior of the battleship is penetrated, the interior will not be greatly affected. In addition, this battleship is also designed with many novel things. Naturally, these things are all developed to improve the comfort and survivability of the battleship. Everyone, the first draft of the battleship has been released. The model battleship has also been successfully tested. The next step is to build the real battleship. These warships are of great significance to us now. So there are many things we need to consider when building warships. To ensure nothing goes wrong, we need to send 2 fleets back to keep an eye on the manufacturing of the warships. No problem. After all, it is for the sake of civilization. These are definitely necessary. In this way, everyone was discussing with each other. After the arrangements were made, the 2 fleets that were going out returned in a mighty manner. Of course, these 2 fleets are naturally guarding the fleet that is watching the battleship manufacturing. When manufacturing the battleship, they need to ensure the safety of the surrounding areas. After all, it is no exaggeration to say that all their resources have been consumed here, if the safety aspect is not taken into account. Once the things are done, it will be embarrassing if someone cuts off your hair. For them, there are so many materials required to build battleships, and even their huge consumption of these materials feels a little straining. There is no room for any mistakes in these materials. Otherwise, all their hard work for so many years will be in vain. So everyone is very cautious about this. In this way, as time went by, the manufacturing of battleships began. A large amount of materials were transported and all put into it, and countless work robots worked hard. The progress of warship manufacturing is also accelerating at an extremely fast speed. Players estimate that it will only take about 20 to 30 years to solve this battleship. Although this timeline is still very long. For players, this timeline is already the limit of what they can achieve. And letting the 2 fleets wait here for 30 years, everyone knows how much they will lose. So if the time is longer, even they will definitely not be able to afford the high follow-up costs. Of course, starting from the manufacturing of battleships, the entire aspect of battleship manufacturing has naturally attracted strong attention from civilization. Everyone is paying attention to the progress of battleship manufacturing. And civilization naturally discloses the status of battleship manufacturing to the public at every stage, so that everyone can have a clearer understanding of the current progress. The time plan for the 20th year of warship manufacturing has far exceeded players' expectations. And now the warship is basically almost completed. According to player estimates, it will only take 3 years at most before Goodbye can travel around the universe. Today in the Yuan Universe National Live Broadcast Room. The live content of this live broadcast room is also very simple. Mainly about important events such as Goodbye, manufacturing, and follow-up civilization arrangements. The content of this live broadcast also attracted the attention of the entire civilization, because the content of this live broadcast was about the selection of places to enter the warship. For everyone, they have been paying attention to the situation of the battleship, and naturally they are also looking forward to being able to enter the battleship. Everyone must be very curious about the first batch of places to enter the warship. I won't be too specific here. Next, I will explain to you some of the things you need to have to enter the warship. First of all, this battleship is a life battleship independently developed by our civilization. Compared with previous battleships, all the technology in this battleship is used in daily life, and its purpose is to allow everyone to live comfortably in this battleship. Of course, because the number of people a warship can carry is limited. We also have strict requirements for the personnel entering the warship. The first thing to determine is that the internal personnel under construction must meet several necessary conditions. You need to have some special abilities, and have achieved considerable achievements in the industry. These are the most basic requirements for you to enter the warship. In addition, there are many other things. For example, you were once the pilot of a certain spaceship and had the ability to pilot the spacecraft. Or other things. In short, all the personnel inside this battleship must be elites in civilization. The requirements for entering a battleship are also very demanding. Of course, this is normal. After entering the cosmic civilization, players attach great importance to talents. They are not willing to let a group of incompetent people enjoy things that others cannot enjoy. The prerequisite for this civilization to be fair to everyone is that you have enough ability. There is no so-called network of relationships here. This is something that everyone has already determined since the beginning of civilization. After all, they are also very clear about the various problems caused by traditional relationship households and the like. It is also for this reason that they have formulated corresponding things from the beginning. If you have the ability with them, you are the boss. But if you do not have the ability, it will be useless no matter how strong your network is. After all, today's civilization can't afford that kind of thing. It is also because of such a policy that many capable people can show their talents without being buried. And this is also the reason why their civilization can develop so fast. After all, previous civilizations have told them that if some bad trends prevail, many capable people will be buried. Now civilization needs to develop rapidly. Anything that affects the development of civilization will be eradicated without mercy. Chapter 839 Discovering Other Civilizations. This time, the selection of spacecraft personnel attracted the attention of all civilizations. Of course, this is understandable to them. After all, who wants to stay in a worse area if they can enter a better area? At the same time, through this incident, they also learned about the important civilization places on talents. After all, if you want to enter a spaceship, you must first be a real talent. Otherwise you will have no chance of entering that spaceship. All at once, all capable persons began to issue application forms to the consortium. At the same time, this incident has also become a topic of conversation among people after dinner. Although I was not selected this time, I may still have a chance in the future, because there are plans to build more than one such immigration ship. It's unfair. Why are only those people able to enter? Are we ordinary people not citizens? Don't we have equal rights? You are really right. Only by paying for civilization can you gain something. If you are said to be a waste, you will be eliminated by civilization sooner or later. Compared with the once famous outrageous remarks. All people here think mainly about the development of civilization. Because this concerns their descendants, everyone must give everything they have for this crumbling civilization. Of course, this is also of their own free will. After all, everything is for survival. Everything must make way for survival. Therefore, many people will not support the remarks made by some incompetent people. Even if they support them, they will only be supported by people who are similar to them. However, this type of people are on the fringes of civilization and cannot have any influence on the entire decision-making process. Or the entire public opinion is affected. This is also the tragedy of people living in this era. The speed of this era is too fast. The speed of development. Or in other respects, everyone is running forward with all their strength to fail here. But they have become an alien. Because everyone is working hard to continue civilization. And everyone is working hard to live a stable life. And some people who enjoy the fruits of other people's efforts will naturally be spurned. Although this word seems to be very friendly to the public. It was established when civilization was still in a peaceful era. Now this era is completely different. In different periods. The same things have different effects. That is, this is what it means. This time in the virtual meeting room of the joint meeting. This time the immigration ship plan has achieved great success. At the same time, we can also bring many scientific research talents together through the immigration ship. Through this incident, we can also mobilize the enthusiasm of more similar talents in the civilization, allowing them to make more efforts for the construction of civilization. Of course you have put in the effort, and you must give corresponding rewards. Whether it is the living environment or other things. We must satisfy these people as much as possible. At the same time, other battleship plans must also be made as soon as possible. While talking, a female secretary wearing professional attire and exquisite content appeared in the conference room. Hello, fellow leaders. Next, let me introduce to you some plans after civilization. First of all, the resettlement construction plan has achieved great success, allowing us to see the possibility of this kind of special ship. Next, we will launch other immigration plans. At the same time, we are also beginning to prepare for rectification of some scientific research motherships. We can strengthen research and development of motherships specifically for different technologies. The main function of these warships is to develop more technology. But it is different from before when everyone gathered in several warships. This time, for a different project, we will build specialized scientific research ships to recruit top talents from civilization. These warships will not only meet the needs of these people for daily experiments, but also meet the needs of living and other aspects. After hearing the secretary's introduction, everyone nodded. This plan was led by the captains of the 1st and 3rd fleets. The development of civilization is basically on the right track now. Many things must be rectified. It is impossible to say that it is like now. The success of Jin Mingjian allowed them to see the possibility of this kind of special ship. So they developed a dedicated battleship plan for this purpose. This plan requires the manufacture of a total of 300 motherships, including warships in different fields such as scientific research, military industry, and military affairs. These warships will gather elites in the industry. Let these elites gather together to facilitate their academic exchanges and facilitate later research. All in all, this is something that can promote the rapid development of civilization. Everyone at the meeting also expressed their opinions on this proposal. In the end, the plan was approved. According to players' estimates, this plan will take at least several hundred years to complete. But as long as their civilization's technology is completed, rapid development will occur. For them, All this is worthwhile. And at the same time, project research on some agriculture or other industries is also in full swing. Agriculture can be regarded as the foundation of civilization. Although civilization can now produce some synthetic foods, these foods do not require long-term cultivation and are synthesized by different microorganisms. Although nutrition meets the standards in all aspects, it cannot satisfy the appetite of most people in civilization. Therefore, we must be cautious about this matter. Although appetite may not seem like a big deal, this is only for some people. What they have to do is to consider the entire civilization. One of the biggest characteristics of a civilization in a stage of rapid development is that the pressure on the people is very high. So they must try their best to alleviate the pressure on these people. As a result, various entertainment activities, or some things, were promoted. Although these things will seriously affect the development of civilization, it is a pity that everyone is ordinary people, not insects. It is impossible to say that the leader is happy alone, and then the entire group will be very happy. People like them must understand their own situation. They are all independent, intelligent life forms, so they need to take care of the emotions of most people. There are some things that must be found out. Therefore, civilization is also studying some foods or other things. Because the space is limited, whether it is breeding or planting, there is very little space that can be used. If you want, these things with limited output every year can be given to everyone. Then everyone can get a share. The quantity is very small. And some people even say they can't get a share. These things will naturally cause dissatisfaction among some people in the civilization. So if they want to get even rain and dew, they need to increase their production as much as possible. Fortunately, they now have a scientific and technological foundation. If they want to develop various foods that meet their requirements, they can still do it. But the biggest problem is that no matter how high their output is, the space is here, so it still cannot satisfy most people. So in this warship manufacturing plan, they decided to get a few more warships specifically responsible for these aspects. Okay, everyone, we have discussed whether it is talent, public entertainment, or other aspects. The next thing we need to discuss is the most critical thing, which is weapons. If we want to gain a foothold in the universe and preserve what we have created, then our weapons must be indispensable. The manufacturing of attack warships is something we urgently need to consider. So now we also need to come up with a charter as soon as possible. Just letting you say it. I started to discuss it word by word. I have to say that every year civilization spends a huge amount of money on military expenditures. But even so, it is still far from enough. You must know that the other cosmic civilizations they face will not spend less on freight than they do. And they have planets. And they have plenty of time and energy to research war supplies and other such things. After the two sides fight, they will have a steady stream of supplies. But their own supplies are pitiful. It is self-evident what the result will be. So for the players, their wartime is impossible to pull. It's too long. If it's too long, once there's a problem with the supply, it's really going to be doomed. If you want to end the war as soon as possible, the demand for weapons will naturally be massive. I think this matter should be carefully considered. In recent years, most of our resources have been invested in weapons. Now our civilization's reserves are sufficient, and there is no need to increase them. Weapons are not enough at any time. Don't think that there have been no wars in these years. So we can quietly enjoy the peace now. Any peace is obtained by powerful weapons. No one knows when a new war will start. And no one knows how much resources we will consume after the war starts. So what we can do is to desperately hoard these things before the war starts. When the war starts, we will not be in a hurry due to lack of resources. It is true that these warship manufacturing plans can make civilization make rapid progress. But in these hundreds of years, if our weapons have not improved, what should we do if we encounter a more powerful enemy one day? No matter how good your plan is, no matter how grand the blueprint is, there is one premise, and that is that civilization can continue. This is the key point. If civilization is destroyed because of weapons, all your plans will be in vain. So even now, I still recommend focusing on weapons and putting aside other things. This matter is quite contradictory for everyone. First of all, the increase in weapons or the improvement of weapon technology is naturally beneficial to civilization, especially when they face the enemy. The more advanced weapons, then the easier it is to win. Only by winning can civilization be preserved. But this is also a contradiction. The annual investment in military expenditures is already very terrible. If it can continue to be maintained, the research of other projects or the actual construction of Nayland are really far away. To put it simply, Both sides must make a trade-off. Either reduce weapons production first and allocate these resources to the manufacture of these warships, or continue to spend a large amount of resources on weapons and leave a small amount of resources. Then build these fighters slowly. But if you do this, the time required for warship construction will be too long. For a while, everyone was quarreling over this matter. Both sides had their own opinions and understandings. So everyone was blushing because of this matter. One party believes that even if the upgrade continues for hundreds of years, the weapons will only be improved a little in the later stages. If you want to get a big improvement, you still have to find these documents first, integrate everyone together, and then work together. Possible. However, on the other hand, there are other opinions. They believe that scientific and technological research can be carried out at any time. Even in the current environment, there are still many elite scientists. Therefore, there is no need to say whether scientific and technological research must be done well or not. Environment. It would be better to put these resources on the military industry to ensure the safety of civilization. Although such a noisy atmosphere is common in on-site conference rooms, it is also such an atmosphere that promotes the development of civilization. Everyone can say what they think without so many worries. In this civilization, only ability is considered. As long as your ability is strong enough, everything is easy to say. There will be no situation where you are suppressed just because you contradicted the zombies for a few words. This is because in order to ensure that these talents can contribute what belongs to them. In the Whaley civilization, various laws and regulations protect them. As long as you have the ability here, you can be reused to the maximum extent. At the same time, the same is true at the meeting. Everyone expressed their thoughts straightforwardly. For them, they did not need to hide it at all. They don't need to beat around the bush before speaking. And they don't need to consider whether their words will offend other people. This matter has not yet been resolved due to various reasons. After all, both sides have their own opinions, so no one can convince the other. But what no one expected was that this incident had undergone a huge change due to a special reason. Just when everyone was still really arguing about this matter, their pioneer detector discovered a fleet of an unknown civilization. And with the emergence of this news, almost everyone stopped discussing this matter. And they immediately focused on this matter. What's going on? What is the approximate composition of the opponent's fleet? How far away is it from us? Can you determine the situation of the opponent's fleet? Can you understand the route? As the fleets of other civilizations were discovered, everyone immediately entered a state of preparation for war. At the same time, they also need to understand the situation on the other side as quickly as possible. If the other side is a wandering cosmic civilization like them, the strength gap between the two sides is too big. They must be prepared to run away in advance. If their strength is equal, then they will avoid enemies. Chapter 840 Occupy the planet. The opponent's star navigation technology is not much different from ours. In addition, the weapon system cannot be determined yet. More time is needed to observe. At this time, one piece of news came one after another, making the entire civilization immediately vigilant. The location where the other party appeared is very awkward. It's our shipyard. We can give up on this area. But there is currently a half-researched warship that is basically unfinished. And in order to ensure that the technology is not leaked, we must completely destroy it. So now there are two options before us. The first is to abandon the shipyard, and the second is to fight them directly. But if we fight directly, our losses will be greater. On this point, if you can determine what level the opponent's technology is at, I think this game can still be successful. At this time, everyone was also discussing with each other. Okay, everyone, before we get accurate data, all our inferences are just guesses. Next, we need to be a little more cautious here. Many details need to be clarified before we make a decision. In addition, the self-destruction procedures at the factory must also be arranged. In this way, everyone started to execute. In fact, it is very normal to encounter similar situations in the universe. After all, the current situation of the universe is here, and any accidents are likely to happen. The only thing is that after these things that happen, they should how to choose. What needs to be considered in every war is the resource investment and harvest of this war. At present, players' resources are still in short supply. Under such circumstances, a meaningless war will only drag them down. So they need to determine the specific situation and then make decisions accordingly. During this period, players sent a large number of battleships and began to collect information here. Information from the opponent's technology to the materials of the battleships, and so on are summarized one by one. Through this information, The players also have a certain understanding of this technological civilization. The first thing that can be determined is the maintenance from the other party. Judging from the situation, 90% of the opponent's warships have their own civilized planets. This is good news. If they have their own planet over there, then we also have the opportunity to occupy the magpie's nest. But we must determine one thing. That is, how far away their fleet is from their home star, and what kind of response their home star will take once it receives the news. So the suggestion I give here is that we should not expose what we say here for the time being, and we will find a way to find their home star. Since the fleet appears here, their home star should not be too far away. In this way, everyone was discussing with each other. After wandering in the universe for so many years, they really hoped to find a planet of their own, and then live and work in peace and contentment on this planet. There are too many things to consider in the universe. Their current technology is honestly too reluctant to navigate in the universe, if it were not for the support of various technologies that allowed them to maintain it. I am afraid that the entire civilization would have collapsed long ago. But even so, their situation is not much better now. After all, there are two concepts, having a planet and not having a planet. If there is a planet, a lot of research progress can be slowed down, and there is no need to worry about various resources. There are really too many things that can be done on a planet. Many things can be completed on the planet. And the most important thing is that there is no need to be so anxious about many things on the planet as now. When you encounter some problems, you can take your time. The longer it takes to solve it, the more complete the solution will be. The most important thing is that there is no need to worry too much about various resources, especially industries such as agriculture and animal husbandry. So players also want this planet very much. How should we attack the planet? Everyone must know it well. First of all, our combat method must be based on blitzkrieg. In these years, we need to deploy 3 fleets, mainly responsible for finding resources and manufacturing more weapons. Of course, this is not the point. The remaining 2 fleets are our most important opportunities. You are responsible for monitoring the other party's fleet and finding the location of the other party's home star. As for technology, the first thing is to ensure the combat power of our side. On the premise of ensuring the strength of our side, we also need to ensure that we can block all their news and find all their overseas warships. Only in this way can we occupy this planet without any hidden dangers. In fact, for players, they don't want to take action against this level of civilization. Normally, once the opponent enters the cosmic level civilization, under such circumstances, if they want to seize the opponent's planet without any damage, it's just too difficult. Most civilizations want to find those civilizations that are not very powerful in developing technology. It is undoubtedly much easier for these civilizations to seize planets. But now they have no choice because they have searched too many places in the past few years. But no wisdom was found. Planet. So this planet is particularly important to them. So even though it was very difficult to seize this planet, they still decided to give it a try. This was something they had no choice about, because they had no more choices. But if they had any choice, they would never be able to fight with this kind of planet. Civilization meets force head-on. In this way, as time goes by, everything is going on in full swing. The players have figured out some situations through various methods. The first is the opponent's exploration fleet. This fleet is mainly to find resources for the opponent, information, and then send warships to support the galaxy for resource extraction. Following these clues, the players successfully found the other party's mother. I have to say that the players were lucky because their detection technology was stronger than that of this civilization. So they were not exposed to the enemy at first. After coming up with their plan, they carried out various things in the future in secret. From the beginning to the end, no clues were found about this civilization, especially since the players' various technologies have continued to improve in recent years. In this way, all the secret plans against this civilization were quietly launched. And at this time, this civilization had no idea about it. Of course, if this matter is known to them, then all the players' plans will be put into action. In this way, as time went by, and it took a total of 30 years, the players finally figured out all the situations, and basically knew how to operate. Brothers, everything is ready. Now it's time for us to take action. All formations. How is the situation on your side? There is no problem. All our fleets have arranged corresponding enemies. As long as the order is issued, we can attack these enemies at the same time to ensure that none of them can escape. Remember that the opponent's attack technology is no worse than ours. So when we fight them, once they react, It will probably be very difficult for us. So we must be concealed, and we must fight quickly. In this case, everyone is ready to take action. If any accident occurs, immediately report to the nearby teams in the channel, and go to support immediately. After all, this is the stage of war. And the players know the priorities of things, so they won't talk too much nonsense. After confirming it, they directly ordered the attack. As the order was issued, all the warships immediately launched an attack on the enemy. At this time, some warships of this civilization were mining, but the next moment several rays of light flew towards them. When they discovered at this point, they had no time to evade. As the sky filled with fireworks lit up the entire starry sky, the war between civilizations began. Because this civilization was suddenly attacked. There were many teams, and they were solved by the players as soon as they met. After solving these teams, they immediately went support nearby players. At the same time, as the resource fleet increased, one after another large groups of battleships began to gather and fly towards the main battlefield. Because it was a sudden attack, this civilization lost a lot of warships at the beginning of the battle. By the time, they hurriedly organized warships to counterattack. The rest of the players' warships had already cleared all their warships outside and were proceeding with them. He rushed over very quickly and gathered with a large army. This war didn't take long from start to finish. The players lasted a month in total. In this month, the players lost nearly 30% of their warships. The enemy's warships were all eliminated by the players. It has to be said that this battle loss ratio is very low. But in fact they are not in this civilization. It is a civilization with a planet, which means they are not particularly strong in terms of combat power. After all, unlike players who sail in the universe and fight enemies from time to time, they are relatively stable. Therefore, although research on weapon technology has been ongoing, it is impossible for players to devote most of their energy to these technologies. To put it simply, the players have taken a big advantage this time. They have taken advantage of a civilization that is not an offensive civilization. Otherwise, their losses will definitely be more than this. But now everything is settled. After that, the players can finally breathe a sigh of relief. During the battle, this civilization also thought about defeating them. But when they sent information to the universe, they found that their information had been blocked. Of course, this is normal. After all, before the attack, the players had formulated plans for them. A perfect plan. They destroyed most of the signal transmitting devices of this civilization as quickly as possible, and covered the entire galaxy with shielding devices. Therefore, although some of the remaining base stations are still capable of sending information, the strength of this information is not enough to penetrate the barriers set by players. All in all, players have suppressed this civilization from all aspects, so it is natural for this civilization to be destroyed. So what should we do next? What should we do with the remaining intelligent creatures in this civilization? How else to deal with it? Of course, kill them all. Isn't this too cruel? They are all from a cosmic civilization. I didn't expect that someone would say such innocent things. If you don't kill them, why don't you keep them to spend the new year with them? What do you think our actions mean to them? We are the intruders or their enemies. They will try their best to kill us. Why stay here and wait for them to kill us? Originally this topic should not have been discussed. But now it is being discussed. The main reason is because the players have not fully become a true cosmic civilization. They still retain some of the thoughts from Nanxing. It is also for this reason that they are very entangled in this matter. However, as time goes by, these thoughts will gradually be diluted. Perhaps at this time, many people will feel that if this development continues, they will become cold-blooded animals. It is indeed possible. But it depends on the situation within the civilization. Even if it does become such a civilization in the future, as long as being able to live is enough. For many people who are willing to pursue spiritual abundance, the prerequisite is that they have been satisfied materially. Players who want to pursue spiritual kindness must have truly reached a very high position in the universe. Only at this level, there is no only when people dare to do anything to them can they pursue these things. Prior to this, any such idea would lead to the demise of civilization in advance. This matter also caused discussion within the civilization. But in the end, it was decided to drive out this civilization and kill everything that might affect our own civilization in the future. Whether it really will affect it, or it is just overthinking on my side, all must be resolved in advance. This is the development of cosmic civilization. Sometimes you have to lose something. Lose your humanity. Lose a lot. Lose your bestiality. Lose everything. After solving this civilization in this way, the players finally got the planet they wanted. Not only that, they also got many technologies of this civilization, which was naturally a very big improvement for them. By this time, players have also discovered the differences between different civilizations. Take them as an example. In order to survive in the universe, their technology is more focused on weapons technology and battleship technology. However, civilizations like this are completely different from the planet they mainly rely on for their development. So what they consider is more about resource acquisition and transportation technology. The level of research and development of these two technologies is very high. They can achieve long-distance deep space collection and transportation. And they also have the ability to search for ores over long distances. They also have it here. All in all, there are still big differences between the two civilizations.